الجولد جوج.
Ah,
Hello.
nice. Hello?
Wait, I'm gonna change my account.
You don't mind? Miss
I don't.
Platt,
I hate being flat.
excuse us.
I'm
Miss
gonna
Platt,
play on my account. I hate
All
being
time?
flat. And
excuse us.
I'll be go. I don't know, maybe diamond again. I'm so
Nice,
bored.
nice,
Plat
nice.
and gold will be. Wait, I'll be back.
اوكي. تناقصات الجيمات كاملين كنكاريا. ما كايناش شي جيم واقيلا فاتني فيها. الجيمات كاملين. الجيم الاخرى درنا فيها نفس الجيم. المهم ما تيكونوش مبعدين بزاف وني ديما اساط. ديما مخليها الله.
نايس. انا ما قصرتش البارح صراحه. البارح ما لعبت شي واحد نص طريح رابيز وانا نطيق.
البارح لعبنا الصراحه لعبنا مزيان. طلعت من جولد واحد لجولد جوج.
My ultimate's ready.
لعبنا واحد الماتشات ما كاين غير الماتش MVP ماتش MVP.
نايس.
جيم درناها ب 13 جوج. لاعب معنا واحد بلاط 3 اصلا داير خونا 15 كيلو و7 د الاسيستات. انا داير 21 كيلو و 9 د الاسيستات.
بالي داك الخبر اللي يحطو في
يس الله يحفظه لاز. الله يحفظك البرودر. Hello.
Go. Hello. Are you smoking? Are you ready to smoke?
I'm looking for my lighter. I don't know where the fuck it is.
You smoke?
Yeah, she smokes.
No, you.
Me?
انت صاحبي تتكيف.
Yes, I smoke.
صاحبي.
See.
Didn't you know?
Yes, I didn't know. He never said that.
I always say, guys. I always say between games. I always say, guys, give me 5 minutes. I'm gonna roll.
No. You say just I'm coming back.
Oh.
me, I say every round, every match. I am the
Yes.
big one.
I made them start to smoke.
You made me,
Yeah, I'm a bad friend.
bro.
I don't think so. He's old enough to do it by himself.
I started smoking before she knew what was cigarettes.
When did you start?
I started smoking in 2017. It's like
I
yeah,
was
8 years.
11 years old.
Yeah,
How
see,
can I smoke?
you didn't even know what was a cigarette.
I was trying to smoke, but my mom didn't let me.
The fuck?
My grandpa always said, "You can try if you want," and my mom said, "Nah."
Oh,
Really?
we're
Whizz,
sorry, bro. You're the goat.
But I was not like every day. At that
how are
moment.
you still alive, Amanakouye?
Hope we're still alive. We stay alive until 65.
Oh my goodness.
Match
we need to
found.
Uh, Abyss. Abyss.
But like in Turkey,
Abyss.
it's not a big deal if. But like in Turkey,
Abyss.
it's not a big deal if. Like in Turkey,
Abyss.
it's not a big deal if. Like in Turkey,
Abyss.
it's not a big deal. Like it's normal. It's not a big deal.
Oh, really?
No,
They're always beating
in
us
Turkey.
when they
Really?
learn it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
My mom and dad didn't do that, but if you're a boy and they would know it, they will beat you, Amanakouye, like a dog.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't
You
know
have
that.
to play Duelist, by the way.
I really don't know how to play Duelists.
No, you know.
What should I pick? What should I play? Jett? No.
Euro. Jett is
Euro,
okay.
maybe?
Euro is okay. ISO is okay
I don't
too
have-
in this map.
I don't have a really good aim to play with Jett because the ult of Jett needs aim.
You can go with ISO.
ISO?
Yeah, go with.
Alright.
We have no smoker.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
What
Oh,
the hell?
fuck. I was
the hell?
about to switch into smoke. Oh,
Why
the
didn't you? Why didn't you
I
play
wanted to change.
smokes?
I wanted to change at the
oh
last
my
time,
god.
and it
Same.
was too late.
Yeah,
I
same,
was
same,
smoking.
same.
My hand was not on mouse.
Don't worry,
It's
guys.
fine, it's
They have glove. She will smoke for us.
Her smokes are like.
The
2
enemy
seconds.
sage thinks you will slow us down. That's cute.
Yeah, it's fine, it's fine.
Oh my god, no smokes.
No
It's my
smokes.
nightmare.
And we have
We
one
got this, we got this.
one duelist and 2 initiators. We will just enter the site and then wait.
It's fine, because if we don't have smokes, we only need to know where they are. And we have 2 initiators, so it should be fine.
In the end, you just need a good aim.
Yes.
And I don't have.
And we need a black person to carry us.
Yes.
It's you, I guess.
We have
I'm not
AGS.
blood.
You're goal free.
I'm not blood, I'm just gold 3.
Safe.
No. What the
Amateur.
They were all blinding! That's fair, that's fair.
Jett grounded.
I
Okay.
hate that.
Spike planted.
A shot.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Good job,
I
Gekko.
didn't do anything.
Oh, well played. I didn't know they were dead. Well played, bro.
Is it off?
You
It's
freaky!
off.
Oh my god.
What?
What did you
It's
just
me.
do,
Here.
Gekko?
I remember that one.
It's me.
Here.
And it's my teammates. I do this.
Yeah, definitely are scary. You said I'm scary?
No, I am. I know. It's okay.
I feel like my hand is too slow. Like
You
I just
didn't warm up, that's why.
Yeah. BB.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy mid.
Wow.
Concussing.
Such, what are you doing there, bro?
Enemy down.
Clearing out. Flash out.
One enemy remaining.
On
Spike
side, bro.
planted.
Can you help? Go, he's
Work.
Nice. We have Whizz. Why should I go?
Don't worry.
I was talking with.
Oh, okay.
Not your day, is it?
They have something, They have nothing.
Marshall, if you want.
They
What's
think
up?
they're so secure.
I mean, yeah, Marshall. No, Outlaw.
Yeah.
Well done. Oh, I forgot I rolled the joint. I'm happy.
Oh!
Oh, so mid.
Spike down mid.
Fucking neon!
I hate
Mid.
Enemy spotted. My ultimate is
Blinding. Flash out!
His
Thanks for flashing, bro.
balls.
Forever! That's not ready.
One enemy remaining.
Sage is good. Sage is freaking good.
Yeah. Ah, focusing that here. We
Yeah.
have the eye on here.
There's one more.
Spike planted.
Wait, nice. That's good call. Good job.
Wingman's defusing.
Wait, Marvel, don't tell me we're gonna win again like 8-0.
Everybody
Yep.
thank Wingman.
Please, you don't want Vandal, or you're ignoring me again?
What is it?
We're earning our
I pinged it like 1,000 times,
Ah, I didn't
and
see
you're
it.
just jumping around.
I didn't see it. What the?
I won't say
Whizz-
anything to you,
Whizz-
Amunik. You're
Whizz
always
hates
ignoring
you.
me.
Ah, look.
Whizz, you are bad, bro.
Ah, I'm good. Don't worry. Be again.
My
With more
goodness. Oh, yeah.
Concussing! Blinding!
We have spike.
Spike
Oh.
down A.
He's on left.
Oh,
Last player standing.
Hello.
nice. Nice.
One on right. No one on side.
No one else.
Oh.
What?
Oh yeah.
My bad, my bad.
Let them try to get through me.
My bad as well.
تفضل سكان.
I need a gun.
Yes, bro.
Thank you.
يا خويا.
I need a gun.
Thank you. تجيني في شكل ما
لا انا طلع لي في راسي ماشي
آه.
مشكل. شي سيد شكرا.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm telling you, I know Arabic.
Yes. Yes. You are.
Hey, typical me.
How did I kill him?
Get out of my way!
Hey door! My ult's ready!
One enemy remaining.
Let's be last.
Blasting!
Okay, I got him. I won't die. Go kill him, guys. Good luck.
Dizzy's up top.
Knife.
Nice. Well played.
Spike's A.
I guess I never knifed anyone on this game.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yesterday I knifed on one game the same guy. I knifed him 2 times. 2 times, and it was so funny. I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna edit it and post it on TikTok. It was so freaking funny.
He maybe deleted the game.
والله في نفس الجيم خونا.
Why
Come on,
did you
baby.
use your shield?
What?
Concussing!
What the fuck did I shot? Kill? No? Can you go revive maybe?
Your duty is not over!
Really?
Of course you still need me.
Play slow is. Don't pick
Flash out!
No. Ooh, don't pick.
Last player standing.
نسيتها نسيتها رجعت لي الدورة.
Last two mid, two mid.
كلها فيز just here.
He didn't have spike.
30 seconds left.
Maybe there's someone behind it.
بيجي موراه. Yes, behind.
One enemy remaining.
All day.
fun. My turn.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Watch out.
Up and away. Run, little man.
Epic, epic, bro, epic. Nice.
Ace.
Yo.
Y'all should have stayed home.
Nice, nice. Bro, just
What
drop
what
six
is this
kills
skin,
like
man?
Gekko. What was that?
that. You can have it, bro. You can have it anytime.
Like we can't, I
انت
guess.
فونتوم طلعت.
Of course you can.
Does anyone
Let
have
their
fun?
prime
Need a
phantom.
gun.
اي تاو مزيان.
I need a gun. Thank you.
Look, he's
Oh.
ignoring
I
me
need a
again.
gun.
See? Did you see?
Wait,
you.
wait, come. Take this one.
I hope this
No,
one's
no, no.
exciting.
Take this one.
Impossible. No.
Hi! I'm pissed.
She's pissed.
This is it.
Wait. Whoa.
See?
Enemy mid.
You see, this
How
is
did I just miss?
this is because of you, Iza. You didn't get this one though.
Enemy A.
Here.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Heal, bro, behind you.
Healing you.
You got the spike?
Yep, you have the spike. Here. I think.
He cannot go back.
30 seconds left.
You have spike, right?
Yeah.
I don't have any doubts.
It's a
Oh,
shame
yeah.
you had to die, but you're not part of my bigger picture.
I forgive you
Please do
because
not
you.
mistake my smile.
Forgive me because you're ignoring me. I'm gonna call you. What the
You
heck?
can drop.
Can someone get this? Thank you.
Oh my
Madam
goodness,
Wandel.
please.
يا اعترف افضل مش مشكلة.
I need a gun.
الله.
Don't let up.
Yeah.
Please come A, please. You clear me a lot.
What the?
Be at peace. Weapon here.
لا ريح انتم.
Tremor!
الله. Can you hear me stage?
Pick it.
ما عندي شرطة واحدة.
He can't pick it.
عندي شرطة.
Let's pick it. Let's pick it. Splash.
Enemy mid.
Let's pick it. كاين جوج ميد. قبل ما تبيك.
عرفت.
Blinding.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
يا جوي.
Spike down mid.
What the fuck?
Well played, guys.
فلاش زوين. فلاش غنين.
30 seconds left.
My ultimate is ready.
What the hell
Nice,
are they
bro.
doing? I
I don't
waited
know.
here like all around. Just go
Prepare
away.
yourselves.
Wait.
We fight
Look at the
once
score. It's been 3 games we are winning like this. 3 games.
I can go for you.
ويز راه دابا 3 لي جيم كنربحوا بحال هكا 7 ل1 11 كنبقاو غاديين حتى ل 11
وين؟
ل1 11 ل2.
نايس. كوني احسن افيتي
3 لي
هاد
جيم تابعين اصاحبي.
احسن
Ask
افيتي هاد
something.
الجوج. وشد
لا 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 بلاش بلاش. لا لا لا.
ياك ولا بلاش؟
لا لا لا. لا تحسن. نسا خويا.
بغيتك
جيتكم على
كيفاش
بنت
تصل.
المورطال.
How?
Spike down.
Clearing out.
Last player standing.
What the fuck?
What?
Spike planted.
Whizz is always baiting me.
Stand tall.
Did you see
We
what
are
happened?
Valorant.
I hit
We are
120 on Neon and he just came after I died and he one shot and go back. You're ignoring me, you're baiting me. I can drop for you. Ask him to buy.
It's just happened like that. I wanted to flash her.
Ask him full buy.
Oh yeah. I need a gun. I didn't know you were talking to me. I'll stop maybe playing this mid. I always die here.
Forever. Making cover.
Spike planted.
Hot pin.
Disappear.
Oh my god. Two under.
Opponent
Two there.
I can
3 down.
One enemy remaining.
4 down.
What? You can wall and defuse.
Nice.
One go defuse, one go defuse.
Semi ace.
Nice.
Why is everyone blocking me? I'm trying to go.
Everyone.
I'm trying to go. Sage is slowing me.
Reloading.
Gekko is blocking me here. I can't go, bro. Can you let me?
I'll do my job, you do yours.
My ult was completely useless. I'm so mad right now. I don't want to play. I wanted to play OP. I'm gonna call him off.
It's fine. I can buy you OP. I have money.
I don't have money,
I have money.
but I.
Come. There you go. I dropped OP. I dropped OP.
I don't want to play anymore.
Come on, we're winning.
I couldn't get OP.
Have one.
Bro, are you cheating?
Just Sage.
Sage.
Oh, just Sage. Still yes.
What the fuck am I doing, bro?
Weak.
Yes. Flash maybe? Rich? Flash.
فين جاي هذا؟
Flash out.
غير إلا من تبغي تبيكي فلاش عاد تبيكي ما تبيكيش. If you can revive someone.
هو فانتوم جريتش فوق. What the hell?
Attention.
Spike planted.
Oh, yeah.
Sage was here.
Last player standing.
Both up.
خلاص صاحبني واش تشيكيتي الفوق صاحبني واش you know زعام
Trap destroyed.
Marva.
Last
Marva.
round in the half.
Yes.
No point
Her
saving.
name is Marva.
Spend it all.
مرة
Yes.
Huh?
Okay, okay.
Not
I
actually,
thought,
but
I thought,
yeah.
I thought you was, I thought you checked upstairs.
No, I didn't. I was
need a
waiting
gun.
for you.
I need a gun.
I just waited here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, NG.
I'll try to check the one who goes on net with my ult.
Hi! I'm pissed!
No distraction.
Enemy spotted A.
The hunt begins.
I had,
They found the trap. Enemy A.
Concussing! Blasting!
Enemy spotted A.
Spike down A.
Reloading.
One enemy
Easy.
remaining.
Your duty is not over.
Blinding!
I am not cleaning this up.
I'm bottom fragging,
Switching
you bitches.
sides.
Give me spike.
They mess with all of us.
Go away.
That sage is a little bit weird. This patron.
Why?
She have some shots. It's great.
Reloading.
Spike down A.
Sage.
One enemy
Stand
remaining.
down.
Good job.
Spike planted.
Flash out!
Don't you have here?
Freaking Reyna.
No.
She was maybe.
Whoa, Reyna بزاف. كده ثلاث الفليكات. She is 30.
She's playing good, by the way. She's
Well,
not playing good.
this suit is ruined.
Instinct only goes so
Say she's
far.
playing good.
Skill covers the rest.
It was Whizz who said that.
No one.
Yeah, no one.
She has 5 kills.
Yeah, I know. I said that, then I saw her kills. I was like, okay, never mind. She killed me.
You have corona مش شريف.
Yes.
Does anyone
ولا
have
ولا
I need a
funds?
gun. Thank you. Zero
ولا
hit.
ولا.
Wait.
Fuck.
Over
What's
there.
that
طري
mean?
هذا.
Over there.
And Sage. Sage, can you drop him Corona please? I can give you mine. If you want.
Thank you.
The smoke.
Concussing! Fire. Clearing out!
I have some.
I need help. I need help.
One dead.
Oh my goodness! Oh! Give me 4 dead!
Blinding!
No.
Gotcha.
Sage stop.
Barrier created.
Sage stop.
Last player
Got
standing.
the spike.
Spike down A.
Sage was tower. عندك flash.
ما كلمة.
Stinger, you got this.
Flash out!
Stinger, you got
Hey, you got this.
When we go out there, someone dies. Carry that weight.
One headshot. No corona me discussion, no something.
Does anyone have funds?
Only headshots. لا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله.
I need a gun.
Take them.
Thank you.
No.
See?
شرين شريت.
Did you see? I asked like 3 times.
What happened?
And he
didn't.
just voted for you again.
He didn't buy me.
Making cover.
Spike down B.
Reloading.
Got the spike.
Oh, plant. One top.
Spike planted. Blinding.
One enemy remaining.
Have flash.
Last player standing.
78.
He's low.
She's low. Top.
Oh.
Interesting.
You trolled him.
If you must fall, then fall near me.
I don't want to play Duelist again. Ever.
Go away, I have. Go big, I have ult.
Thank you. Over there.
Go big, guys, all big guys.
I need a gun.
B, guys, banana.
Yeah, bro.
Hit them fast, hit them hard.
بودا غني ما عرفتش المانجر الحمد لله ما عرفت المانجر
Our carrier's dead. Got the spike.
Spike down B.
Concussing. Clearing out.
Destabilizing.
Spike planted.
You're breaking me, man.
Sorry, man.
One's behind.
فلانك
Last player standing.
انا نشوف من تحت لقب بدك اللي بيحلقز
Yes.
خرجت لي
I'm getting so jealous.
Why? Look, listen to me. Maybe I'm just 10 kills, but we are gonna win this game, I'm telling you.
Which gun to pick
I
this
don't
time?
care, win or lose.
Listen. Trust me, they will make mistakes. When they do, take advantage. See?
نايس one.
Your chamber is approving what I said. Trust in yourself. Trust the process. We are gonna win.
I won't.
Behind
I'm
me.
gonna quit.
They will make mistakes. Take advantage.
Enemy spotted.
See?
Blasting.
Stopping fire.
Flash out. No
Inside.
Fight!
You're finished. Show me a target.
Your duty is not
Who else?
Of course you still need me. My ult's ready.
One enemy remaining.
3.
I won't.
What did I tell you? Tell me, what did I tell you?
Match point.
I don't.
If you
I'm
were
locked
saving your
in,
energy
I'm
for
locked
the
in.
end,
I don't
This
want
is
to
it.
win. I just want to. Don't like.
To end this game? You wanna end this game? Tell me. You wanna end this game?
No.
You don't wanna finish this game?
No, we will not end this game. We need some kills. 9 kills.
Yes,
Holy.
true.
In i skärselden.
True.
I died like stupid for 1,000 times.
Concussing.
Oh, this film is making me sick.
Clearing out.
Get out of my way!
stopping fire.
Blinding.
Nice.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Flawless.
I want it!
I'm sorry.
Why amına koyayım ya?
Don't be
GG,
mad,
guys.
Makuyam. Let's go. Go to plat.
Go fast, go fast.
Hello? Oh, okay. I'm coming back. Have a nice smoke.
Match found.
Stand in my way. I dare you.
Should I go Sova or kill?
I think
We
you
have
should go with
flashes.
Sage, but
Stage?
yeah.
Nah.
You hate me.
I don't want to play Sage.
You hate me.
I don't hate Sage. I was gonna say I hate Sage, not you.
But you said I don't hate Sage.
Yeah, I was speaking about Sage. Shut up.
If you die today,
I
I
will
will
talk.
remember you forever. It has been an honor.
Oh my god. No, really? You won't talk again, like for real? Huh, thank god. It's not gonna be like,
I hate man.
Sage, save my OP, please.
Yes.
Max, how?
On top.
Breach!
Last player standing.
I think he's French.
Yes, he is. I'm gonna mute him.
Go die.
Chamber, you are a good shot.
Sorry.
But when you can
Just come
bounce
back.
your bullets off the wall, then I'll be
It's fine, it's
impressed.
fine.
Who is Hex?
Text.
Jett, fly safe.
Spike down A.
I have the spike.
Come back here. Come back here. Come back here. Come back here. Come back here.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
What is he doing?
Yeah, I don't know.
They're gonna lose it.
He's aiming too high.
Yeah.
What are you doing? What are you doing, Jett?
No, 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 no.
30
he will
seconds
troll.
left.
He will troll. He is French. He will troll. No, say nothing. Say nothing. Say nothing. Say nothing, please. Say nothing, please. He was about to roast
One
him.
bullet per enemy. That should
Yeah.
be enough, yes?
والله كنت غتبدا تسبو.
والله ما. اوكي.
Right here.
باين الماتش كبير. نعم.
Stay safe.
بتسيبي اجاز.
No.
Careful there. Taken out.
Watching here.
I'm a good shot.
What is this?
Spike down A.
Notice coming mid.
Spike planted.
What the fuck?
Why is everyone going mid? I cannot get it.
Diffusing, diffusing.
Diffusing.
Last player standing.
Nice
What?
plants. Nice plants. Planting
Yeah,
backside.
He was
That's
pushing you from here, and you're on mid as an entry.
Overthinking.
Well, as an entry, I'm gonna entry when you are all trolling, bro. For sure.
You need to
The
go
fuck, man?
side
We're
with
not
us.
trolling.
I'm gonna trolling.
If you
There
want
you
troll,
go.
I'm gonna fuck your mom, okay? Just go and troll.
Bro, why are
Oh,
you
you're
telling him
doing
this?
nothing, bro.
He's just.
Look at them, bro.
Please.
Fucking goldish.
Find their weakness.
Such a stupid.
You are goldish.
Can you please shut up?
What? I'm not. I won't
I'm
break.
not talking to you, I'm talking to
Wait.
everyone. I'm talking to everyone, not to you.
Scanning ahead.
Carriers down.
There they are. I
Spike
have the
down
spike.
A.
Enemy spotted mid. I shot something.
Our carrier's dead.
Oh, oh,
Blasting!
China.
Got the spike.
No peeking.
Flash out! You're nothing.
That's a kill.
Blinding!
Wait.
Drop in a smoke.
Last player standing. Spike down A. 30 seconds left.
Reyna was here.
One enemy
No
remaining.
charges left.
Nice try, nice try.
mentioned.
If you're not being shot at, you're doing something wrong.
Ay, ay, ay. 4-0 is a good match.
What?
4-0.
Yes.
Right here. Right here.
Watching here.
Revealing area.
No peeking.
Concussing!
Drop in a smoke.
Clearing out!
Spike carrier killed.
I will never, never, ever go again. I'm gonna bait you, all of you.
Reloading.
Right here.
Bust that out.
Enemy spotted B. Reloading. Enemy spotted B.
Here.
One enemy remaining.
I have the spike.
Ah,
Well,
Nice.
this suit has ruined.
They aren't impervious. We can do this.
Nice echo. I can buy you Jett because
Why? You have money.
also you can save money. Fucking stupid monkey.
Enemy spotted mid. Reloading.
Trevor!
Get out of my way.
Blasting!
Enemy spotted A. Reloading. Drop in a smoke.
Why is no one picking with me? I cannot get it. Oh. Can you trust this?
But like, why? Never mind.
Look at them. He's just waiting behind us. Waiting for the whole team.
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
Blinding!
Let him play. Let him play. Forget.
Carrier's down.
Just forget about him.
Spike down A.
I got the spike. Watch
Last player standing.
Watch this.
Plant.
Spike planted.
Under. Yep.
كلهم كاملين
Stay
اظن.
under.
ايش stupid.
Clutch.
You want to hit him one by one. It's fine.
If you're not a good shot today, don't worry. There are other ways to be useful.
Here.
I'm gonna play with my ult. Are you sure you want to buy?
Let's fly.
They are so dead.
Careful here. Reloading.
Can you shift Jett, please?
Love this gun!
Let's go B. Let's go.
Why are we going this?
Because Jett was just entering there. Look.
A is completely.
Drop in a smoke.
Right here.
No peeking.
Our carriers touching. Got the
Spike
spike.
down B.
Can you just come back to it?
Whizz, try to go back in.
We have Reyna here.
Run.
30
You have time,
seconds
just
left.
run.
But if you run, of course I will die.
One enemy remaining.
Worthless. My ult's ready.
Ten seconds left.
Spike planted.
You can just stay here.
Last player standing.
Just swapping in new fusion cells. Okay, my arms are good. We can go.
Can I get one more?
Spike's
up.
here.
Need a drop.
You want to play? Let's play.
Reloading.
I have ult. Let's go.
Reloading.
Scanning ahead. I am the answer!
No peeking. Blocking sight.
Flash out.
Locked in a smoke. You had your fun. My turn.
Spike planted.
Last player standing.
What?
Die.
Just let them try to catch me.
Someone is calling me, wait. Efendim? Ya sana ne haber? Oyun bitince çıkacağım. Yok, yatacağım muhtemelen. Valizi hazırlayacağım. Valizi hazırlayıp yatacağım gibi.
Dropping smokes. Blocking sight.
Clearing out.
Enemy spotted me.
Spike down B.
I got the spike. Reloading.
Last player standing.
Time to take these arms for a spin.
Club, can you smoke here? We can go. Into the...
No peeking.
I should.
Drop in a smoke. Blocking sight.
Concussing.
Spike down B.
I have the spike.
Haydi.
Last player standing.
Spike planted.
How? How can everyone die? I cannot get it. How? Oh my goodness, I'm gonna lose my mind. Who is he? I'll just go for a lurk. I don't care, fucking team.
Enemies close. Eyes up.
I cannot get it. How can't we just go enter? We have two Initiators. We have to go. They don't have Sentinels.
We entered the side, but after that we die. That's a big problem.
Okay. No sure.
Okay, we can play slow maybe.
Trevor.
Reloading.
Revealing area.
Clearing out.
You are powerless. The hunt begins.
Back.
They're both on A.
Last player standing. Spike down A. Last player standing. Last round before the switch.
Buy all you need.
6 kills for everyone. What the hell?
Mid is easy. I don't know. How can we go? Wait, me. We can pick together. Okay, pick.
I can't miss.
Nice.
My ult is ready.
No peeking.
You can take this, go.
There we go. A.
They are so dead.
Come on, what the fuck?
Last
Spike is
player
down.
standing. Spike down mid.
There they are.
Oh, I like it. That's 3.
30 seconds left.
My turn.
Really? I hate myself. Oh my goodness. Oh.
Switching sides.
I reckon I'll take a kip after this. I've earned it.
Go, can you go mid so you can smoke both sides?
I'll let you A. I will go B.
You can go
Oh.
A too.
Okay.
I will just go back. We can flip or dip.
Ready.
So good. Blinding!
ما تفرجش كيفاش الله.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Shit.
Show him.
Oh my goodness, how I'm gonna koyayım? How? I'm telling him, just go mid so you can smoke both
Hate
sides.
waiting.
And he
Let's
starts
do this.
smoking until people die. How? Why they cannot play smokers? You have one job. Just smoke. Let's go.
Spike planted.
What the fuck?
Tremor! Blasting!
Enemy spotted me. Reloading.
Enemy B. Too slow. Teleport's ready.
Last player standing. Match point.
Woo! We got this. I'll no lose to these bears. Enemy spotted A. Yikes.
Concussing!
Reloading.
Clearing out! Too late.
Enemy spotted A. Reloading.
Spike down A.
Spike spotted A.
يا الوقت ده
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Found them.
Just wasn't enough. Yous don't get a reset button.
Is that a
So
comeback?
stay alive, please.
Oh,
It's a cam not back.
Does anyone
yes.
have funds?
A
Merci.
cam without the back.
Tremor! Flash out! Blinding!
back.
That is great.
Spike planted.
Teleport's ready.
No peeking.
One enemy remaining.
Damn.
He's
Shock dart.
What's that window? No. Oh, was that important? Wind, show me where to go.
I'm going B. Can someone go A?
I need a drop.
Tack.
Gun here.
Clove, I can buy your request.
Gun here. Could I have a drop? I love this sport.
Don't worry.
They are so dead.
Enemy spotted B. My ult's ready.
I have them.
You want to play? Let's play.
Deploying drone.
Drop in a smoke.
Enemy mark.
Cutscene!
Shock dart.
Why is no one watching here?
One enemy remaining. Last
Side,
player
side.
standing.
What the fuck?
When she goes there.
Spike planted.
Nice.
She was about.
She scared me.
My ult is ready.
We was just looking at. He wasn't watch here. He wasn't watch here too. Where was
They think
he?
they're better than us.
Bro, shut the fuck up, please. I killed KO and Chamber when they were there. Here. No, I'm talking to Jett. I'm not talking to you.
I know.
Need a drop.
Because you said what?
I'll find them. You are powerless.
Multiple enemies A.
Wait for
You had your fun. Spike down A.
No peeking.
The hunt begins.
Spike planted. Last player standing. Last player standing. Attackers win.
With the game, Jett. With the game. With the game. It's fine, it's fine. Let's try.
minus 20.
What?
Minus 20.
Mine's 23.
21.
That jet was gold 3. By the
Oh,
way.
fuck. What the fuck?
Yeah. I am the lowest rank in all the team.
Yes. In all the game.
And they yes, in all the game. And they have 10 kills like everyone.
Yes. Nice.
Yeah.
No, they were playing good and we were playing bad.
No, it's not about that.
So about what?
It's about our fucking stupid Jett.
Yeah, it's so stupid. Uh, don't fight.
It's fine.
Don't fight always good players.
Yes.
Like that Gekko and Sage were good in last match.
Yep. True.
دابا شي دقيقة كيفاش شوية نرجعو.
كيف جوان؟
لا هاي نرجعو.
Okay. Yes.
اوكي.
He's going for smoke. I'm gonna roll too.
I think I'm gonna quit.
Really?
It's 11:30 p.m.
Oh yeah, fuck, I forgot the difference. I completely forgot.
I need to pack my stuff and then I'll sleep.
Alright.
Have fun, babe.
Well, thank you, you too. Oh, you too. You have fun packing your bags.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
ما عرفت شو هذاك الشيء كده. ترى
وي اخي ويز انا معك.
مشات الاخت مشات.
يس مشات حركات
شوف
فيها.
شي واحد لكن هنايا.
شوفي لكن شو ما عندي انا تا واحد.
بغيت نشوف. الله. السلام عليكم. معايا
زيد معك الدري معك.
معايا حضر بغيت سي بون.
لا راه كاين سميتو كاين الدري واحد الدري هو جاي هو شي خير هذا.
السلام عليكم.
السلام. او جاي واحد الدري هذا. او صافي.
يس
Match found.
خصنا شي ديوليست الدراري. سموكر ما عندناش.
Stand in my way. I dare you.
الله لاعبين بلا سموكر.
ايه لا سموكر.
Bob! Eyes open. We have a job to do.
Barrier created.
استقف. بي destroying one.
I'll find you.
ايه
That's an A.
Spike planted.
Concussing!
what the fuck.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
لا بعد هاتيك الصفا.
عز. وديك فيدرا الكلبات دخلت في
Did you enjoy the show? Of course.
So Chamber's more than just a nice suit. Well done.
Hub integrity compromised. Backup repair system failed. Use emergency shutdown.
تيفيكيو صاحبي من دابا.
Flash out!
تقول لي فلاش في اي.
انا ما فلاشيت انا.
Dropped.
بس
Mark 3.
انا مره شاشين عندك كادريش مره شاشين.
Spike down B.
راه هذا جاي لعندك ويز.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
نايس. ما عندهمش، احنا ما عندناش سموكر وهم ما عندهمش اللي يقضي عليهم النار. فلانكيوهم غيضيعوا.
جيتي سولك اخويا على فانك دخل خلعتو ما بقاش ندير.
لا لا اخويا. جيت لها 100 في الميد. راهم لو
Last player standing.
فوق ماشي يموت.
ما تشيريش وانت كتحرك راسك قلتي فين تسقط راسك.
Good attempt.
هرس هذاك. نايس موراك.
Spike down B.
نايس تراي.
It seems these strangers want me dead. Eh bien, they're not first.
Reloading.
لا ما تريفيليش الميت عاد.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
Spike is mid.
Flash out!
بطيس يا اخي.
واش الريز؟
يجي عندي من هنا. لول.
Now I know how annoying my healing is.
Anyone feeling generous? Teşekkürler. Thank you.
يقدروا يمشيوا لأي الدراري، شي واحد يمشي لأي.
Stay focused.
Blinding!
Enemy mid.
ميد.
I win again.
Forever! Blasting!
نايس.
Dead.
نايس. What the fuck?
Last player standing.
They're not getting the message. Leave it to me, I'll rough them up.
They are so dead.
your fear! Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Reloading.
Satchel out. Has bogey killed.
Weapon choice, it is so personal. No? You pick a gun and it tells me who you are.
Overtime pay has been doubled for the duration of Project Lightning. Free coffee and energy drinks are available.
شو اللي بيه ما يعرفني. ويز عندك شماية؟ خليك مكمبي في شقة انت ما تبقاش كنبوشي.
Dusted.
Nice.
Forever! Blasting!
Woo! Marked one. 30 seconds left. Reloading.
مكان وور او مديرك بالوور.
No 10 seconds left. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
I'm sorry, we could not work out our differences.
They don't get to surrender. Keep swinging.
No, that's just it.
They don't have a chance. Mark 2.
حط ريفايفها سيجي لك كان ممكن. فقدتش تحط الوول ديالك هو الاول. ما عندكش صفاري.
You will not kill my allies.
Spike down mid.
Clearing out.
ما ينفعش.
Enemy mid.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Okay, done.
Well played.
No one beats my firepower. I got this.
لا نقدر نبغي شي واحد ريكويست فيه. ريد ريكويست هذا.
بلك ببلاش بلك بيمشي
عندي فلوس كافية عندي شيطان بزاف قول لي ريكويست دغيا اصلا
طب يلعب لعبه برا يلعب.
Face your fear! Spike down A.
Do better.
Blasting! Out the charges.
عندكم قلبو عندكم قلبو.
You had your fun. My turn. Spike down A.
فايت شو ما كانش.
Last player standing.
الله شحال زقلتها. زيدش. راه فايت حيدت ليها 80.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
ماشي مشكلة ما سيفيتش اصير راه نفس. بس نايس تراي.
Once more into battle. I'm not tired. Are you?
For your safety, any employee suspected of excess radioactive exposure will be subject to physical examination by on-site medical. Thank you.
فايت مراج. شلون تقول؟
Enemies mid. Enemy mid.
Spike down mid.
Too slow.
ماشي.
Enemy mid.
تلعب جوجو معاه.
Trevor!
تلعب جوجو معاه جوجو كانوا.
Reloading.
في 117 117.
Last player standing.
لا والله ليش ما زقلتش فيها.
Spike planted.
مشى لهنايا.
Trust me, they'll know what hit them.
دراري سيروا السايطات خليوني في الميد.
They are so dead.
Flush them out.
Spike down mid.
Spike is mid.
هلا.
هرس دغيا.
Enemy mid.
ثاني امريكا.
Concussing!
ما غنقدرش نبوش.
Flash out!
يقدر يكون مشى البي دغيا.
Bring them down.
لا كاين سيف كاين سيف.
Blinding!
غادي اللي عندك ريس.
One enemy remaining.
Here comes the party.
Flawless.
Nothing's perfect, but that was perfection.
Last round in the half.
سيد هكاك فوندر. انا غادي ناخذ نلعب اوبيراتور.
شكرا.
ثاني نايس.
داخلين البي لا
خليك في اي خليك في اي.
داخلين.
Spike down mid. Enemy mid. One enemy remaining.
نايس.
هذه الدراري
لا 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 بيان جو. هات ريفايفي هات ريفايفي خش يا ريز.
You will not kill my ally.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
فلاش يجي معك فلاش يجي معك فلاش.
تفلاشاش ما تفلاشاش.
اضرب لهم الدور اضرب لهم الدور.
Ten seconds left.
اكثر منهم يقولون.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
ها راه ستونات تما.
عرفي حاول تعرفي. كيف بالله تعرفات؟ تعرفي؟ لا قريب علي قريب علي.
Get off my back.
لا قريب.
Switching sides.
What will it be this time? Have any patterns emerged?
مرة ثانية تفلاشا.
لا تفلاشاو معطلين. قبلوا عاد تفلاشاو خويا.
ما فيش كنت ريفازي فلاشات الاول عاد مرة عرفت شي الثاني.
ضربتي جوج فلاشات.
جوج.
مي لا ما كانوش فلاشا. كنت سبكتيتر.
هاد دابا نقصو في الوقيته ديال الفلاش مابقاش نقصو واقيلا شي
واقيلا ما عرفتش.
هاي زوين عندها هاد الريفيو. درتو فيها البريكا.
اي
Right there.
خصني شي هيل انا موراك.
Healing you.
عندك شي كيرفو.
Grenade! Where are you? Reloading. Mark two.
Out of
Call
charges.
buddy out.
There they are.
صرت هيك سيج.
Last player standing. One enemy
Away
remaining.
with you.
بنت الكلبة.
نايس
Make their fear your weapon. Or use a gun, whichever. Reloading. Can I get a drop?
وراك محيها بقى جائز.
شوية وكان
الله
يحفظك اخويا.
Spike down A.
Got the spike.
مو رايح ولا كذا.
You fought well.
نايس.
رينا بتلقى واقع على اليمين. شوف تشيك على اليمين. ما كاينش شوف
I have the spike.
I'm in again.
خذ سبيكر. هذا منظر.
كيل.
تكون هي لك بعدا.
روتي وهيل مي.
هيلي.
For you.
يلا. نايس.
Enemy spotted. Hey.
بلعب تايم.
خليك ما تبيكش هاشتي.
Last player standing.
لا خريت. ماي باد.
We doing this or what?
Enemy mid.
They're blind with fear. Marked one.
مشي بالاي روتيس.
ندير شي فيك روسيت.
راه مشي.
خصهم يبيكن. هولجو. قوم هولجن دير واحد شويه.
يجوا.
نايس.
Concussing. Blasting. Flash out.
سو 50 فيها.
One enemy remaining.
لا قريب لا.
Last player standing.
يخ صابني جبت حيت 93 حيت 93.
بريفا شو هذا؟ بي تي بي.
Your duty is not
خرج. لا هي كتب لي.
Last player standing.
وش يا صاحبي؟
ماشي مشكل.
بلا.
نايس. ناضي. خذ فوندل. ناضي مقود.
Even with
Nice.
numbers, anything can still happen. Remember that.
Here.
They are so dead.
My ult is ready.
هو نايس. داير تهلا ليا فيهم.
Enemy B. Next.
اويلي
نايس.
ترى كل شيء ويفاه ما يمكنش.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
That makes 3.
Flawless.
Meus amores, we live another day.
Trust me, they will make mistakes. When they do, take advantage.
Where are they?
Reloading.
اوه لا لا حيحتي
Take them!
I'll find you.
كان عندي سميتو.
One enemy remaining.
Thank you.
Flawless.
صح جيب ايس الصدق اوب
Time to stop
وياه
back
والله
up.
العظيم. ثانك يو سيج فور الهيل والله نسيت بلي معانا هيلر اصاحبي ديما كترى ليا في الجيمات
They are
ديما.
mine. Bring them down.
Concussing! Clearing out!
Reloading. Face your fear! Satchel out. Where are you? Bring them down. Reloading.
Blinding!
Reloading.
نمشيو
Satisfied. We'll catch them.
Flash out!
One enemy remaining. Match point.
Usher them towards their eternal rest.
I'm ready.
Reloading.
Grabber!
Bomb buddy.
Deadlock begins.
Reloading. Get out of here.
Enemy spotted mid.
Blinding!
Nice.
Spotted mid. Your duty is
Oh,
not over.
thank you.
That wasn't pleasant. They are so dead.
Flash out!
One enemy remaining.
سيج كان فيه هنايا في شي بلاصه فيه ولكن ما عرفت
You will not kill my allies.
فين كان فيه
مامد
One enemy remaining.
اوه ماي جاد مرات
بقات وان شوت فيه.
نايس
Attackers win.
داك الوقت اللي تبيزي وتحط الايم والكروسير
يا وان شوت.
حطيت لها حبه وحده
صاري تلبس صراحه ما خليكم
صراحه الدراري.
فينيكس.
لسه معكم.
عليك السلام.
بصحة قلت له أخي أجي
الله يحفظك اخويا.
على تستاهل أخي.
الله يحفظك لي يا اخويا. الله يحفظك.
كذا ربوي كثير بخير.
صافا شي بخير.
المهم شي
الله
بخير.
يحفظك. الحمد لله صافا.
الله يحفظك.
صرايب 3 ولا زوج جات؟
اللي بغيتو ما عنديش مشكل.
نشوف واش كان
ديال
باقي.
بلاطيوما.
اخويا ما كرهناش ما كرهناش.
شحال باقي 80 قلت قريبا. جيبها والله
كلشي 4 د الماتشات مقطرين.
حين بحال هذا
انا راه واحد الوين ستريك الساط راه ما يمكنش راه ما فهمت والو.
هو جي فيه ولكن جي فيه عنده كونيكسيون شويه دقدقه.
ما كاين كتقد ليه مرة.
عرفتو
دري فين اخي عسيرة؟ كلشي مزيان؟ الله يحفظك. الله يعطيك كلشي بخير اخويا. دبروا على الخامس. صراحة النايف د الكورونا مي مقود بزاف.
هو واعر في الفليكات فاش كتضرب شي واحد كيبدا يبان لك بحال
كيدور دوك الجوج ماس.
اي
قود الصراحة وات ذا فاك.
ماشي هو اغلى واحد وقال لا
بديت اغلى واحد ما عرفتش.
اغلى واحد وقال واحد النايف تاع داير بحال اللي قاد.
ويلي
كدار ما عرفتش
شنو خايب هذاك.
خايب.
عرفتو خايب.
شحال تحط لك انت؟
لا ما تحطش ليا. كنشوف في السكينات اللي ما عنديش في النايف.
نحط لي انا شي 5 المرات كيدير شي 5000 وقيلا.
وات ذا فاك بزاف.
ما كت غالي بزاف النايفات غالية.
واني ما يمكنش الصاد شحال حمقني النايف ديال الكورونا.
هذا واحد $50 اللي بتشريه.
ضر
يقدر الصراحة
كضر يا خويا. الله
حيا حبيبي الوفي.
ترى خاطري ضرني.
واخا ليز
كتسمعوني؟
كنسمعوك اخويا.
صبر راني نقاد البينك. صبر راني يلا داخل انا. صبر دقيقة
سير.
وليت كندير في بي ان كيطفى لي بيرسي مفهمتش علاش.
لا الا ما باش يخدم لك خليه سير عطيني واحد. هادشي طرا لي دابا مشيت ضربت واحد التركيله واحد ساعه المكانه رجع نشعلو ويخدم.
راه نشوف دابا نجرب.
الا طفالك راه ما عندك ما دير.
ورا البيسي اللي كيطفى.
لا انا ماشي كيطفى ما كيخلونيش اصلا ندخل الفالو ولا دخلت ما كيخلونيش نحل المايك.
تسمعوني؟
يس كنسمعك.
صافي واش اكتيف اصبر نشوفو كيفاش غنرجع للبين.
دخل رانج وقع. عدلت
مازال مدخلوني في سميتو بحرين.
ايوا صبر اخرج تسنات وكان جيت سويت انا.
درت واحد في بي ان واحد اخر خي اجي اس جوج درنا خي ديالي شي ديد ماتش كاصم في مدريد نشوف شي تقاد البين في مدريد.
Death match. Warm up.
Come on! Get me in the line of fire.
يس كنسمعك.
Fight.
Keep up!
هاد النايف هذا عندي ولا حمر صاحبي واش بدلو هاد الشيء هذا ولا كيفاش؟
ولا حمر يمكن قريب
والله حتى ولا حمر ولا فيه الحمر والموف ولا هذا. اصبر نصور لك في انستغرام صبر.
نايس.
عاوتاني بريتش عاوتاني. تابعني بريتش فين ما مشيت.
شتو ما طاولك.
وانت شو انستغرام شنو صيفطك في انستغرام؟ شتي كيرجع شتي. والله ناضي قرب يا ربي يبقى
هذه وين تحت
بادي
Too late.
مازال 160 صبر نحيد البي بي ان.
اوه نايس بلاي.
نستور فاندر ولا شنو؟ صافي
دابا فاندر ولا شيري؟
لعبوا اللي بغيتو لعبوا اللي بغيتو.
Hey door.
وخشتي لي انت يا صاحبي انا داز معاك انت كتبان لي
ورا ما تيريتش ما والو.
سوري سوري اسطى.
نايس نايس.
اسير الغدار
والله ما غدا.
وي وي نايس.
Dusted.
زاد لك 700.
ننتهي لو ناري
ياك خايب
واخا تتسنى لي نجي
واش كل واحد عطيني الايجنت باش كيلعب ولا كيلعب كيلعب بريت
ثانك يو برو.
ديما بريت عطيني بريت انا تلعب اكثر هي بالجيت عطيني الجيت
هذاك انت ما كانش
ويلي 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 خليتي لي 9 اتش بي.
سخون ناض فين جاي فين غادي فين
والله درت لتما رجعت نصرف
خلعتيني حتى كنسمع الجرا ورايا.
لا 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 نضع ما خصو جواب جار موجود.
والله راه قباح شويه.
لا 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 خاصك
هذا اللي قتلو سوفاني.
ناضي
نايس.
وين مشى ذاك؟
كز ايه هاي يا شي كضرب
ما شاف حد ما شاف حد. الله
بيتي يا كنزي
Dead.
الله يلعبك.
ويز وراك.
ويا كيفاش قبل كذا بنتي قتلتيني ما فهمت انا والو انايا. والله ما فهمت اخويا.
رديت عليك انت عاد.
اي نايس ويز.
ضربني مورا الوقت خلي يجي واحد ضربه. كنت نجي واحد ضربه يلا الدرج شكون بي
10 kills remaining.
هاي
واحد ضربه يلا
يا سويز مليح.
هيا
شي ديك الدورة اللي درت يلاه كتجهز لك مش عارف شي واحد يكون واقف.
Five kills remaining.
حامين لي
يا ويز.
One minute remaining.
نايس شوت.
One kill remaining.
لحين لي الايس.
اخي ولا تخلل.
زين كومبيوتر
كيف البينج ديالك نقاد؟
سير ادخل ادخل.
او كتقدك بعدا فرانكفورت.
رزقات. مبان. انا بعدا مبان.
11 ضد جد ديك الساعة صيفط ليه ويز نسيه.
جدا ما تحسبوش زعما كاستم في الوقت براش تشوفها كتعبي تسنى صحاب.
فري اجل لونسيو كاستم
شوف
سير خلي فرانكفورت الناس.
فاك
كون درتي شي سكريمات بين الرولو.
شنو دريف واش عاوتاني نصرو كاستم ولا كيفاش؟
بينا ما دازت.
Warm up.
ما كتحسبش واقيلا.
لا كتحسب.
كتحسب حيت لونسي.
غير لونسيوها.
فهمتك اخاي.
Remember to talk to each other out there. If we communicate, we win.
Fight.
بغيت نبقى واش قاد لي النايت.
والله الا كنخلي لك داك الاحمر اقسم بالله.
كان يمكن داير الشيء كان واضح.
Now we're cooking.
My bad. بس كبضيات.
كنضرب في راسك فهمت مرات.
عندك جايا ويلا.
لاعبين شركة الدراري ولا بشركة؟
لا لعبوا اللي بغيت.
كان زي نايف
ورا انا صاحبي
شحال ضربني رين راني لو
Enemy down.
كراود شو جاتك باضي يا صاحبي.
Goner.
يا أخي.
وكان في راسك صاحبي ولكن زاد سواج.
اوه نايس. انا هيدي فيك خلي لي 5 اتش بي.
حسب لي راك والله الا حسب لي راك
واش نضرب هذا ولا
والله الا حسب لي هاد الشطر.
هاد شوط فينيكس خلاص.
كون
انت
Gotcha.
كيما بعيد.
Out of here.
واه
عرفت شي زعما
عرفتك كترجع واه
بس
برك ديك الايما
كيطلع بحال كتطلع.
عطيتكم على اليد بالموس. انا كيما بيت الموس.
كتجيك غير الكتب.
مسخور.
ما تعرفش شحال عندي 1 اتش بي صافي سيم الليل
لا
واحد
معلم بالله.
كيفاش 114 خويا كراوت هذا انا كنت كنعرف كراوت.
See ya.
عليه جرينا واحد المرة عندك.
كتسنى البورتابل.
طلعتي كتطلع بالطرود والطرود يعني.
الشوط
لا
كنت بغينا نسوي.
والله الا حسب لي هاد الشطر خويا
انت تدرج تقدر تهي.
الله
خير
واه ما تقدرش.
لا لا
انك تجيب هاد النايف فيك اصلا.
ما عطيني ما بيشارك.
ضربت 5 زبيب.
ما يفهم.
خصك شوية النايف.
Ten kills remaining.
اسمح لي يا اخي هذا
الشرابة خويا الشرابة.
علاش ما كملتيش عليه
خويا الشرابة صاحبي.
دابا اش كنايف الاخر
انت واعر.
بتقيسي
الى خلاونا
5 kills remaining. 1 minute
ما
remaining.
يفيش شي واحد انا هذا ولا هذاك ديالي.
اجي خير انا وياك دابا اخويا وقت السفر
هاجي
30 seconds left.
هاجي
وقت لك
لك ويلي.
والله قسم بالله
نايس.
ما يبغى واحد
اوف
احسن ما
10 seconds left.
3 ثواني ما غنايبيني فيه.
والله ضحكت هو. يلا كنت جاي لك افيديكس.
قلت انا
صافي البينغ هو هذا كلشي مزيان.
سير.
Match found.
سموكر
نلعب سموكر.
لوب
Stand in my way.
لا
I dare you.
غادي يولي واحد كافي.
صافي مزيان هكا خيرك.
The gang's all here. This is great. They don't stand a chance. Reloading.
ناري زين.
بسم الله.
ما عندهم شامبر عندهم 100%.
شحال بقاش
فيك الحال.
Enemy spotted. Drop in a smoke. Reloading. Here. Enemy spotted. Reloading. Pew pew.
Spike planted.
Reloading.
باكيو.
Enemy spotted.
ما تبوشيو.
Got you.
Last player standing.
What?
صار فوق. كنا بكذا. والله قصة.
Take aim, Zenfire. Let's not complicate
Reloading.
it.
دابا نسيفيهم.
This is gonna be fun.
Trevor.
Reloading.
Last player standing. Flawless.
دراري ما خصناش نمشيو خصنا نقصدو السايد.
هذا باك نسيفيهم.
What must be done?
عطيني غنضة تحت اخي.
Can someone get this? Right here.
شوف ويز فلاش من هنايا صافي.
يلا سير.
داز فلاش انا غنداشي.
ولكن لا كان بين داك نقدر.
لا فلاش مش عارف.
ممكن انا نفلانكي.
سي.
انا غنلوركي الصوت ما عندك باش تفلانكي صافي.
صافي راسك.
يحتاجوا الوول ديالك تما.
Flash out.
Here, drop in a smoke. Reloading.
Blasting.
Reloading.
Worthless.
قبل ما
Reloading.
تخرجون تخرج تصبر.
كاين
All raised.
واحد الناس.
وحده فلينك.
On my mark.
One enemy remaining.
لاست وان لينك.
Planted. Blinding.
ابوشر.
Last player
فيها
standing.
108. فيها 108.
Drop in a smoke.
لا يمشي لها الاور هيل.
تلقى حداك سير.
لا لا بما نمشي على
شاد خاص
طيب
والله تتبان
كلاتش. يلا شد 11 سكين.
One downside to being immortal.
لا سمر فاجك
Reloading.
عنده واحد فيك
كتقتل اللي معاه كتقتلني وكتقتل اللي معاه.
هذا جاب لي 11.
انا
لما يتفهم
Reloading.
يا ربي راه غنحتاجوك في الصيد.
فاطمه الصيد.
شنو بغيتي؟ غندير له
فانتوم فانتوم.
Trust in madam, someone get this.
حط
I have the spike.
عندي
Concussing. Flash out. Clearing out.
You had your fun. My turn.
Weak.
Reloading.
لازم
لا تسوي.
ما تبكيش ما تبكيش.
هو طفى فين قتلت كاجي؟ في اي
نيت
Enemy B.
مشكلة انا مشكلة ولا
شفت معايا بس شفت.
ما تصير عارفين انا
هي
So got.
One enemy remaining.
والله
الاخر ايزي الدراري.
Reloading.
30 seconds left.
امشي لامو
لا 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 شي غير خليك شيفت ما تبقاش نسمع بس.
Trevor.
Last player standing.
اوه
10 seconds left.
My ult is ready. That was good, but there is
من
more to
قتلت واحد
do.
الانجل كبيره ومضيقه.
الشيء الساط راه ما يمكنش.
نتفرج واو بزاف.
Reloading. Need a drop.
Spikes here.
Reloading.
Let's have some fun.
Thank you.
هاي كتجي منك.
والله خلاص اسحب روميشن فيك يا طيب
عاد ضرب سلاح زي ما راك تفيد.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Enemy down. Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted A.
بلا ما تدخل.
نمشيو في الدرجة شي توتني
تقسم انت يا ربي.
كاين شي واحد هنايا
Last player standing.
القحبة هذا فين جالس كيتسنى. دراري والله كنخورو ما فهمتش علاش كنتفرقوا بزاف.
Thirty seconds left.
Spike planted.
ما تمشيش للمين باينه غتمشي للمين.
عندك دبل فلاش تطلع.
المشكلة أول جا شي واحد فلانك.
واش انت تسمع سباك دير
لا ما عندك لاش تبوشي الفلانك علاش غتبوشي؟
ماشي
حتى يبداو يديفيوزيو.
Concussing.
عرفت لا
يلا لعبوا سايت واحد
صافي هو تكا عليه نزل عليه
دور راسو كاع.
Now I know how annoying my healing can be.
وشي اي ولا
كتولي السيج.
Can someone get this?
الميت خليوه لي انا ماشي.
غادي نبوشي عليهم.
لا عرفتي شنو ماشي هذا الراوند اللي لعبناكم في الراوند.
سي نبوشي.
عندي
Dropping enemies B.
دابا الفوق. يمكنش.
Oh, my ult's ready. My ult is ready. Last player standing.
Blinding!
Back like I never left.
راح اطلع فوق هذيك اللعيبه.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
غير
فلاش دغيا.
Flash out!
فوق دا اوبن.
اوبي
بلوف جي اصلا.
نايس ويل بليد.
هيا
These new friends of ours are not too friendly.
ما بغاتش ايسي ضربت فيها الايس الصغيره.
اجا
والله الا راني لاعب كل خراس ما حسد.
Spike's here.
ما تقتلني لك رينا بأوقات صعبة.
صعبة قبيلة. فين هذاك الشيء عسير؟ فين هذاك الشيء تاع قبيلة؟ داك الشيء ديال كاستام.
You want to play? Let's play.
Blinding!
جوالات
شو المشكلة أقول؟
هادي كلام واحد. نايس.
هو أنا عندي واحد.
هاو كذا ما تخبط.
One enemy remaining.
كيفاش ما تدوش
سموكا طراب.
يقدر يكون معاه.
The hunt's over.
خلاص سريع عين كوبري.
هاتيك اللغة تطلع
Probably best to play as a
من فوق
team.
الوال ديال
So, what's the plan? Reloading.
ما فهمت الثلاث.
Reloading.
ريكوست
Reloading.
لوف ريكوست سلاح.
لا مسيفي مش مشكل.
خذ فول شيلد اصاحبي ريكوست سلاح. مسيفي من الراوند اللي داز.
مسيفي الراوند اللي داز.
Flash out!
واو في واحد. كان بروج.
جملة.
تخاوي.
خذ.
Concussing!
Plant the spike.
عندي انا سبايك.
عندك قلت انت بريك لا ما تكونش.
Blinding!
One enemy remaining.
Blocking sight.
يطلع لفوق واقيلا.
لا كان سمعي مصدر.
هذا ندوك حتى. مشيت تجيب زعما مشيت فلاكي زعما. محال.
لا زعما تريجي.
No peeking.
هيا انا في
Here.
لا بحال سمعت شي حاجه ثانيه.
Reloading.
شكون اصلا داير غير تما. زري.
لا.
جيبها.
هذا شنو نجيبها؟
هاجي.
كان تسمع عندك. كديفيوزي. الو.
اسمع.
I'll do my job. You do yours.
ترى ضربات لا تسمعني انا صاحبي.
في خبرك كاين اللي عندهم داك واحد بحال الاي اي واقيلا كيحسب لك الديفيس شحال باقي ليه ولا ما عرفتش.
لا كاين
يخليك انت خارج من السايد.
مشيو لاي نجي
نهرسوا الوول خليهم
فيكيكم هنايا فيكيكم هنايا
يلاه
فيكيكم
حسنا
شوف ويز تا ما تبانش
Go ahead. Stand your ground.
Train hard.
لا كنا
زقلت
سموك وقيلا.
Planted.
عندك لينك
واحد لينك كنا شي واحد ليرك لا
بس
جري واحد خليتك كلاوز على دوك.
One enemy remaining.
هاي اضعف فيها هذا والله لعب فيه ايرون هذا اقسم بالله تكيو لعبوا لها بكلاسيك كيجري
If you are not doing well, keep trying. We must.
واخا هذيك الموفا ظهرتنا في ذاك فيرست راوند.
هذيك الهده ديال الاول وصافي.
لا والله لا عندي اي نهار
لا الان في الاول وفي الاخر كيتقاد عليه
كيتقاد.
انت شو عاود فلاشي بلا فلاشي تيوم ثلاثه
Keep up.
Flash out.
Dropping smoke. My ultimate. Reloading. Back like I never left.
Plastic.
Reloading. You will not kill my ally.
Last player standing.
على تايمين جد.
Spike down B.
وايلي اوف كورس.
تاخذ خلع على اليسار.
اياتي انا صاحبي ما تخرجش فيه نيش.
No offense.
ما بلاش الدرين تروس والله.
Reloading.
Reloading.
نعاود نفيكيو.
انا لوركي.
فانتوم اخي.
افني فيك انا.
Can someone get this?
نعم.
Reloading.
عندك لا ما تخلصش
Enemy.
لا تقيس عليها.
Your duty is not over. Enemy spotted. Had your fun. My turn.
Concussing. Clearing out.
ارجع ويز
رجعت يا زيد.
وإذا حاول ترجع الصوت.
سيسرنا ندوز من الميل.
انا نكلم ذاك السايد. تري اجي حاول ترجع جد.
انا غادي نبي.
قلت ما
عندها اوف صاحبي هنا.
هذا
راه جات مع الطلب باغي نجري راه كاين اللينك عندك راه اللينك.
سموك لي باش نقطع شي جراد.
لينك
30 seconds left.
Spike planted.
Last player standing.
هذيك رينا سيقات راه صاب اوف صح. نلعبها اوف.
Last round before the switch.
Spend what you got.
اجي دور في الديفند.
انت اش ابن كورونا بندل.
يس.
ثانك يو.
شوف اذا فلاشتي من هنايا فلاشتي من هنا فلاشة ولا كاينين هنايا.
لازم نشوف.
ما عرفتش صراحة. ما
جو بونس بغي لازم نشوف.
لا
خاص
خاصك
يبدا
واحد
الماتش.
تسجيل.
خاص يبدا الماتش. لازم نشوف. واش بونس واحد بعيدة. وقيلة بلاش نجرب.
صور ماشي دابا.
ولكن حق كبير جو بونس.
ولا واه ولا واه.
دبل اوبشن لعبي.
باش ندخلو هنايا كاين
فين كانت هذيك المرة؟ فين كان؟
جوج كانوا فيه.
You want to play? Let's play.
Reloading.
دابا دخل فرق انا كاين شي واحد. دابا سي انا بيكيت. 120 فيه ضربه.
Flash out!
Last player standing.
خويا ويز
Spike down A.
ورا عندك سبايك صاحبي. علاش ما مشيتيش بلونطيتي هنا يلا.
نمرة 120.
لا صاحبي والله لا غا هكا كنعطيوهم في الراوند.
Switching sides.
Let us see what they have planned for us this time.
Reloading.
I'm ready.
باش يجي الانمي طاح فيه ما يدير لي بحال مقاومات.
لينك
ارجع ويز ارجع.
هما لينك هما جايين. دلت بين فيها دلت بين. رايح اليمين جيفي.
One enemy remaining.
One bullet per enemy. That should be enough, yes?
لا صافي. والله ضربتها 240.
Behind me.
اي ستيبس شي واحد كاين ستيبس اي واحد اللي كلوف ميد.
نمشيو للبيت واقيلا. ولا لا بين سلو.
راهم غيجيو البي واقيلا من لينك.
نايس.
مازال واحد اخر تما عندك.
واحد
اي كيف
Spike planted.
راه دخل راه هنايا في القنيته.
عندي سموك.
Flash out.
One enemy
The
remaining.
angel's dead.
ميد ويز مرة. ميد.
Come here.
110 الصابو فلاشيتيني وانا كنتقارع معاه.
سوري دابا واقيلا ضربت هاد الحيط عطاك اللي وجهي.
If you're not doing well, keep trying. We must keep up appearances.
طاح الفوق. تقلب
ايش نقلب عليها؟
لا واش كنقلب. لعب بونيس ولا خورسير؟
لا
انا غنبايك.
باقي صاحبي ما عندناش فلوس بزاف.
صافي تعادل.
باقي يلاه بعد.
امام راشدين اي
حط لهم خلاص.
ولا
Be faster. Spike planted.
نجي
يلا صرتي
واحد راه كاين مرة
Healing.
Terminus.
خذ الفونتوم.
Refreshing.
راها في السبوع.
Last player standing.
لا كيضربوها صاحبي كيضربوها.
I hate waiting. Let's do this.
تفضل اخي تعيش.
Let's fly.
يكون عندك لينك عندك شي كاين صابر كاين.
بي
That's a kill. Enemy removed. Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B. Flawless.
We are just good.
What will it be this time? Have any patterns emerged?
وقال سير ايه ولا
نشدو غير ميد تشامبر كون حتى لنا الطراب هنايا.
يسر كنحطو
اي 100%.
شو نجيو الاي اجيو معايا شي واحد يجي الاي نسطاني مومات سطان زويو.
صافي انا نشدكم الدراري
نعطيهم العصا.
Take 'em.
ما تعطيهم مشكله الدراري بالرجل ولا ترجعوا
عندك داخل.
The hunt begins.
امام راشدين اي عاوتاني.
Have one of these.
One enemy remaining. Spike down. One enemy remaining.
خلي وجهك خلي وجهك.
ربوا خلي وجهك.
واش كاين دراري.
سيش كنتي مشيتي.
دريتي موت على الكيلات استحمى.
واسيج 156 وتشامبر 86.
هادي دوبليك بجوج. 40 جوال.
هذاك الكلوب ما قولهاش ديما كتجي من اللينك ديما كتجي من هنا نبقى ديما هنا بقيت حاضي فاش رجعت نمشي للاي ويجي عطاني من اللورد.
يجيو البي هذوك هاي يجيو الاي
بلاتي ما توليش دغيا سيتش.
لا ما نقولش تجيب كيلجوي.
شي واحد شي جوج ستيبس.
اذا كان واقع لكم كيف
كلوب عاوتاني.
Spike planted.
سير السيج راه مشات كتجري للسايت.
ما تيقش.
مزال
كلها.
Last player standing.
حلاوي والله.
It seems these strangers want me dead.
خطر.
They're not so first.
Can someone get this? Need a drop.
نكمبيلا هذيك كلوب نكمبيلا هنايا مع
يس كمبيو ليه هذيك.
اخو ديما كتجي من هنا تعطيك راسك.
مازال ما عندي والو.
واحد شنو اي
اي عندك
الا بوشاوكم رجع.
ويز هاي
علاش اخويا كتبوشي؟ ما فهمتش انا يا صاحبي. كتخرا علاش غتبوشيها نتايا تما؟ شوفي الميت اصاحبي.
واحد يقدر يجي فلانك عندك هنا.
Right here.
خاطر واش ظهرك اكبر.
كنت عارف.
تعال
There they are.
غادي فيها اسمو كيجي هنايا باش ما نخرجوش.
Last player standing.
Like I never left.
غير هذاك
30 seconds left. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
ممكن ترجع.
ريلود
Drop in a
10
seconds left.
بوش عليك نوطين ما عنديش الوقت. بوش عليك دابا.
لا اخويا طلع لي البينغ وقفين بلا غيطلع لي البينغ.
صحابي انا واش بلغة السوري.
على تايمينغ بس بعدا فاش تذكروه والله الحمد لله بالله.
نايس.
خويا راه ما عرفتش ديك الكلوف ديما كتجي لهنا وكتفني لين لعبه تشامبر انت تما خايدير.
على ود انت سطر كتبوشي ديما حتى لهنايا ما عندكلاش.
لا انا كنت كنبي هنايا وويز كان هنا وهي جات هاد البلاصه وفاش بيكيت عليها شافتني.
الا حضرت ديك البلاصه ملي كتبي كتبقى ديما مهولدك تفريكي ليك وترجع.
يلا سير انا ريفايف كاس يلا.
لا ما هو ما كايناش تبوشيو. ما تبوشيوش كاع الدراري بلاش اخاويا.
عندك شي
يسلو.
صافي انا سمو كنسمو ما ترجع بالإذن واحد تعمل
Spike down A.
ناري بدات تطلق.
لا
You will not kill my allies.
الله تا غيهرب لي واحد.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
بعد ما وراك فوق على لي.
واحد صوت مع هذاك الخرا والله.
هذيك كلوب بعدا والله لا يمكن بالله.
They'll know what hit them.
بالي واحنا راه مخارين مع كلوف. جيت واقف السط هنايا ما عرفت شنو كيدير. كيتسنانا نموتو كاملين عاد يخرج.
ولا راه صاحبي راه كنت انا راه هي كان واحد هنا وكان واحد ساندويتش تيجري من هنا.
كي معانا دري ديال كيلو.
لا انا ما كانش هنا شي واحد. انا راه كنت هنا. راه جيت عليهم كانوا هنا. انت بقيتي جالس هنا. زيرو مرة.
You want to play? Let's play.
انا بوبي هذا واقيلا.
سيد خويا رجع باكي الله يحفظك. ما عندكش تبوشي تما. هما جايين بي.
فلانكي ليهم الصاط فلانكي ليهم.
بي.
Spike planted.
لا. ويلي.
Last player standing.
سوري تبغى لي.
صافي مش عندي هذا.
علاش بتقولش علاش؟
وضعت لي ترقص فيها غاده.
تجي قبيله. فاك.
نجيبو شي كي عطينا 5 عاوتاني.
طاز الفوق.
This place is nice.
دراري الله
Not
يرحم
nice enough to
الوالدين ما
die in.
تبوشيوش.
Let's
خليكم
win and
وسط
get out of
الصيف.
here.
خذوا البلاصه الصفراء. خليكم وسط البلاصه الصفراء.
اجي معايا واحد عايز. انا غادي نتكامب في هذا القنت. واحد يشد شي بلاصه هنا
لا بلاش تنصت راه انفلاشي فلاش
راه غتبقى وهما غيبلاينديو
ياك كنت
غتبلايند رجعوا هنايا لعبوا هنايا
جير لها سير
Right there.
كوان تما احسن كوان
فوالا خليكم في الكوانات
The hunt begins.
دغيا صافي باش
تحت ايلين تحت شدنا ايلين
صافي معنا
كله
Spike down B.
لا
بس بعد وانا اسمه
فين هي سبايك؟
عندنا
داك جينا شي واحد
Blinding!
صافي لعب انا مهضر هنا سبايك
لا
سبراي تما كلوف اوفر هيلي كلوف اوفر هيلي
30 seconds left.
جو اي
هما في الميد
One enemy remaining.
لاست وان لو
جري هيا جي عندك من الميد خفي من الميد
اي غادي وصل المباراة
نايس ويل بلايد
ما فهمتهاش
Race to the spike sites.
Does anyone have funds?
اصبر
المهم شوف ويز رد بالكم هاد البلاصه كي شكلها
ايلينك راه طبعا واش خصو سير شنو شدنا ايلينك
يس انا نشد
صافي انا نطبق
شوف المهم واحد الانفو راح يطلع فوق هذيك يطلع فوق هذيك
هما عندنا
تروتيتوش تقلو
انا نقام
ها وحده كاينه هنا ميد
واحد في الميد
هما راجعين
ها واحد ثاني
انا ديكريت
Enemy A.
Worthless.
نايس
Here.
ما كاينش شي واحد انا عندي هنا
شي واحد بيك بوشي وبيلينك غادي لبي واقيلا لا
نو سيف ما كاينون عندي جري
هاك لا
نايس ويل بلايد رجع باكي صافي بشويه عليك
انا
نايس.
سموكي
ولي
نو
لا ما كاين
Reloading.
30 seconds left.
ثلاثة ضد جوج
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
لا
هو فيت من USB
ما في تلون
خلاص
I would apologize, Zen, but
لا ترى هم صافي عليها
Match point.
this has gone on long enough.
سامبر ضربت الرجال 34
Grab a drop.
I need a drop. I need a drop.
من صورت لك هذا
Hoje ao pôr do sol para acender uma vela e o memorial da chama eterna.
شري
شي
لي
واحد يبغى يزيد
شريت ديجا
كلوف
لا
شري لي
اللي
ضيع شري الشيل
علاش ما عندك الشيلد
راه
ديجا عطيتو صباح
كنا
صافي ماشي مشكل بليز لو حاول ما تموتش باش تريفايف لابس اي
رجع
Spotted A. You will not kill my allies.
نايس
نايس دخل عليها.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
ويل بلاي الدراري بيان جو.
Defenders win.
والله الا جبناهم بالله.
بيان جو والله الا حطيتي داك الالت بحال الحمار.
والله الا فطيت.
اول مره نشوفك طيب قلت الالت مزيان.
والله
كان خاصني وحده اللي قتلت الكلوب راه قلت لهم.
نايس بيان جو
يا اخويا
بيان جو.
28.
نايس نايس.
شنو تزيد الدراري ولا؟
انا مازال زايد ولي نصبر واحد عطيني واحد شويه.
ديري واحد 5
انا
دقائق ولا
غتخيق صافي
ولا-
هي هذيك نتلاقاو هي هذيك.
5 دقائق.
صراحه الدراري انا محال واش غادي نتحرك باش نقصي شي حاجه عاد نرجع اخويا.
شحال كاع ماكس؟
وصراحه راه عاد غنطيب والروينه يعني مازال شويه الوقت.
صافي المهم انا في وقيته الدراري.
ما مرش لا لا زاد الدراري تهلا.
الله
اوكي طلع.
يا
انت
زيد شي
سير
واحد.
تختار ولا؟
انا غير دقيقه فهمتي انا غير
سير
دقيقه.
سير خذ راحتك.
نقلبوا على شي واحد.
بما نقلبوا انت على شي واحد. ندخل ويز ما عرفتيش شنو ندخل لك داك خونا اللي كنت تدخل دابا على بريد.
دراري واحد خونا اللي بغا يدخل.
انا شو برونز سيلفر فهمتي باش ما ينقصنا 25.
والله صيفط له هاد الاسنت نتايا.
اصلا تدخلوا.
ولكن شي خسر. اصلا
الا جا واش مغربي؟ الا كان
لا
مغربي
ماشي مغربي.
تعال. Do you have another account? لا تجي كونت برونز واش اوه طه شيرين
وصاحبي كذا انا ليا الحمد لله الله يحفظك.
هي صافي طلعتي انت الجولد والاخر برونز ما تقدرش تلعبوا مع بعضياتكم. ديك 20
ما نقدرش قلت لك خويا. لا ما نقدرش.
اهلا نتسناوك اخي تو كانت
سير.
Spike down A.
My eyes are down.
Reloading. Last player standing. Spike down B.
GG.
Enemy spotted A. Don't miss it.
Cover going out. Lock down. Cover going out.
Reloading. Reloading. Reloading.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Camera taken out.
Block the enemy line of sight. Line.
أنا جاي.
Shadows traveling. Cover going out.
Spike down A.
I have the spike. Spike planted. Shadows traveling. Enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining.
أنا جيت الشباب أنا جيت. قلت لك تسمعني؟
It's you and me.
seconds left. My territory, my rules. 10 seconds left.
Drink some water, reload your mags, and let's get back out there.
Shadows traveling. Shadows traveling.
Okay. Get out of here.
شوية فهم؟
Last player standing. Spike down A. Thirty seconds left. Hitting the brakes. Too bad. Back in a flash.
فينيك فينيك
You want to play? Let's play.
Cover going out. Stealing sight.
Be right back. Spike down B. Reloading.
Defend the spawn.
My ult's ready.
Tripwire destroyed. Cage triggered.
Lepsze. Zdążę, dobry.
Careful.
Face your fear.
He had been a fan of my book, The 48 Laws of Power, and he was interested in collaborating on a book project. In the meeting, we talked about war, terrorism, the music business. What struck me most was that we had a remarkably similar way of looking at the world, one that transcended the great differences in our backgrounds. For instance, in discussing the power games he was experiencing at that time in the music business, we both looked past people's benign explanations for their behavior and tried to figure out what they were really up to. He developed this way of thinking on the dangerous streets of Southside Queens where it was a necessary life skill. I came to it by reading a lot of history and observing the crafty maneuvers of various people in Hollywood, where I worked for many years. The perspective, however, is the same. We left the meeting that day with an open-ended idea about a future project. As I pondered the possible theme of this book over the following months, I became increasingly intrigued by the idea of bringing our two worlds together. What excites me about America is its social mobility, people continually rising from the bottom to the top and altering the culture in the process. On another level, however, we remain a nation that lives in social ghettos. Celebrities generally congregate around other celebrities. Academics and intellectuals are cloistered in their worlds. People like to associate with those of their kind. If we leave these narrow worlds, it is usually as an observer or tourist of another way of life. What seemed an interesting possibility here was to ignore our surface differences as much as possible and collaborate on the level of ideas, illuminating some truths about human nature that go beyond class or ethnicity. With an open mind and the idea of figuring out what this book could be, I hung out with 50 throughout much of 2007. I was given almost complete access to his world. I followed him on numerous high-powered business meetings, sitting quietly in a corner and observing him in action. One day, I witnessed a raucous fistfight in his office between two of his employees, with 50 having to personally break it up. I observed a fake crisis that he manufactured for the press for publicity purposes. I followed him as he mingled with other stars, friends from the hood, European royalty, and political figures. I visited his childhood home in Southside Queens, hung out with his friends from his hustling days, and got a sense of what it could be like to grow up in that world. And the more I witnessed him in action on all these fronts, the more it struck me that 50 was a walking, living example of the historical figures I had written about in my 3 books. He is a master player at power, a kind of hip-hop Napoleon Bonaparte. While writing about the various power players in history, I developed the theory that the source of their success could almost always be traced to one single skill or unique quality that separated them from others. For Napoleon, it was his remarkable ability to absorb a massive amount of detail and organize it in his mind. This allowed him to almost always know more than his rival generals about what was going on. After observing 50 and talking to him about his past, I decided that the source of his power is his utter fearlessness. This quality does not manifest itself in yelling or obvious intimidation tactics. Anytime 50 acts that way in public, it is pure theater. Behind the scenes, he is cool and calculating. His lack of fear is displayed in his attitude and his actions. He has seen and lived through too many dangerous encounters on the streets to be remotely fazed by anything in the corporate world. If a deal is not to his liking, he will walk away and not care. If he needs to play a little rough and dirty with an adversary, he goes at it without a second thought. He feels supreme confidence in himself. Living in a world where most people are generally timid and conservative, he always has the advantage of being willing to do more, to take risks, and to be unconventional. Coming from an environment in which he never expected to live past the age of 25, he feels like he has nothing to lose, and this brings him tremendous power. The more I thought of this unique strength of his, the more it seemed inspiring and instructive. I could see myself benefiting from his example and overcoming my own fears. I decided that fearlessness in all its varieties would be the subject of the book. The process for writing the 50th Law was simple. In observing and talking to 50, I noticed certain patterns of behavior and themes that would eventually turn into the 10 chapters of this book. Once I determined these themes, I discussed them with him, and together we shaped them further. We talked about overcoming the fear of death, the ability to embrace chaos and change, the mental alchemy you can effect by thinking of any adversity as an opportunity for power. We related these ideas to our own experiences and to the world at large. I then expanded on these discussions with my own research, combining the example of 50 with stories of other people throughout history who have displayed the same fearless quality. In the end, this is a book about a particular philosophy of life that can be summed up as follows. Your fears are a kind of prison that confines you within a limited range of action. The less you fear, the more power you will have and the more fully you will live. It is our hope that the 50th Law will inspire you to discover this power for yourself. Introduction. So over you is the greatest enemy a man can have, and that is fear. I know some of you are afraid to listen to the truth. You have been raised on fear and lies. But I am going to preach to you the truth until you are free of that fear. Malcolm X. the fearful attitude. In the beginning, fear was a basic, simple emotion for the human animal. We confronted something overwhelming, the imminent threat of death in the form of wars, plagues, and natural disasters, and we felt fear. As for any animal, this emotion had a protective function. It allowed us to take notice of a danger and retreat in time. For us humans, it served an additional positive purpose. We could remember the source of the threat and protect ourselves better the next time. Civilization depended on this ability to foresee and forestall dangers from the environment. Out of fear, we also developed religion and various belief systems to comfort us. Fear is the oldest and strongest emotion known to man, something deeply inscribed in our nervous system and subconscious. Over time, however, something strange began to happen. The actual terrors that we faced began to lessen in intensity as we gained increasing control over our environment. But instead of our fears lessening as well, they began to multiply in number. We started to worry about our status in society, whether people liked us or how we fit into the group. We became anxious for our livelihoods, the future of our families and children, our personal health, and the aging process. Instead of a simple, intense fear of something powerful and real, we developed a kind of generalized anxiety. It was as if the thousands of years of feeling fear in the face of nature could not go away. We had to find something at which to direct our anxiety, no matter how small or improbable. In the evolution of fear, a decisive moment occurred in the 19th century when people in advertising and journalism discovered that if they framed their stories and appeals with fear, they could capture our attention. It is an emotion we find hard to resist or control, and so they constantly shifted our focus to new possible sources of anxiety. The latest health scare, the new crime wave, a social faux pas we might be committing, and endless hazards in the environment of which we were not aware. With the increasing sophistication of the media and the visceral quality of the imagery, they have been able to give us the feeling that we are fragile creatures in an environment full of danger, even though we live in a world infinitely safer and more predictable than anything our ancestors knew. With their help, our anxieties have only increased. Fear is not designed for such a purpose. Its function is to stimulate powerful physical responses, allowing an animal to retreat in time. After the event, it is supposed to go away. An animal that cannot not let go of its fears once the threat is gone will find it hard to eat and sleep. We are the animal that cannot get rid of its fears, and when so many of them lay inside of us, these fears tend to color how we view the world. We shift from feeling fear because of some threat to having a fearful attitude towards life itself. We come to see almost every event in terms of risk. We exaggerate the dangers and our vulnerability. We instantly focus on the adversity that is always possible. We are generally unaware of this phenomenon because we accept it as normal. In times of prosperity, we have the luxury of fretting over things. But in times of trouble, this fearful attitude becomes particularly pernicious. Such moments are when we need to solve problems, deal with reality, and move forward. But fear is a call to retreat and retrench. This is precisely what Franklin Delano Roosevelt confronted when he took office in 1933. The Great Depression that had begun with the stock market crash of 1929 was now at its worst. But what struck Roosevelt was not the actual economic factors but the mood of the public. It seemed to him that people were not only more fearful than necessary, but that their fears were making it harder to surmount adversity. In his inaugural address to the country, he said that he would not ignore such obvious realities as the collapse of the economy and that he would not preach a naive optimism. But he implored his listeners to remember that the country had faced worse things in its past, periods such as the Civil War. What had brought us out of such moments was our pioneer spirit, our determination and resolve. This is what it means to be an American. Fear creates its own self-fulfilling dynamic. As people give in to it, they lose energy and momentum. Their lack of confidence translates into inaction that lowers confidence levels even further, on and on. So, first of all, he told the audience, "Let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself, nameless, unreasoning, unjustified terror, which paralyzes needed efforts to convert retreat into advance." What Roosevelt sketched out in his speech is the knife's edge that separates failure from success in life. That edge is your attitude, which has the power to help shape your reality. If you view everything through the lens of fear, then you tend to stay in retreat mode. You can just as easily see a crisis or problem as a challenge, an opportunity to prove your mettle, the chance to strengthen and toughen yourself, or a call to collective action. By seeing it as a challenge, you will have converted this negative into a positive purely by a mental process that will result in positive action as well. And in fact, through his inspiring leadership, FDR was able to help the country shift its mindset and confront the depression with a more enterprising spirit. Today, we seem to face new problems and crises that test our national mettle. But just as FDR made the comparison to even worse times in the past, we can say that what we are facing is not as bad as the perils of the 1930s and the subsequent war years. In fact, the reality of 21st century America is something more like the following. Our physical environment is safer and more secure than any other moment in our history. We live in the most prosperous country in the world. In the past, only white males could play the power game. Now millions upon millions of minorities and women have been given entrance to the arena, forever altering the dynamic, making us the most socially advanced country in that regard. Advances in technology have opened up all kinds of new opportunities. Old business models are dissolving, leaving the field wide open for innovation. It is a time of sweeping change and revolution. We face certain challenges as well. The world has become more competitive. The economy has undeniable vulnerabilities and is in need of reinvention. As in all situations, the determining factor will be our attitude, how we choose to look at this reality. If we give in to the fear, we will give disproportionate attention to the negative and manufacture the very adverse circumstances that we dread. If we go the opposite direction, cultivating a fearless approach to life, attacking everything with boldness and energy, then we will create a much different dynamic. Understand, we are all too afraid of offending people, of stirring up conflict, of standing out from the crowd, of taking bold action. For thousands of years, our relationship to this emotion has evolved, from a primitive fear of nature to generalized anxiety about the future to the fearful attitude that now dominates us. As rational, productive adults, we are called upon to finally overcome this downward trend and to evolve beyond our fears. The fearless type. The very first thing I remember in my early childhood is a flame. A blue flame jumping off a gas stove somebody lit. I was 3 years old. I felt fear, real fear, for the first time in my life. But I remember it also like some kind of adventure, some kind of weird joy, too. I guess that experience took me someplace in my head I hadn't been before. To some frontier, the edge, maybe, of everything possible. The fear I had was almost like an invitation, a challenge to go forward into something I knew nothing about. That's where I think my personal philosophy of life started, with that moment. In my mind, I have always believed and thought since then that my motion had to be forward, away from the heat of that flame. Miles Davis. There are two ways of dealing with fear, one passive, the other active. In the passive mode, we seek to avoid the situation that causes us anxiety. This could translate into postponing any decisions in which we might hurt people's feelings. It could mean opting for everything to be safe and comfortable in our daily lives, so no amount of messiness can enter. When we are in this mode, it is because we feel that we are fragile and would be damaged by an encounter with the thing we dread. The active variety is something most of us have experienced at some point in our lives. The risky or difficult situation that we fear is thrust upon us. It could be a natural disaster, a death of someone close to us, or a reversal in fortune in which we lose something. Often in these moments, we find an inner strength that surprises us. What we feared is not so bad. We cannot avoid it and have to find a way to overcome our fear or suffer real consequences. Such moments are oddly therapeutic because finally we are confronting something real, not an imagined fear scenario fed to us by the media. We can let go of this fear. The problem is that such moments tend to not last very long or repeat themselves too often. They can quickly lose their value and we return to the passive, avoidance mode. When we live in relatively comfortable circumstances, the environment does not press on us with obvious dangers, violence, or limitations to our movement. Our main goal then is to maintain the comfort and security we have, and so we become more sensitive to the slightest risk or threat to the status quo. We find it harder to tolerate feelings of fear because they are more vague and troubling, so we remain in the passive mode. Throughout history, however, there are people who have lived in much tighter circumstances, dangers pressing in on them on a daily basis. These types must confront their fears in the active mode again and again and again. This could be growing up in extreme poverty, facing death on the battlefield, or leading an army in war, living through tumultuous, revolutionary periods, being a leader in a time of crisis. suffering personal loss or tragedy, or having a brush with death. Countless people grow up in or with such circumstances and their spirit is crushed by adversity. But a few rise above. It is their only positive choice. They must confront these daily fears and overcome them, or submit to the downward pull. They are toughened and hardened to the point of steel. Understand, no one is born this way. It is unnatural to not feel fear. It is a process that requires challenges and tests. What separates those who go under and those who rise above adversity is the strength of their will and their hunger for power. At some point, this defensive position of overcoming fears converts to an offensive one, a fearless attitude. Such types learn the value not only of being unafraid but also of attacking life with a sense of boldness and urgency and an unconventional approach, creating new models instead of following old ones. They see the great power this brings them and it soon becomes their dominant mindset. We find these types in all cultures and all time periods, from Socrates and the Stoics to Cornelius Vanderbilt and Abraham Lincoln. Napoleon Bonaparte represents a classic fearless type. He began his career in the military just as the French Revolution exploded. At this critical moment in his life, he had to experience one of the most chaotic and terrifying periods in history. He faced endless dangers on the battlefield as a new kind of warfare was emerging, and he navigated through innumerable political intrigues in which one wrong move could lead to the guillotine. He emerged from all of this with a fearless spirit, embracing the chaos of the times and the vast changes going on in the art of war. And in one of his innumerable campaigns, he expressed the words that could serve as the motto for all fearless types. In the spring of 1800, he was preparing to lead an army into Italy. His field marshals warned him that the Alps were not passable at that time of year and told him to wait, even though waiting would spoil the chances for success. The general replied to them, "For Napoleon's army, there shall be no Alps," and mounted on a mule, Napoleon proceeded to personally lead his troops through treacherous terrain and past innumerable obstacles. It was the force of one man's will that brought them through the Alps, catching the enemy completely by surprise and defeating them. There are no Alps and no obstacles that can stand in the way of a person without fears. Another example of the type would have to be the great abolitionist and writer Frederick Douglass, who was born into slavery in Maryland in 1817. As he later wrote, slavery was a system that depended on the creation of deep levels of fear. Douglass continually forced himself in the opposite direction. Despite the threat of severe punishment, he secretly taught himself to read and write. When he was whipped for his rebellious attitude, he fought back and saw that he was whipped less often. Without money or connections, he escaped to the North at the age of 20. He became a leading abolitionist, touring the North and telling audiences about the evils of slavery. The abolitionists wanted him to stay on his lecture circuit and repeat the same stories over and over, but Douglass wanted to do much more and he once again rebelled. He founded his own anti-slavery newspaper, an unheard of act for a former slave. The newspaper went on to have tremendous success. At each stage of his life, Douglass was tested by the powerful odds against him. Instead of giving in to the fear of whippings, being alone on the streets of unfamiliar cities, facing the wrath of the abolitionists, he raised his level of boldness and pushed himself further onto the offensive. This confidence gave him the power to rise above the fierce resistances and animosities of those around him. That is the physics that all fearless types discover at some point. An appropriate ratcheting up of self-belief and energy when facing negative or even impossible circumstances. Fearless people do not emerge exclusively from poverty or a harsh physical environment. Franklin Delano Roosevelt grew up in a wealthy, privileged family. At the age of 39, he contracted polio, which paralyzed him from the waist down. This was a turning point in his life, as he faced a severe limitation to his movement and possibly an end to his political career. He refused, however, to give in to the fear and the downward pull on his spirit. He went the opposite direction, struggling to make the most of his physical condition and developing an indomitable spirit that would transform him into our most fearless president. For this type of person, any kind of encounter with adversity or limitation, at any age, can serve as the crucible for forging the attitude. The new fearless type. This past, the Negro's past, of rope, fire, torture, death, and humiliation. Fear by day and night. Fear as deep as the marrow of the bone. This past, this endless struggle to achieve and confirm a human identity, yet contains, for all its horror, something very beautiful. People who cannot suffer can never grow up, can never discover who they are. James Baldwin. Through much of the 19th century, Americans faced all kinds of dangers and adversity. The hostile physical environment of the frontier, sharp political divisions, a lawlessness and chaos that came out of great changes in technology and social mobility. We responded to this constrictive environment by overcoming our fears and developing what came to be known as a pioneer spirit, our sense of adventure and our renowned ability to solve problems. With our growing prosperity, this began to change. In the 20th century, however, one environment remained as harsh as ever, the black ghettos of inner-city America. And out of such a crucible, a new fearless type came forward, exemplified by such figures as James Baldwin, Malcolm X, and Muhammad Ali. But the racism of the times constricted their ability to give full rein to this spirit. In recent times, newer types have emerged from inner-city America with more freedom to advance to the highest points of power in America. In entertainment, politics, and business. They come from a Wild West-like environment in which they have learned to fend for themselves and give full rein to their ambition. Their education comes from the streets and their own rough experiences. In a way, they are throwbacks to the freewheeling types of the 19th century, who had little formal schooling but created a new way of doing business. Their spirit fits the disorder of the 21st century. They are fascinating to watch and in some ways have much to teach us. The rapper known as 50 Cent, aka Curtis Jackson, would have to be considered one of the more dramatic contemporary examples of this phenomenon and this type. He grew up in a particularly violent and tense neighborhood, Southside Queens, in the midst of the crack epidemic of the 1980s. And in each phase of his life, he has had to face a series of dangers that both tested and toughened him, rituals of initiation into the fearless attitude he has slowly developed. One of the greatest fears that any child has is that of being abandoned, left alone in a terrifying world. It is the source of our most primal nightmares. This was 50's reality. He never knew his father, and his mother was murdered when he was 8 years old. He quickly developed the habit of not depending on other people to protect or shelter him. This meant that in every subsequent encounter in life in which he felt fear, he could turn only to himself. If he did not want to feel the emotion, he had to learn to overcome it on his own. He began hustling on the streets at any early age, and there was no way he could avoid feeling fear. On a daily basis, he had to confront violence and aggression. And seeing fear in action so routinely, he understood what a destructive and debilitating emotion it could be. On the streets, showing fear would make people lose respect for you. You would end up being pushed around and more likely to suffer violence because of your desire to avoid it. You had no choice. If you were to have any kind of power as a hustler, you had to overcome this emotion. No one could read it in your eyes. This meant that he would have to place himself again and again in the situations that stimulated anxiety. The first time he faced someone with a gun, he was frightened. The second time, less so. The third time, it meant nothing. Testing and proving his courage in this way gave him a feeling of tremendous power. He quickly learned the value of boldness, how he could push others on their heels by feeling supreme confidence in himself. But no matter how tough and hardened they become, hustlers usually face one daunting obstacle: the fear of leaving the streets that are so familiar and that have taught them all of their skills. They become addicted to the lifestyle, and even though they are likely to end up in prison or die an early death, they cannot leave the hustling racket. 50, however, had greater ambitions than to become merely a successful hustler, and so he forced himself to face and overcome this one powerful fear. At the age of 20 and at the peak of his hustling success, he decided to cut his ties to the game and dive into the music racket without any connections or a safety net. Because he had no plan B, because it was either succeed at music or go under, he operated with a frantic, bold energy that got him noticed in the rap world. He was still a very young man when he had faced down some of the worst fears that can afflict a human: abandonment, violence, radical change, and he had emerged stronger and more resilient. But at the age of 24, on the eve of the release of his first record, he came face to face with what many of us would consider the ultimate fear, that of death itself. In May of 2000, an assassin poured 9 bullets into him in broad daylight as he sat in a car outside his house. One bullet going through his jaw and coming within a millimeter of killing him. In the aftermath of the shooting, Columbia Records dropped him from the label, canceling the release of his first album. He was quickly blackballed from the industry, as record executives were afraid to have any kind of involvement with him and the violence he was associated with. Many of his friends turned against him, perhaps sensing his weakness. He now had no money. He couldn't really return to hustling after turning his back on it, and his music career seemed to be over. This was one of those turning points that reveals the power of one's attitude in the face of adversity. It was as if he were confronting the impassable Alps. At this moment, he did as Frederick Douglass did. He decided to ratchet up his anger, energy, and fearlessness. Coming so close to death, he understood how short life could be. He would not waste a second. He would spurn the usual path to success, working within the record industry, nabbing that golden deal and putting out the music they thought would sell. He would go his own way, launching a mixtape campaign in which he would sell his music or give it away, for free on the streets. In this way, he could hone the hard and raw sounds that he felt were more natural to him. He could speak the language of the hood without having to soften it at all. Suddenly, he felt a great sense of freedom. He could create his own business model, be as unconventional as he desired. He felt like he had nothing to lose, as if the last bits of fear that still remained within him had bled out in the car that day in 2000. The mixtape campaign made him famous on the streets and caught the attention of Eminem, who quickly signed 50 to his and Dr. Dre's label, setting the stage for 50's meteoric rise to the top of the music world in 2003, and the subsequent creation of the business empire he has forged since. We are living through strange, revolutionary times. The old order is crumbling before our eyes on so many levels. And yet, in such an unruly moment, our leaders in business and politics cling to the past and the old ways of doing things. They are afraid of change and any kind of disorder. The new fearless types, as represented by 50, move in the opposite direction. They find that the chaos of the times suits their temperament. They have grown up being unafraid of experimentation, hustling, and trying new ways of operating. They embrace the advances in technology that make others secretly fearful. They let go of the past and create their own business model. They do not give in to the conservative spirit that haunts corporate America in this radical period. And at the core of their success is a premise, a law of power that has been known and used by all the fearless spirits in the past and is the foundation of any kind of success in the world. The 50th law. The greatest fear people have is that of being themselves. They want to be 50 Cent or someone else. They do what everyone else does even if it doesn't fit where and who they are. But you get nowhere that way. Your energy is weak and no one pays attention to you. You're running away from the one thing that you own. What makes you different? I lost that fear. And once I felt the power that I had by showing the world I didn't care about being like other people. I could never go back. 50 Cent. The 50th law is based on the following premise. We humans have generally little control over circumstances. People intersect our lives, doing things directly and indirectly to us, and we spend our days reacting to what they bring. Good things come our way, followed by bad things. We struggle as best we can to gain some control because being helpless in the face of events makes us unhappy. Sometimes we succeed, but the margin of control that we have over people and circumstance is depressingly narrow. The 50th law, however, states that there is one thing we can actually control, the mindset with which we respond to these events around us. And if we are able to overcome our anxieties and forge a fearless attitude towards life, something strange and remarkable can occur. That margin of control over circumstance increases. At its utmost point, we can even create the circumstances themselves, which is the source of the tremendous power that fearless types have had throughout history. And the people who practice the 50th law in their lives all share certain qualities: supreme boldness, unconventionality, fluidity, and a sense of urgency that give them this unique ability to shape circumstance. A bold act requires a high degree of confidence. People who are the targets of an audacious act, or who witness it, cannot help but believe that such confidence is real and justified. They respond instinctively by backing up, by getting out of the way, or by following the confident person. A bold act can put people on their heels and eliminate obstacles. In this way, it creates its own favorable circumstances. We are social creatures, and so it is natural for us to want to conform to the people around us and the norms of the group. But underneath this is a deep fear, that of sticking out, of following our own path no matter what people think of us. The fearless types are able to conquer this fear. They fascinate us by how far they go with their unconventionality. We secretly admire and respect them for this. We wish we could act more like they do. Normally, it is hard to hold our attention. We shift our interest from one spectacle to the next. But those who fearlessly express their difference compel our attention on a deeper level for a longer duration, which translates into power and control. Many of us respond to the shifting circumstances of life by trying to micromanage everything in our immediate environment. When something unexpected happens, we become rigid and we respond by employing some tactic that worked in the past. If events change quickly, we are easily overwhelmed and lose control. Those who follow the 50th law are not afraid of change or chaos. They embrace it by being as fluid as possible. They move with the flow of events and then gently channel them in the direction of their choice, exploiting the moment. Through their mindset, they convert a negative, unexpected events into a positive, an opportunity. Having a brush with death or being reminded in a dramatic way of the shortness of our lives can have a positive therapeutic effect. Our days are numbered, and so it is best to make every moment count, to have a sense of urgency about life. Could end at any moment. The fearless types usually gain such awareness through some traumatic experience. They are energized to make the most of every action, and the momentum this gives them in life helps them determine what happens next. It is all rather simple. When you transgress this fundamental law by bringing your usual fears into any encounter, you narrow your options and your capacity to shape events. Your fear can even bring you into a negative field where your powers are reversed. Being conservative, for instance, can force you into a corner in which you are more likely to lose what you have in the long run because you also lose the capacity to adapt to change. Trying so hard to please people can actually end up pushing them away. It is hard to respect someone who has such an ingratiating attitude. If you are afraid to learn from your mistakes, you will more than likely keep repeating them. When you transgress this law, no amount of education, connections, or technical knowledge can save you. Your fearful attitude encloses you in an invisible prison, and there you will remain. Observing the 50th law creates the opposite dynamic. It opens possibilities, brings freedom of action, and helps create a forward momentum in life. The key to possessing this supreme power is to assume the active mode in dealing with your fears. This means entering the very arenas you normally shy away from, making the very hard decisions you have been avoiding, confronting the people who are playing power games with you, thinking of yourself and what you need instead of pleasing others, making yourself change the direction of your life even though such change is the very thing you dread. You deliberately put yourself in difficult situations and you examine your reactions. In each case, you will notice that your fears were exaggerated and that confronting them has the bracing effect of bringing you closer to reality. At some point, you will discover the power of reversal. Overcoming the negative of a particular fear leads to a positive quality: self-reliance, patience, supreme self-confidence, and on and on. Each of the following chapters will highlight this reversal of perspective. And once you start on this path, it is hard to turn back. You will continue all the way to a bold and fearless approach to everything. Understand, you do not have to grow up in Southside Queens or be the target of an assassin to develop the attitude. All of us face challenges, rivals, and setbacks. We choose to ignore or avoid them out of fear. It is not the physical reality of your environment that matters but your mental state, how you come to deal with the adversity that is part of life on every level. 50 had to confront his fears. You must choose to. Finally, your attitude has the power of shaping reality in two opposite directions. One that constricts and corners you in with fear, the other that opens up possibilities and freedom of action. It is the same for the mindset and spirit that you bring to reading the chapters that follow. If you read them with your ego out in front, feeling that you are being judged here or are under attack, in other words, if you read them in a defensive mode, then you will needlessly close yourself off from the power this could bring you. We are all human. We are all implicated by our fears. No one is being judged. Similarly, if you read these words as narrow prescriptions for your life, trying to follow them to the letter, then you are constricting their value, their application to your reality. Instead, you must absorb these words with an open and fearless spirit, letting the ideas get under your skin and affect how you see the world. Do not be afraid to experiment with them. In this way, you will shape this book to your circumstances and gain a similar power over the world. In my view, it is better to be impetuous than cautious, because fortune is a woman, and if you wish to dominate her, you must beat her and batter her. It is clear that she will let herself be won by men who are impetuous rather than by those who step cautiously. Niccolò Machiavelli. Chapter 1. See things for what they are. Intense realism. Reality can be rather harsh. Your days are numbered. It takes constant effort to carve a place for yourself in this ruthlessly competitive world and hold on to it. People can be treacherous. They bring endless battles into your life. Your task is to resist the temptation to wish it were all different. Instead, you must fearlessly accept these circumstances, even embrace them. By focusing your attention on what is going on around you, you will gain a sharp appreciation for what makes some people advance and others fall behind. By seeing through people's manipulations, you can turn them around. The firmer your grasp on reality, the more power you will have to alter it for your purposes. The hustler's eye. This is life, new and strange. Strange, because we fear it. New, because we have kept our eyes turned from it. Men are men and life is life, and we must deal with them as they are. And if we want to change them, we must deal with them in the form in which they exist. Richard Wright. As a boy, Curtis Jackson, aka 50 Cent, had one dominant drive: ambition. He wanted more than anything the very things that it seemed he could never have: money, freedom, and power. Looking out on the streets of Southside Queens where he grew up, Curtis saw a grim, depressing reality staring him in the face. He could go to school and take it seriously, but the kids who did that didn't seem to get very far: a life of low-paying jobs. He could turn to crime and make his money fast, but the ones who went for that either died young or spent much of their youth in prison. He could escape it all by taking drugs. Once you start down that path, there is no turning back. The only people he could see who led the life that he dreamed of were the hustlers, the drug dealers. They had the cars, the clothes, the lifestyle, the degree of power that matched his ambitions. And so by the age of 11, he had made the choice to follow that path and become the greatest hustler of them all. The further he got into it, however, the more he realized that the reality was much grimier and harsher than he had imagined. The drug fiends, the customers, were erratic and hard to figure out. The fellow hustlers were all fighting over the same limited number of corners, and they'd stab you in the back in an instant. The big-time dealers who ran the neighborhood could be violent and heavy-handed. If you did too well, someone would try to take what you had. The police were everywhere. One wrong move could land you in prison. How could he possibly succeed amid this chaos and avoid all of the inevitable dangers? It seemed impossible. One day he was discussing the troublesome aspects of the game with an older hustler named Truth, who told him something he would never forget. "Don't complain about the difficult circumstances," he said. "In fact, the hard life of these streets is a blessing if you know what you're doing. Because it is such a dangerous world, a hustler has to focus intensely on what's going on around him. He has to get a feel for the streets, whose trouble, where there might be some new opportunity. He has to see through all the bullshit people throw at him, their games, their lousy ideas. He has to look at himself, see his own limitations and stupidity. All of this sharpens the eye to a razor's edge, making him a keen observer of everything. That's his power. The greatest danger we face," he told Curtis, "is not the police or some nasty rival. It's the mind going soft. I've seen it happen to many a hustler," he said. "If things go well, he starts thinking it will go on forever and he takes his eyes off the streets. If things go bad, he starts wishing it were all different and he comes up with some foolish scheme to get quick, easy money. Either way, he falls fast. Lose your grip on reality on these streets and you might as well kill yourself." In the months to come, Curtis thought more and more about what Truth had told him, and it began to sink in. He decided to transform the hustler's words into a kind of code that he would live by. He would trust no one. He would conceal his intentions, even from friends and partners. And no matter how high or low life brought him, he would remain the supreme realist, keeping his hustler's eye sharp and focused. Over the next few years, he became one of the savviest hustlers in his neighborhood, operating a small crew that brought him good money. The future looked promising, but a moment's inattention got him trapped in a police sting. And at the age of 16, he was sentenced to 9 months in a shock rehabilitation center in upstate New York. In this unfamiliar space and with time to reflect, suddenly the words of Truth came back to him. This was not the time to get depressed or to dream, but to fix that hustler's eye on himself and the world he lived in. See it as it is, no matter how ugly. He had unbridled ambition. He wanted real power, something he could build on. But no street hustler lasts that long. It's a young man's game. By the time hustlers reach their 20s, They slow down and something bad happens, or they go scurrying into a low-paying job. And what blinds them to this reality is the money and lifestyle in the moment. They think it will go on forever. They're too afraid to try something else. It doesn't matter how clever you are. There's a ceiling to how high you can rise. He had to wake up and get out while he was still young and his ambitions could be realized. He would not be afraid. And so based on these reflections, he decided he would make a break into music. He would find a mentor, someone who could teach him the ropes. He would learn everything he could about music and the business. He would have no plan B. It was either make it there or die. Operating with a kind of desperate energy, he made the transition into music, carving a place for himself by creating a sound that was hard-driving and reflected the realities of the streets. After a relentless mixtape campaign in New York, he got the attention of Eminem, and a record deal followed. Now he seemed to have realized his childhood ambitions. He had money and power. People were nice to him. Everywhere he went they flattered him, wanting to be a part of his success. He could feel it happening. The good press, the sycophantic followers, it was all starting to go to his head and dull his vision. On the surface everything looked great. But what was the reality here? Now more than ever he needed that clear, penetrating eye to see past all the hype and glamour. The more he looked at it, the more he realized that the reality of the music business was as harsh as the streets. The executives who ran the labels were ruthless. They distracted you with their charming words, but in fact they could care less about your future as an artist. They wanted to suck you dry of every dollar they could get out of you. Once you were no longer so hot, you would find yourself slowly pushed to the side. Your decline would be all the more painful for having once tasted success. In truth, you were a pawn in their game. A corner hustler had more power and control over his future than a rapper did. And what about the business itself? Record sales were falling because people were pirating music or buying it in different forms. Anyone with two eyes could see that. The old business model had to go. But these very same executives who seemed so sharp were afraid to confront this reality. They held on tightly to the past and would bring everyone down with them. Not 50. He would avoid this fate by moving in a different direction. He would forge a diversified business empire, music merely being a tool to get there. His decisions would be based on his intense reading of the changing environment that he had detected in music but was infecting all levels of business. Let others depend on their MBAs, their money, and their connections. He instead would rely upon that hustler's eye that had brought him from the bottom of America to the top in just a few short years. The fearless approach. Reality is my drug. The more I have of it, the more power I get and the higher I feel. Minus 50 Cent. You might imagine that the streets that molded 50 and the code he created for himself have little to do with your circumstances, but that is merely a symptom of your dreaming, of how deeply you are infected with fantasies and how afraid you are to face reality. The world has become as grimy and dangerous as the streets of Southside Queens. A global, competitive environment in which everyone is a ruthless hustler, out for him or herself. Truth's words apply to you as much as to 50. The greatest danger you face is your mind growing soft and your eye getting dull. When things get tough and you grow tired of the grind, your mind tends to drift into fantasies. You wish things were a certain way, and slowly, subtly, you turn inward to your thoughts and desires. If things are going well, you become complacent, imagining that what you have now will continue forever. You stop paying attention. Before you know it, you end up overwhelmed by the changes going on and the younger people rising up around you, challenging your position. Understand, you need this code even more than 50. His world was so harsh and dangerous it forced him to open his eyes to reality and never lose that connection. Your world seems cozier and less violent, less immediately dangerous. It makes you wander and your eyes mist over with dreams. The competitive dynamic, the streets, the business world, is in fact the same, but your apparently comfortable environment makes it harder for you to see it. Reality has its own power, you can turn your back on it, but it will find you in the end, and your inability to cope with it will be your ruin. Now is the time to stop drifting and wake up, to assess yourself, the people around you, and the direction in which you are headed in as cold and brutal a light as possible. Without fear. Think of reality in the following terms. The people around you are generally mysterious. You are never quite sure about their intentions. They present an appearance that is often deceptive. Their manipulative actions don't match their lofty words or promises. All of this can prove confusing. Seeing people as they are instead of what you think they should be would mean having a greater sense of their motives. It would mean being able to pierce the facade they present to the world and see their true character. Your actions in life would be so much more effective with this knowledge. Your line of work is another layer of reality. Right now, things might seem calm on the surface, but there are changes rippling through that world. Dangers are looming on the horizon. Soon your assumptions about how things are done will be outdated. These changes and problems are not immediately apparent. Being able to see through to them before they become too large would bring you great power. The capacity to see the reality behind the appearance is not a function of education or cleverness. People can be full of book knowledge and crammed with information but have no real sense of what's going on around them. It is, in fact, a function of character and fearlessness. Simply put, realists are not afraid to look at the harsh circumstances of life. They sharpen their eye by paying keen attention to details, to people's intentions, to the dark realities hiding behind any glamorous surface. Like any muscle that is trained, they develop the capacity to see with more intensity. It is simply a choice you have to make. At any moment in life you can convert to realism, which is not a belief system at all, but a way of looking at the world. It means every circumstance, every individual is different, and your task is to measure that difference, then take appropriate action. Your eyes are fixed on the world, not on yourself or your ego. What you see determines what you think and how you act. The moment you believe in some cherished idea that you will hold on to no matter what your eyes and ears reveal to you, you are no longer a realist. To see this power in action, look at a man like Abraham Lincoln, perhaps our greatest president. He had little formal education and grew up in a harsh frontier environment. As a young man, he liked to take apart machines and put them back together. He was practical to the core. As president, he found himself having to confront the gravest crisis in our history. He was surrounded by cabinet members and advisors who were out to promote themselves or some rigid ideology they believed in. They were emotional and heated. They saw Lincoln as weak. He seemed to take a long time to make a decision, and it would often be the opposite of what they had counseled. He trusted generals like Ulysses S. Grant, who was an alcoholic and a social misfit. He worked with those whom his advisors considered political enemies on the other side of the aisle. What they didn't realize at the time was that Lincoln came to each circumstance without preconceptions. He was determined to measure everything exactly as it was. His choices were made out of pure pragmatism. He was a keen observer of human nature and stuck with Grant because he saw him as the only general capable of effective action. He judged people by results, not friendliness or political values. His careful weighing of people and events was not a weakness but the height of strength, a fearless quality. And working this way, he carefully guided the country past countless dangers. It is not a history we are accustomed to reading about, since we prefer to be swept up in great ideas and dramatic gestures. But the genius of Lincoln was his ability to focus intensely on reality and see things for what they were. He was a living testament to the power of realism. It might seem that seeing so much of reality could make one depressed, but the opposite is the case. Having clarity about where you are headed, what people are up to, and what is happening in the world around you will translate into confidence and power, a sensation of lightness. You will feel more connected to your environment, like a spider on its web. Whenever things go wrong in life, you will be able to right yourself faster than others, because you will quickly see what is really going on and how you can exploit even the worst moment. And once you taste this power, you will find more satisfaction from an intense absorption in reality than from indulging in any kind of fantasy. Keys to fearlessness. Know the other, know yourself, and the victory will not be at risk. Know the ground, know the natural conditions, and the victory will be total. Sun Tzu. America was once a country of great realists and pragmatists. This came from the harshness of the environment, the many dangers of frontier life. We had to become keen observers of everything going on around us to survive. In the 19th century, such a way of looking at the world led to innumerable inventions, the accumulation of wealth, and the emergence of our country as a great power. But with this growing power, the environment no longer pressed upon us so violently, and our character began to change. Reality came to be seen as something to avoid. Secretly and slowly we developed a taste for escape, from our problems, from work, from the harshness of life. Our culture began to manufacture endless fantasies for us to consume. and fed on such illusions, we became easier to deceive, since we no longer had a mental barometer for distinguishing fact from fiction. This is a dynamic that has repeated itself throughout history. Ancient Rome began as a small city-state. The citizens were tough and stoic. They were famous for their pragmatism. But as they moved from being a republic to an empire and their power expanded, everything reversed itself. Their citizens' minds hungered for newer and newer forms of escape. They lost all sense of proportion. Petty political battles consumed their attention more than much larger dangers on the outskirts of the empire. The empire fell well before the invasion of the barbarians. It collapsed from the collective softness of its citizens' minds and the turning of their back on reality. Understand, as an individual, you cannot stop the tide of fantasy and escapism sweeping a culture. But you can stand as an individual bulwark to this trend and create power for yourself. You were born with the greatest weapon in all of nature, the rational, conscious mind. It has the power to expand your vision far and wide, giving you the unique capacity to distinguish patterns in events, learn from the past, glimpse into the future, see through appearances. Circumstances are conspiring to dull that weapon and render it useless by turning you inward and making you afraid of reality. Consider it war. You must fight this tendency as best you can and move in the opposite direction. You must turn outward and become a keen observer of all that is around you. You are doing battle against all the fantasies that are thrown at you. You are tightening your connection to the environment. You want clarity, not escape and confusion. Moving in this direction will instantly bring you power among so many dreamers. Regard the following as exercises for your mind, to make it less rigid, more penetrating and expansive, a sharper gauge of reality. Practice all of them as often as you can. Rediscover curiosity, openness. One day it came to the attention of the ancient Greek philosopher Socrates that the oracle at Delphi had pronounced him the wisest man in the world. This baffled the philosopher. He did not think himself worthy of such a decree. It made him uncomfortable. He decided to simply go around Athens and find a person who was wiser than he. That should be easy and it would disprove the oracle. He engaged in many discussions with politicians, poets, craftsmen, and fellow philosophers. He began to realize that the oracle was right. All the people he talked to had such a certainty about things, venturing solid opinions about matters of which they had no experience. They were full of so much air. If you questioned them at all, they could not really defend their opinions, which seemed based on something they had decided years earlier. His superiority, he realized, was that he knew nothing. This left his mind open to experiencing things as they are, the source of all knowledge. This position of basic ignorance was what you had as a child. You had a need and hunger for knowledge to overcome this ignorance, so you observed the world as closely as possible, absorbing large amounts of information. Everything was a source of wonder. With time, our minds tend to close off. At some point, we feel like we know what we need to know. Our opinions are certain and firm. We do this out of fear. We don't want our assumptions about life challenged. If we go too far in this direction, we can become extremely defensive and cover up our fears by acting with supreme confidence and certainty. What you need to do in life is return to that mind you possessed as a child, opening up to experience instead of closing it off. Just imagine for a day that you do not know anything, that what you believe could be completely false. Let go of your preconceptions and even your most cherished beliefs. Experiment. Force yourself to hold the opposite opinion or see the world through your enemy's eyes. Listen to the people around you with more attentiveness. See everything as a source for education, even the most banal encounters. Imagine that the world is still full of mystery. When you operate this way, you will notice that something strange often happens. Opportunities will begin to fall into your lap because you are suddenly more receptive to them. Sometimes luck or serendipity is more a function of the openness of your mind. Know the complete terrain. Expansion. War is fought over specific terrain. But there is more involved than just that. There is also the morale of the enemy soldiers, the political leaders who set them in motion, the minds of the opposing generals who make the key decisions, and the money and resources that stand behind it all. A mediocre general will confine his knowledge to the physical terrain. A better general will try to expand his knowledge by reading reports about the other factors that influence an army. And the superior general will try to intensify this knowledge by observing as much as he can with his own eyes or consulting first-hand sources. Napoleon Bonaparte is the greatest general who ever lived, and what elevated him above all others was the mass of information he absorbed about all of the details of battle, with as few filters as possible. This gave him a superior grasp on reality. Your goal is to follow the path of Napoleon. You want to take in as much as possible with your own eyes. You communicate with people up and down the chain of command within your organization. You do not draw any barriers to your social interactions. You want to expand your access to different ideas. Force yourself to go to events and places that are beyond your usual circle. If you cannot observe something firsthand, try to get reports that are more direct and less filtered, or vary the sources so that you can see things from several sides. Get a fingertip feel for everything going on in your environment, the complete terrain. Dig to the roots, depth. Malcolm X was a realist. He had a way of looking at the world that was honed by years on the streets and in prison. After prison, his mission in life was to figure out the source of the problem for blacks in America. As he explained in his autobiography, this country goes in for the surface glossing over the escape ruse surfaces instead of truly dealing with its deep-rooted problems. He decided to dig as far below the surface as possible. Finally, he arrived at what he believed to be the root cause, dependency. As it stood, African Americans couldn't do things completely on their own. They depended on the government, on liberals, on their leaders, on everybody but themselves. If they could end this dependency, they would have the power to reverse everything. Malcolm X died before he could go further with his life's mission, but his method remains valid for all time. When you do not get to the root of a problem, you cannot solve it in any meaningful manner. People like to look at the surfaces, get all emotional and react, doing things that make them feel better in the short term but do nothing for them in the long term. This must be the power and the direction of your mind whenever you encounter some problem, to bore deeper and deeper until you get at something basic and at the root. Never be satisfied with what presents itself to your eyes. See what underlies it all, absorb it, and then dig deeper. Always question why this particular event has happened, what the motives of the various actors are, who really is in control, who benefits by this action. Often, it will revolve around money and power. That is what people are usually fighting over, despite the surface gloss they give to it. You may never get to the actual root, but the process of digging will bring you closer. And operating in this way will help develop your mind into a powerful analytical instrument. See further ahead. Proportion. By our nature as rational, conscious creatures, we cannot help but think of the future. But most people, out of fear, limit their view of the future to a narrow range. Thoughts of tomorrow, a few weeks ahead, perhaps a vague plan for the months to come. We are generally dealing with so many immediate battles, it is hard for us to lift our gaze above the moment. It is a law of power, however, that the further and deeper we contemplate the future, the greater our capacity to shape it according to our desires. If you have a long-term goal for yourself, one that you have imagined in detail, then you are better able to make the proper decisions in the present. You know which battles or positions to avoid because they don't advance you towards your goal. With your gaze lifted to the future, you can focus on the dangers looming on the horizon and take proactive measures to avert them. You have a sense of proportion. Sometimes the things we fuss over in the present don't matter in the long run. All of this gives you an increased power to reach your objectives. As part of this process, look at the smaller problems that are plaguing you or your enterprise in the present, and draw arrows to the future, imagining what they could possibly lead to if they grow larger. Think of your own biggest mistakes or those of others. How could they have been foreseen? Generally, there are signs that seem so obvious afterwards. Now imagine those very same signs that you are probably ignoring in the present. Look at people's deeds, not words, sharpness. In war or any competitive game, you don't pay attention to people's good or bad intentions. They don't matter. It should be the same in the game of life. Everyone is playing to win, and some people will use moral justifications to advance their side. All you look at are people's maneuvers, their actions in the past, and what you might expect in the future. In this area, you are fiercely realistic. You understand that everyone is after power, and that to get it we all occasionally manipulate and even deceive. That is human nature, and there is no shame in it. You don't take people's maneuvers personally. You merely try to defend or advance yourself. As part of this approach, you must become a better observer of people. This cannot be done on the internet. It must be honed in personal interactions. You are trying to read people, see through them as best you can. You come to understand, for instance, that a person who is too obviously friendly after too short a time is often up to no good. If they flatter you, it is generally out of envy. Behavior that stands out and seems excessive is a sign. Don't get caught up in people's grand gestures, in the public face they put on. Pay more attention to the details, to the little things they reveal in their day-to-day lives. Their decisions reveal a lot, and you can often discern a pattern if you look at them closely. In general, looking at people through the lens of your emotions will cloud what you see and make you misunderstand everything. What you want is a sharp eye towards your fellow humans, one that is piercing, objective, and non-judgmental. Reassess yourself, detachment. Your increasing powers of observation must occasionally be aimed at yourself. Think of this as a ritual you will engage in every few weeks, a rigorous reassessment of who you are and where you are headed. Look at your most recent actions as if they were the maneuvers of another person. Imagine how you could have done it all better, avoided unnecessary battles, or confronted people who stood in your way instead of running away from them. The goal here is not to beat up on yourself, but to have the capacity to adapt and change your behavior by moving closer to the reality. The end game of such an exercise is to cultivate the proper sense of detachment from yourself and from life. It is not that you want to feel this detachment at every moment. There are times that require you to act with heart and boldness, without doubts or self-distance. On many occasions, however, you need to be able to assess what is happening, without your ego or emotions coloring your perceptions. Moving to a calm, detached inner position to observe events will become a habit and something you can rely on amid any crisis. At those moments in life when others lose their balance, you will find yours with relative ease. As a person who cannot be easily ruffled by events, you will attract attention and power. Reversal of perspective. The word realist often comes with some negative connotations. Realists, according to conventional wisdom, can be practical to a fault. They often lack a feel for the finer, higher things in life. Taken too far, such types can be cynical, manipulative, Machiavellian. They stand in contrast to dreamers, people of high imagination who inspire us with their ideals or divert us with their fantastical creations. This is a concept that comes from looking at the world through the lens of fear. It is time we reverse this perspective and see dreamers and realists in their true light. The dreamers, those who misread the actual state of affairs and act upon their emotions, are often the source of the greatest mistakes in history, the wars that are not thought out, the disasters that are not foreseen. Realists, on the other hand, are the real inventors and innovators. They are men and women of imagination, but their imagination is in close contact with the environment, with reality. They are empirical scientists, writers with a sharp understanding of human nature, or leaders who guide us thoughtfully through crises. They are strong enough to see the world as it is, including their own personal inadequacies. Let us take this further. The real poetry and beauty in life comes from an intense relationship with reality in all its aspects. Realism is in fact the ideal we must aspire to, the highest point of human rationality. People who cling to their delusions find it difficult, if not impossible, to learn anything worth learning. A people under the necessity of creating themselves must examine everything, and soak up learning the way the roots of a tree soak up water. James Baldwin, Chapter 2. Make everything your own, self-reliance. When you work for others, you are at their mercy. They own your work. They own you. Your creative spirit is squashed. What keeps you in such positions is a fear of having to sink or swim on your own. Instead, you should have a greater fear of what will happen to you if you remain dependent on others for power. Your goal in every maneuver in life must be ownership, working the corner for yourself. When it is yours to lose, you are more motivated, more creative, more alive. The ultimate power in life is to be completely self-reliant, completely yourself. The hustler's empire. Human nature is so constituted that it cannot honor a helpless man, although it can pity him. And even this it cannot do long, if the signs of power do not arise.
ولا قلت لك زعما الماني كيفاش كتفكر اشرف حامض ما تسوي في البلاي مالو
واشرف راه هبيل صاحبي ولا تهبيل
هبيل انا متابع
هو دابا كاين الخامس الصاحبي وما عاد فين مودر الصاحبي ونيري
جرب كورونامي ولا شي حاجه
والله الا كره كيزرب الكورونامي ولا الكيوس.
تشملها فيه.
حقاش من فاندل دايره العزو.
المهم دايره برايم.
ودير شي حاجه اخرى اصاحبي فاندل. عندك اراكسيس؟
لا ما عنديش اراكس.
اوكي دير
آه.
بلاك.
ندير اكس ندير اكس.
اكزو
شحال تشري
كاش بلاصه عشري للاسف 5.
شحال
تجي البويل
ولا انت عطاني جمال.
ها العزوه
اخويا
سلم عليك انس.
ناس سيت سلم عليه
لا ماشي ساد داك اللي كان جا معايا لافاك.
ديك الدري ضعيف داك الدري الله يعمر هذا
الرجال
الله ينور. فاكولتي ميديسين هي سميتها.
عرفتي شكون كيحسب لي انس امس كيحسب لي رعبوب. والله كيخسر معاه.
كتقرا انت فيه انا فاكر ايوا انت فاك بوحده ولا بوحده يا الحمار.
وفاك يا صاحبي فاك.
عوب بعد حمد الله يرضي عوب معيش معانا في المغرب راه عليه. راه الميديسين تما تيقراو فاك فهمتي سميتها فاكولتي. نفس لافاك هما مفرقين فهمتي انت بوحدك انا بوحدي.
تفو كنت باغي نصيفط لكم واحد اللعيبه في الجروب وليني فاك
لا ما عرفتش مين
العز فاك وصاحبي.
قال لي نقرا في اي فير ولا ما نعرف. عرفتش ديك اكتيل عرفتش
ميبي
ولا انا في العارف انس. الشيخ زيد كتعرف الشيخ زيد ايوا صافي انا راه حداه. لا ما تقراش مع خوارتي اسكت. وي ولكن ماشي معانا صاحبي. حاشاك ازعج بغيتي تقارني مع الفاكهه حاشاك. لا علاوي علاوي وجه الدرس. وي يلا دخل الميت يلا دخل. دير مطعم فون شايف ومطعم فرص عيبه مطعم فرص عيبه بزاف.
مطعم فوس حبيره بنادم غلط فيه
وبزاف مطعم فرص عيبه ديال بصح صاحبي بحال داير شي سي بي جي ولا شي.
هو سميتو مات و سيونس دي دون تاهي
وتا فيزيك شاو
فيزيك تاهي احسن حاجه هي اللي درست حق الرب. عرفتي شنو درست؟ دير لينيس دير بروف ديال الماط الصوت هنا راسك.
قلت يا حمزه وي انا ما تعرفهمش يقابلوش
ميبي
خاصك تكون 12 سونس ماط ولا دوز كونكور 15 فيزيك 15 سونس فيزيك ودوز كونكور بان ليكونومي. وراه كاين واحد التقريبا في ايكونومي واعر شدتو على الايكونومي تقرا داك الشهر الاول موراه تيجي واحد خوتنا تيقدموا لكم واحد اللعيبه سميتها كلاس اكسيلونس. دوك كلاس اكسيلونس كتقلب كتولي تقرا الايكونومي بلونجلي عامين موراه تمشي للميريكان ولا شي بلاصه كتقرا بلونجلي كتكمل القرايه.
واحد العز اسرف اسحب مات شنو طاري ليه؟
اسمح لنا اسمح لي يا اخو حمزه اسمح لي يا اخو حمزه اسمح لي. انا غيمشي للسعوديه هو هبط عند السواعد وين دايري
والله صفر حقر. انس
هذاك اللحاس تقول لهم يديروا لك شنو تقول لهم يديروا لك شنو تقول لهم يديروا لك ما عرفتش يقول لهم ما عرفتش يقول ما عرفتش تيقول لهم ناض عاود دير لونسي دغيا لونسي قبل ما يخرج سير به
زرب عليه
والله الا خلينا الدري دايمان خويا اشرف ماك صاحبي
سمعت بلي هو صاحبي ريبوتيت بس كامل عاد خدم ما شرط صات عندك سايراكس وريكون فونتن عندك سايراكس فاندال ولا
برافو عليهم
بغيت نشريهم لك ولكن غالب الله
شريهم لي الا بغيتو يلعب بهم العب طايح وغنتحرك انا الدراري
ويلي
انا قال
والله الا عايش
خويا راه لوحده
ما قاريش انا خدام شي نتحمحم
خويا خص نفيق نقرا راه الا ما قريتش الصباح دبر شويه
الميكرو ديالك مكسور.
شنو قريتي اليوم شنو قريتي
انا كملت بيوم وبغيت نقرا بيو فيزيك ساعه ما قديتش غدا وقال غنضرب كيبان لي وقال خصني نضرب اس دي ام باقي ما بديهاش هذه
كيفاش اخويا زعما نقرا واش كاين ولا لا زعما واش تقرا ولا لا باش تقول لا باش ندخل انا مش ندخلش ولكن راه تشدو تشوف باش تقرك طبيعي بس على باش تشد صح دابا ما بحال دير مات انفو تي راه تقرك واحد سبيسياليتي في الماط وداك والله حتى مات انفو واعر راسي دابا على حسب شنو باغي دير
ضروري كير اسمه ولا
باغي دير داكشي ديال سيليكشي فيدا والله شي تعرف الدراري تنقول لك واحد خونا كان عنده موطور كان الليل ومطار داير بالدريات تيخرج شي سهر اللعيبات جاب سيليكشي فيدا الله يرزين جابها في الاخر الشهر ما قاريت حتى حرف ما كانش كيدخل للسونتر والله ما كيدخل تيمشي تيهز واحد عشيرته من المراجعه ديال السونتر وتيخرج جا الاخر الشهر جاب سيليكشي فيدا وحاب الله يرزين الاخر العام غادخل على سيليكشي فيدا صح مش عارف شكاين قال لك حتى خداهم مغاربه في الاخر خداهم مغاربه فهمتي قاريين داكشي تيبقاو يتعاملوا معاهم عارفين الدراري فهمتي باغيين بقاو يتعاملوا معاهم تيعاونوهم صاحبي تبع
وي
ولا ايش ايزت تا ولا حاسب ابوها وي حمزه راه كتر ولا حاسس غدير الحاسه لحاس ضرب شي 10 انت اليوم
داكشي اللي درنا قبيله
ضربوا لك
لوسيد
ضربوا لك في الاخروز ديالك العزوف
ما صيفطتيش ليا صاحبي داكشي اللي درنا بغيت نعاود به
نسيت راه تخربيق هذاك وقع حي تنشوف اش باقي
راه قبيله هو باش ديت مزيان وفاش مشيت راسي راني فهمت
ديت مزيان اخي
انا كنت كنقرا في الكوك جبت بي دي اف قدامي وجبت الستيلو والايباد بس الخربق
قول لي سديتي مزيان اخي سديتي مزيان
ريا كامل شي واحد حطاو لك فوق الطابله
ما عمره غيتحطوا ان شاء الله
وصافي تنقصد لك شي نهار للدار
لا هادشي ما كاينش
ايه وسبحان الله
ما علينا
حمزه اسمعني حمزه تسمعني في فالو صافي حتى ندير ديفين باش نسمعكش انا في فالو الراس حتى نسمعك مطول يا حمزه
واش ما كتسمعنيش؟ الو كنت طافي المايك من
سمعك،
قبيل اسي
معاوبن الله يشا معاوبن
انكيت ديسكورد انا يا خويا
مطفوكي خلي ديوليست يدري شي طاير
لا لعب اللي بغيتي
صافي سير خليك اخاي
ويلي خير
واش يسموك
خويا
ولا
ما
الدراري؟
كاينش سموكات شوف كي
لا
سموكر
زاب الانيشيتور
سانتينيل ما كاينش.
الله
والله
زاب الانيشيتور اوكي وكتقول استاذ شنو بقى تعاود فيها تبقى هذا السفر خونا
سقاش فيه
حصلت لي في الدماغ
خونا انت باغيها تحصل لك في دماغك
والله ما باغيها بالله واش
انا مخدمها قبيله وبغيتي تعاود فيها شناهي
ما مخدمهاش طلعت بوحديتها في الراندوم انا محيدها من البلايليست
تقدر تحيدها تشلمها حيدتها شحال
ودابا هي جات بوحدها فهمتي شي حاجه الا جات بوحدها ما كاين لاش تحيدها
عندك تدخل شوف الدار كاين عاصفه
وراه قلنا لك اخويا واش من هذيك الهضره ولا من الناس
ومن الناس هاي دابا عندي واحد الدري تيقرا في الليور قال لي قالوا لي غدا ما تجيش كاين عاصفه
اسفه راه غرقت
غرقوا
عندك هو حمزه عندك شي خرج اسف
اش كدوز رايك انا
والله
والله لا بصح راه اسفه بصح
الدراري قالوا لي ما تجيش للمدرسه
ويلي حرب
شنو طرا الاسفل شنو طرا الاسفل
مساكن اخويا بانوا لي اخي ولكن شتيش ما تعرفش شحال من بنادم مات في اسفل مساكن
لونسا يا حمزه راه خرجونا عاوتاني
هاتو اخي مساكن
الله يرحمه الله يستر
امين
قال لك شي كدا و50 واحد مات الصاحبي
لا ماشي حتى لديك الدرجه
والله شوف الدرجه
لا راه شي 55 ولا ما نعرف
راه شي قال لك وصلوا عدد الضحايا 55 لحد الان واحد الفيديو واحد المرة واحد الحاج
الله يستر زعما يا سلام
يا سلام
هذا فلوس
شنو
والله تعب الغلط
تعب
الغلط
علاش
يا سلام عب الغلط استاذ اصلك
شويه ماشي بزاف
يا سلام
استغفر الله العظيم
غلط هو اخي
ويا لا اله الا الله
ويلي غرقوا 50 يا سلام
واي
وراه هو اللي قال قلت لي غرقوا 50 وقال لك يا سلام
ما عرفت من نقول فهمتي
انا مسقول
رجعوا سيزون 7 حمزه
اييه
واش رجعوها في كلشي ولا مود الراس
مود الراس
ويلي بحال بيبي ورا الطبيعه كنكون انا
خضروس
شنو قلت يا حمزه
خضروس
رست تنشوف كتبان لي غنشريها ما بقاش نلعبها واقيلا
ما بقاش لعبها قبل كتلعبها
شحال شريتيها انت بشحال خديتها في بروم ولا
2 درهم
شحال
2 درهم انا خديتها في والله ما بقيتش كنلعبها ماشي ما بقيتش كنلعبها علاش غنفسر لك الموضوع دابا الدراري ما غتلقاش معامن دابا الدراري ما كيضحكوش فهمتيني وما كيضحكوش ونوابه وكيموتوا ماشي وفي كتلعب معاهم كيبقاو يموتوا
عارف ديك فهمت ايزيس، عارف ديك فهمت ايزيس.
صافي فهمتي كينوض الصداع صافي.
Match found.
ما
ديك فهمت ايزيس.
حيت لا بقيتي لاعب غير تبدا تساب، ما بغيتش انا نتساب مع شي واحد.
انا عادي في ديك ابروكسيميتي شارب داكشي غالب.
هي اللي زوينه غتلعب مع شي واحد بحال يلاه بدا نشطو انت وياه تضحكو، ما تلعب مع بنادم اخويا بحال هكا بلاش.
سموكر لعب سموكر اشرف. صافي
انا
صافي
مش لاعب سموكر زد.
صافي هاو التاريخ
فهمتيني اخويا؟
فيكيش
فهمتيني اخويا الدنجر؟
فهمتك اخو.
شوف نتايا
كنفكر قلت غادي ناخذ كونت 6 دولار وقال لك نشوبي فيها. عشان نشوبي فيها عشان نشري فيها. هبيله سحاب لي انا ادم شري جمجوم ب 50 درهم. ذاك النهار جالس كيدوي واحد الربيعه كيلبسوها ب 200 درهم. قال لك غنشريها نجمع عليها تاعي نكهرب مسا
ربيعه
واش ربيعه.
Stand in my way. I dare you.
عييت معاهم ما كيفهموش اخويا الله يسهل عليهم.
اخوان شي بساط احمر غيتكري اليوم ولا
عرفتي راه قدامنا الشجر غيطيح عليه وحنا.
لا واش كدوي كاين بصح كدوي فري ولا طنزينه
صاحبي
صاحبي.
كاين عاصفه صاحبي فري.
عاصفه طالقين هذوك تا هما.
لا قالوا راه كاين الفيضان، كاين الفيضان فوريكا، كاين الفيضان بزاف غير اسفل. عرفتي شحال بلاصه غير
Is that am I بما
دبرنا
Okay. Yeah, Gekko. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
بيستينا معلم نعوم غدا.
قال لك البلايص اللي ساحلين قال لك كلشي كيلعب من الساحل. كازا
كيفاش ساحلين راه بحال قدامنا.
ورا ثلاثه
دبرت فيها العزو.
التربه لا تغرق لينا سامي.
خويا حسب هذا شنو
عرفتوا اللعب باش تسوي ديك بق
عرفت ولا باقي
معليش راك فولي بيت وانا كان بق
Enemy spotted A.
No peeking.
Shot her. Enemy spotted A.
Blinding.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
برافو.
Spike planted.
قدر ما في ناكك
هو
قال لك لو اصلا ما بقاش تدخل بنايف. صار قال لي الدري دخلش بنايف.
بلي الاخر بريتش ندرب وانا نتبعو هسه.
Listen up, you muckers. If I don't get back up, just give me a nudge. I might not be dead, just take a recap.
لا صدمتني.
ما انت اخي عندك واحد الرياكشن تايم.
ويلي
ميكرو سكند اخي.
وي على رياكشن. ابراهيم عندنا هربة.
Aguas, keep your guard up.
يا عم شي تستوعب شي حداث.
No peeking.
I got the spike.
على طنطينة. اجي انت تقرا. راك هادشي اللي عطاني. هاد فوق هاد فوق.
ابراهيم تشاو.
One enemy remaining.
Flash out.
الادب.
واجبوا على واجبوا.
Time to jump. Fake time.
Reloading.
This isn't over.
74 كون ما متشي. مابقاش فيك استحمل.
سبكترنا لازم.
انا بس سبايك مان.
Does anyone have funds?
وهذا راه طايح. شري لي وين كنت سبكترنا الحمار راك نعطيك سبكتر. راه هذا القشر طايح الحمار هذا القشر طايح.
Keep your eye on target.
خويا اصلا بالله جا نعطيك سبايك بالله
بالله عاود نكرك يا خويا انا رجعت
سبايك
عاود كرك.
Concussing. Here we go. Our carrier's dead.
Spike down A.
Reloading.
Teleport.
Reloading.
Flash out.
One enemy remaining. Team Ace.
We are just good.
لا ما عرفت السامي.
Flashes. So sneaky. Is it the hair?
فانتم.
رفضنا لازم.
فانتم.
هاك اخو ايش الفرق؟
Does anyone have funds?
سنجلايز.
هاي اللي خذي شي عندك اوريدي.
Grabber.
ممكن
عندك راك يكون
The hunt begins.
Blinding wings. One enemy remaining.
وانا راك تدخل فيا.
Spike planted. Thanks, wings.
Right here.
هو هنا
فوق وشوف حبيبتي.
That was their best.
رينا عاد صعب.
Alright.
دربانة.
كاس كلير.
Alright, lucky socks. Don't fail me now.
نبان كذا ترى كاين.
Does anyone have funds?
Can someone buy me, please? Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Roll for initiative.
Concussing.
Enemies A.
Clearing out.
في فينيكس وبريم موس. ديكي ياك.
انا
Flash out.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
وهذاك اسينمنت.
اها سبايك.
والله انا صحابي عامتي واحد غلط
صحاب راسو اومن شي قلت
اويلي
الملايين
Let's reset. Deep breaths and all that.
والله تربايتت الملح.
اويلي
I need a drop.
نسيت برا.
برا
كيكو ذكرونا في العصر
شي واحد
يلا
شي واحد من الرجال الله يحن عليك.
هاك
Does anyone have fun?
Can someone buy me, please?
من فاندال دايره العاد.
Can someone buy me, please?
سينجولاريتي
لا سينجولاريتي الاخر.
سينجولاريتي اوف لاين
Wingman's gonna plant spike.
Prepare for hellfire!
Spike down. C.
I got the spike.
Nowhere to run!
يقتلني. راه كاملين
كون حطيت جات ضربت شويه
يشد لها.
الا كان هذاك تحت ضرب بخي شويه بعيد
No peeking.
دوم في
Flash out!
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
مالك يا جوي
ناضي كاوي.
نايس سموك
هربانة.
One way.
Don't be spending too many brain cells figuring them out. Overthinking is just as bad as under.
راه فنطمنا العزو.
Can someone buy me, please?
ما تجيش في السيف ثانك يو سبيكتر شيل لي
I need a drop.
Does anyone have funds?
كلوب
Merci.
Talk, talk.
Let's do what we do.
واش اللي سبكتر هكاك عطحتك اخوي حمزه انا رشعت
يا راز
والله نعاود شوف اخويا
Clearing out. Blinding. Flash out.
او بالعاني خلي اللعب الله يسلمك شي خرج طيب
I got you.
هو خرج غير شي
انا
Joke's over. You're dead.
ما بقاش سموك الدراري
Reloading.
سير اخي سير اخي تشبر هذا يتشبر بيكي رجالك اخي تشبر بيكي لي البشري
Last player standing.
Like I never left.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
ماشي على اليمين اليمين.
من يدي بحال يدي
اليمين اسهل لك من يدك اليمين.
I feel bad for them.
المهم المعلومة ونيري.
Stop winning.
اوه العاقة ما عنديش.
I need a drop. They are so dead.
طلب فاندار نشرب
Everyone have fun.
الرجال.
انت سير هاك
ايش؟
جات على بوج انا شو ما نديروا لك على تلقاك وخلوا لي شراي يجمعوا عندي
باش نبو اب
هو الاب
واو واو واو
لا تا اخي خرج
حرام ناري
تي خطره صارين
ثلاثة
بوكي سدي ولا لا كلو فين متي مش كتشتا مش كتشتا
غنسموكي ندير راسنا في البندير
اي دابا بريتش داير راسو
مطمر هو داز.
موراكم تشامبر موراكم
بداو يديفيوزي واش ماشي بداو يديفيوزي.
Adapt or die!
مات
صافي مشى.
لا ستيف الاوف ستيف الاوف.
ويتش اوف. اسيست بهذا. اسيست نعرف
كراوتشي.
ظننا العزبه.
راك.
واش بتوقع؟ الله
Does
يقدر.
anyone have funds?
ايش
فيك اخويا.
مشى درسوا فيه.
شفت هاد الابيزود هذا وقتاش يسالي ضاكطونا ما نعرفش
باقي عليه قل من شهر قل من
ان شاء
شهر.
الله الدراري ان شاء الله.
خصنا نطلعوا دايما
Reload.
احلى بحال بسيطه.
بسيطة انت اصلا
Spike's ticking. Thanks, little man.
بيطلع الفوق. ماشي انا فلاش
اويلي
Flash out. Reload. Concussing.
ريان جوهر اويلك شا.
مالك الساعه ما خرج.
One enemy remaining.
ويلي ياك تفاطوا مدى هكذا.
ديال واش راه هذا وعلى سكين كي داير حلاوه.
Does anyone have funds?
عشي خصو ندير شي مع هاد الاسندات وليت احسن.
عطيني فانتا وبسكوت. وجهك شابه ماشي فانتا ومس.
ليت سكين اخويا احسن سكين في اللعب.
وي
وي
Reloading.
ليت احسن سكين في اللعب.
صح كان
هذه ما شفناهش
Reload.
ايوا خلي انا مرت الدراري في الشورت.
الدخول سريع.
باقي هذا اخويا. باقي ما دخلناش هسه.
Reloading.
يلا
هذا بغا يمشي فايشي مع هادو
اخويا منك ليه
انا غادي انا جاي اخويا اللي جاي.
ايوا مسموكي
بغيت سير ما كاينش سير وما كاينش صاحبي سير.
ويلي يا ويلي يا ويلي يا ويلي.
One enemy remaining.
ما حايش مع 10. تجي بطش تيجي. ديري وديريك شتي فيوزا.
ولا هو صوبا صاحبي صوبا خونا ما عرفتش.
فضل الناس
فطمنا حمزه فطمنا.
مرحبا سير زيد فندق سير هاك. كورونا بيطلع علينا في راسنا.
Behind me.
واحد ضرب كان طالع في راسه. مشيت يا ريال.
والكيوس هو اللي
تعال كيوس ايش طاير.
Blasting. Flash out.
Nowhere who run.
Reload.
Spike down A.
ايوا يلا سير على الله.
بوش تغشموش.
One enemy remaining.
اي الدراري عنده باك يا سعيد. عنده باك وصح قوت سمعت فيه يا سعيد.
Last round before the switch.
Buy the best guns you can.
يلا
ثاني وصلنا سبايك لحظة سبايك شو
يا ويس اوكي
شو احبه
Captain are not looking.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining. Switching sides.
وباقي ما وصلتش تسحبي من الشوط.
هاك السرعة جاك واحد تيجي ولا قليل فهمتي انا نعطل ما فهمتش
سل جاكو
سير اي
باش انت لا
سير اي يا جاكو سير اي سير فيها واحد
خليه وين ملي وين
طلعت لي افكار راسي قال لك سير اي بقيت عليه لا
ليش غندوز من اللعيبه الكراج ونمشي فيها
سير سموك كروس
زري
شوف
عطلوا
One enemy remaining. Spike down. C. Flawless.
يجي الايس
Let's do this.
والله يا خويا ما طلعت لي ايس تقتل شي واحد
والله قتلتي
ولا اقسم بالله خويا ما شفت ايس يلا سحب لي كلشي قتلت
Decoy.
يورو اجي
Right there.
كلف لي انت هنا
ما جريش عليا
هذا
عندك ترقارات يا
Jump them.
اسكت سيدي خلينا نسمع صح
ليش
ماما اي
Flash out. No match. Blasting.
بس شو معادك يعاود الهضره
ساوي لو
One enemy remaining.
Your biggest mistake was that you pissed me off.
تيجيش فلاش مليح هذاك الشيء
Match point.
Let's finish this already.
يلا خلينا نساليو معاهم ساعه اخر
يا صدق تقول هذا اخر راوند دابا والله ما غنسيب
داكشي قلت لي بريتش ندير
اخويا
داكشي قلت لي ندير في الراوند اللي فات ما خصناش
قلت لك قبل لي
Right there.
صافي دابا راه ما عادش يجيو اي ما عادش يجيو اي دابا
حقريه بدلت الى ليفت
وين
هذا بوميت
الله يعطيك الحب
عطيه له جوميد
هذا بوميت
حيت غيدخلوا
يا اشرف بدلتيها
بدلت
اشرف بدلتيها وعاود الكارك اللي بدلت
اسكت
عندي
رجع
67 فرينه الدراري
ما يكون بغاو يلعبوا ديفولت 100% ما يمشيوش اي دابا
والله العقليه هذوك شي عرفوا يدرب
67
واش هو الجدل اللي هنايا
هو جا مشى
الله يبارك طلعت لي
One enemy remaining.
يلا عرفتي بان لي بريد هنايا بديت زعما بغيت نتبعو ساعه معاودين
يس
معقدين
امطار قويه احيانا رعديه
لا على الدوليست 800
كاين غير الكشه معلم اليوم شفت كاش
مالك اصاحبي مالك؟
وعندكم اصاحبي امطار 45 ملم اصاحبي.
ويلي الدراري غرقوا
وغاش عوموا اصاحبي.
الدراري غرقوا تفوا اصاحبي خصني نسول فيهم تفوا.
اسمع انت سيدي قاسم بن سليمان بن رشيد قنيطره مديونه الدار البيضاء الرباط طنجه اصيله العريش
الرباط يبغى يزيدوا تما
العائله كاملين خصني نسول فيهم دابا.
وات ذا فاك.
صافي خليهم تيسولوا.
دابا حنا اللي ساكنين حدا البحر اخي اللي مشينا
حمزه دوز عليك شي دراع حمزه برا وجهك.
ما تجي نهبط للدار اخويا تلقاني غير
عندي دراع.
عاودونا صافي نتحركوا صافي
نعاودو
عاودوا سير خرجوا باخر عيش خليوه في الرباح ياك.
لا سير
لا صاحبي حشومه قاعد تسكت. راك حلاوه التقميره هي تخسر وتفالو هي حلاوه هي تخسر.
هي تهبط.
انا عشيني الصراحه.
العزة شوف شنو صافت بنادم شوف من كيصيفط سميتو الاخر وينغ مان يديفيوزي واصلا حتى كيوصل للسبايك عاد كيحط
راه يديفيوزي بيدو عاد كيلوحو
كيهال فيه.
حتى كيوصل عاد كيفكر نقول ندير وينغ مان ولا لا.
صاحبي عرفتي امتى كتجيك الفكره ديال واش تحط وينغ مان يدير ولا تفلاشي ولا عرفتي كتقول في مين في الباب ديال الدخله صافي غتدخل عاد كيبداو الافكار كيطيحوا عليك واش
ويلي فرنسا هي اكثر وحده زعما.
مشي
لاتينا لا لاتينا شا
سكسي لاتينو فيرزاتشي وفالنتينو بوكو بيتزا
في ظهري بغيت بوكو ماني في ظهري.
كابوتشين
ويلي شي طواني بغيت هي غرقه.
بغيت بوكو ماني في ظهري. فيرزاتشي فالنتينو بعد ما تمشي للفراش مع 12 كنقول نسكروا لي واحد نص ساعه وغنوض. الله يجزيني تبدا نسكروا تلقى 4 صاحبي.
ويلي
عادي هذيك البليه ديالنا
واخا هكاك اصاحبي بلا ما نحس.
انا دابا راه حاليا في مشكل عاوز اللي ما حليتوش غنردو بلاص.
شنو هو المشكل؟
راك نقول لك راه كتوصل كتسالي واحد.
شنو هو المشكل؟
راك نقول لك راه راسك كيدير كيطفى.
مزيانه الا كان دماغك
كنفيق معطل اصاحبي كنفيق حتى ل 11.
اوه تعطيه ليش
من 11 جوج
القرايه عاد القرايه ديك 3 السوايع هادشي لا قريت بكري لا بديت القرايه معاك
ورد 3 السوايع مخير راسك.
انا ساهل شنو مخير 3 السوايع مخير للباك هو متعرف معاك.
وانت سير واش 3 السوايع واعره بالله انت ما كنقدش تقرا 3 السوايع اصاحبي انا بزاف راه شحال من حاجات لاهينات عطا الله لي لاهينات
بزاف اصاحبي 3 السوايع بزاف.
انا اقول لك اصاحبي شي 3 السوايع هذاك هو الماكس ديالي في النهار. انا نيت 3 السوايع
بزاف اخويا بزاف.
شحال اخويا حمزه شحال؟
ما تقراش اخويا شكون قال لك قرا؟
كاينه
أسامة
اخو
دخل نصيفط شي حاجه في تيك توك. دخل شوف
بغيت بوكو ماني في داري سكسي فيسينا تشينا. الرباط سانتر هذا معلم في راسك.
صبر ما شفتش مزيان هذا عليك
طايش جاسم هادشي نبقى شعوني مع الشوف الاول والله الرباط سانتر بالله.
ويلي
الرباط سانتر مان
واحد التصويره
حرق
شنو ما تسفتش لنا ولا
اي
حرام
ما خرجش اخي
ما عندكش
شي
واحد الصوره مطربه اخي.
ها انت شو ها انت هذا البحر د المدينه هذا اللي كنت تعرف هذا البحر د المدينه وين فيه بحال الحجر طوال
يكون باين شي باخيره كبيره ياك
خير عملاق.
فيش مشي البحر د المدينه
لا لا لا
راه هو اللي فيها الطوال بحال هكا واحد
صخار
المناطق
ولا
اي صخار
بس فري
هاد خدنا راه الرباط
صيتو بحال شو كاين
خير اخي
لا كاين
بخير اشرف بخير كبيره والله هنا
عمق اشرف هوا
الله يجزيني عارف بخير اشرف بخير كبير
لا الفان ديالو حمقين هذوك كيتبعوه
تعرف شي طاوك شي هرب لي
ماتش فاوند
يهربوا له
وتسيع لهم وكيس عايش ولا
عرفتي يا صاحبي هربني يا صاحبي ولبس جاكيطه في دارو
كيشجع الرياض
البارسا كيقول لهم
الرياض
خاصنا نكونوا مع 8 في القهوه
هادشي اللي باغي
شي كينكس ليغ فين تدخلوه راه خاصك مالك يضرب له الزلقه كبير لا
قال لي صافي حنا هادشي اللي باغيين جوج ثلاثه صافي باركم وين نخرجوا عادي اخيرا
ما تلوكيش خليني يوم تجيب شي واحد
ويلي الروليطه
ومزيان وبرافو قال لا تجيب شي واحد ما قلت عمر معك اخويا اشرف
انا خليني يوم اخويا يعطوني شي لعيبه وصافي
بلا ما تطرولي لا
صافي غير نربحو الطرح ونساليو
واخا البيكي ما عرفتش شكون هو راه ما غندير حتى قلوه في الماتش
وبيكي جيكو بلانشينا بيكي جو بلانشينا
تشوف بلاد وكيتبلانتاج داك السباك
لا انت خذ سموكر الله يحفظك خذ اومن
لا ما ياخذ سموكر لا انا ناخذ سموكر
انا ناخذ
صافي ما تسوق خذ سيج ما تسوق خذ سيج مليحه والله خذ سيج هسه خذ سيج سوالي
Stand in my way.
تمارقنا الدراري تمارقنا
والله تبغي تلوكي سيج حق قرب بديت كنقلب عليها اقسم بالله
على الاساس ما عارفاش فين كاينه
والله ما عارف والله حتى باقي لدابا ما عارفش الايجنتس الصوت فين كيكون حق الله
That pretty boy Sova sure looks the hero, I'll give him that. I'll still kill him.
يا اخي
يوماني ولا معانا؟ مروه اللي في الجروب بس يوماني ولا معانا؟
شكون مروه؟ ديك اللي كتسمع الا معانا
تبارك الله صح كتقارب بزاف
عرفتي هذيك مسكينه والله عرفتي دابا والله في الاول العام كنا داخلين لواحد الجروب والله حرام امين وما يكرهو كان مطلع
واش هي اللي داير الحجاب وداير نضاضر
هي هذه
ظريفه صاحبي واش حاجه تتعامل معانا
والله لا ظريف وكل شيء صاد واه
لا ما نديرو التخاري الله يرزقنا
ربنا صاحبي هذيك لا تنجحنا
بيكي هكا كان ترشحات الاخر
كون هدي مديناش اصاحبي هو امين عليك طالع عسل
طالع
لا طالع من ثلاثة وخلاص
One enemy remaining.
هاي سيج عندك دريس سيج عندك راي غادر مشات
هاي باقا مكوزة
قل لي هاي لا مقاوز
ناري بريتش ولا شي اخويا
Reloading.
هلا شريف ولا سبيكتر.
قرب قرر شي واحد شي مساعدة في الايه.
وسام تعرف دير دبل بامب مع سنية.
بشورش خاصني شارج.
يمكن
كاملين ميد اكذب شي عليا اكذب شي عليا. قلت شي هي
Clearing out. Weak.
قلت شي هي قال لك يمكن كامل السكت.
وي واحد الفوق واحد لتحت ناري.
اول
Last player standing. Spike planted.
شفتي راه غيسمعوك شفتي
وراه غنمشي غنموت.
واحد في الجلد ديالك.
Do what we do. Get back to chilling.
والله ما شافوا يلا.
باينه ما شافوكش.
كدير انت اش
كديري
عندي الدراري
خليت هوني تبي ديك رينا خليت برو هاي قلت كتخرج تبكا وكخرج دخلوا ديجا الصيد
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Time to take these arms for a spin.
راه هاد الماب اتاك مالا ديفنس
وربحونا في بيست راوند. شكون قال لك اتاك؟
يا البيست راوند بيستول
عندنا بيستول كانوا شريفات وكونستات.
Decoy.
بخيرة اشرف بخيرة كبيرة. سبحان الله خاسر تقول الاغنية خرجوا لك تمشي لك ستريمر.
سيبها غيرها
شوف والله شي هرب لي بغا تحت البارير مع ماشي الاول.
طيب نعاود بيك بحالك.
Spike planted.
بلايندينغ
دير زيرو راس.
خل نسوي شوي.
Right there.
ضرب شي على
Last player standing. Flawless.
وي ضرب شي على بلا ما تشوف
ولا زعما بري شوت.
One of us. They meant with all of us.
فهمتك.
Go, go, go!
جو
لا ريول كتفرشها بهاد
اوكي
كنبغيش نشد البلاصه كتفرشها بهاد
اولا شتا ريد بيسي
وعلاش شتا واش شو البرد شو البرد شو البرد شو البرد
معناها القلاوه تقيل
The hunt begins.
الدراري سي واقع.
وعلاش انا سمعت
It's you and me. Flash out.
طيب نعاود بيكي.
Spike planted.
راه داك بالايش ب 74 راه كنرجع فوشي.
ويلي فوق.
معلومة جديدة
هذا والله ولا ساعة اصبر
قلت له نديرو دابا نسيو.
تباني
I'm out of here. Last player standing. I'm out of here.
واه يا صاحبي علاش تبان بحال شي واحد كيكب بشي طال ديال الماء.
ما عرفت فيك.
ستريسفول اخي اسامه.
Go.
I'll do my job.
كليب بيزنو
Yours.
شي حركة.
صافي
هذا باش شنو كيطرا كيدخلوا دغيا للصيد زعما الصيد ديالهم.
الدراري عندنا ناقصين.
واحد كيخاوي
انا نمشي عند جيكو. ورجع
سوفا في 70 خويا بغيت نرجع فاش غنرجع
My ult's ready.
حمزه خويا في النوك دغيا.
ايوا كلنا خريا. كنا مشينا نعسنا.
نتيجة عندك اريا.
Take this. Get wrecked. Reloading. I'm out of here. Dark good.
زوز باك سايد الدراري.
Last player standing.
Blinding.
وقتك شي زعما غتشوفوا شي.
Please stay alive. I hate making
انا شوفوا ديك الفانطام.
Could I have a drop? Thank you. Could I have a drop?
تبغي شي فاندل؟
Need a drop.
واش شدو على شري لي يا حمار؟
كيفاش؟
شري لي الا بغي شي فاندل. مع اوبن.
كيفاش يشد
تفرس هادو راه سخنو انا سخنو.
والاي
هادو ما كيبغيوش يجيو عندي راه راه دايرين ولاك هادو ولاد الكلاب.
اي رينا
Last player standing.
No peeking.
لا شوف.
Spike down. C. Team A.
عندي شوية.
My ult is ready.
That's when's it.
Go.
واحد خونا كان معايا في الصيد ما عرفتش صحاب لي هو اللي كيتمشوا.
عندي القيطار.
I'm out of here.
عندي القيطة.
يا والله شحرام بقاو ينكحوا فينا انت.
انا نمشي.
عادي انا راك مولف اخي اسامه.
لا صراحه خويا تمشي شي حاجه عرفتي.
هي اليوم اخي سام
عندي
بيشي لي باش تخرج ترجع بيشي لي.
عندي القيطار.
فلاش دغيا.
You will not kill my ally.
فلاش كتصنع عندي.
ويلي عليه ولا ناكل ماي اللي دينا القيطار.
هاد البلاصة هادي ما تحطاش. انا عندي. جيك.
Like I never left. Go.
Flash up.
وين طلعت؟
I'm out of here.
Pew pew.
صافي.
Drop in a smoke.
كاين فاندال هكذا. اي
وير
Spike planted.
يمكن جاو مشى بريد.
شوف شكله.
One enemy remaining.
اش كيدير هذا؟
Last player standing.
مين بأوف مين.
شي سموكا صبر ديفيوزي كان
والله شكي انا صاحبي. والله شكي والله شكي. واو يا راه عجب لك الله.
سمعت تاون
ما سمعتيش مزيان ولا شي حاجه وراك.
جو
واش صافي في الشرق عاقته.
اصلا باش سموكيتي باش سموكا هو تعطاه باش سموكا.
ولا انا سحاب ليا متفق صح.
هو سموكي القدام سموكا كتشا.
ويلا بنادم ماشي يقول لك سموكا ولا شي حاجه وخصك انت تقول خصك تسمع.
لا شكون عنده سهله اوبي. كيفاش نمشي لقدام تفرج عليه بزاف. ورا جايب هادي.
ولي قتلوني وسط العيوس.
لا يلا ماشي
يلا
رقان ينادون.
Spike planted.
كمل السي.
Last player standing.
Trust me, they'll know what hit them.
انا تفاهم جربوا
تجربون.
Thank you.
ها؟
Go.
فانطا جرب سبوبه خويا رياض.
ما نجرب والو انا نقول لحد نجربو.
هذاك كيف جميل كيلعبوا معانا صح.
درا شو
خويا الايشيوز اخويا.
Try not to die.
برافو
ايشوز اشرف مايند ايشو
نحوم مكانه.
سيربي لو ماش بتعطل ماش
غير تأوس انت باغي تشوبيني عاوتاني لا ولا اوبيتيني.
Spike down. C.
عطيني صوت
Spike planted.
ولا طاو كاين هو اوفيس
It's you and me.
انا غنهز هذا انت هز لا.
Last player standing.
ويلي
One enemy remaining.
واش
شو على هاد الكلوتش هادي دراري خصنا نوينيو بالروج ولا
Anyone else thinks they can kill a god?
اخويا راه عيب.
Pick something nice to kill them with. It's the least we can do.
شحال هو عرض رياض اخويا.
شي غريب
رياض تريدي رياض. شوف معايا.
هو محقق حاول اوفنسيف شويه.
Hit him when they're
القحبه عطاني باطل.
غير شقرا سميتك شي واحد
ولا ممكن
غير تقرا سميتك شنو 1 HP.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Yes. ترى نكلوم
Last round in the half.
I'm out of here. Just pay me all your money. Let me buy a short ear too.
اوفا ضرب شي شعر واحد ورجع.
I don't quit.
لا ما كانش هيك بيكاني سوف
كيلعب بيكو مشي السي.
لاعبين ديفولت لاعبين ديفولت لاعبين ديفولت لاعبين ديفولت لاعبين ديفولت صافي لاعبين
اي
ديفولت
بي اي بي اي بي لاعبين
ما تبيكيهمش ما تبيكيهمش ما تبيكيهمش لاعبين
هادي وقررش عليك شبيكي. اودين اصاحبي حتى لاعبين اودين.
صونديت بها ريح
بلاصه وكوز اصاحبي.
عرفتي هاد
هو
الباندال
سبايك تحط بيت سبايك تحط.
My ult's ready. Blinding.
عندي
Spike
سبايك
down mid.
سبايك ويندو سبايك ويندو. شيف شاريات شيف شاريات.
Anyone else?
One enemy remaining.
نايس. لاست وان كان.
Last player standing.
رايك
ثاني صوت فينو
اي
30 seconds left.
اي لينك
كيفاش هايلينك انا
فين علمت لك فين بين قلت لك جا من جنب. عندك يجيك من اللور مش عارف يكون مثالي كان يضرب شي طور لا تعرف يجيك. ديكي وباكي
10 seconds left.
تعرف راي بلانتي
راه 4 ثواني باش يبلانت
عنده تايم غاي بلانتي
Spike planted.
هي وترجع الله هذه من الشر. دار يكون تبان
وتشي قد الفوق تا هو
تشيكي الكورن ما كيكون
Drop in a smoke.
احبط على امك من الفوق.
كنت كنتخيلو زعما يدخل السموك عندي يقتلوه.
Switching sides.
We doing this or what?
ممكن يهبط تعلمها مزيان انا تحركت اصاحبي ما كانش هي كانت تحرك.
Gotta go.
لا تحصل على كذا
Reloading.
نجيبوهم سهلة سهلة بودي فوت منكم.
نلعب بشتش نلعب ولكن مرة ناضي شيء اي.
Dream big, make it happen.
ليك تعطل ما تبقاش تدخل تعطل باش
انا فهمت اللور دخلوا عداء
لا لعب ديفولت دير شي بلايص بلاتي بلاتي بلاي بتخاوي مش بلاتي
خاوية
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Go, go, go.
تكلوتش يا اخي تكلوتش.
They think they're better than us.
يا ذا الراوند جاي يمشي اش صح 11 3 رانا كونا بما فيه الفائده.
أسامة كلاسيك
كلاسيك اكل كيربي
كاينه رينا
Enemy spotted.
رينا
واه طنطن
I'm out of here.
هو دوت الكلب انا.
Watch out. Reloading. No peeking.
Our carrier's dead. Flash out.
Spike down A.
صبر وني سبي
شيري بريتش رجع
اركض
الصراحة كنا مشينا نعسو
خونا الربحوا ما كاينش الضحك.
نونوس العزيز نونوس.
So gut.
واقيلا ما بقاش والو
كامل
نونوس
لعبة بحالك فهمتيني سير. لا لا لا
نونوس.
Last player standing.
هاف تايم هاف تايم.
لا لا غيدير
لا ما عندوش. لا هاف تايم هاف تايم. عندوش. أو نربحوا نربحوا والله تبغوا نربحوا.
Come on! Get me in the line of fire.
يتعشاو هذا الناس لا يعرفوا
لا لا لا.
واحد طلع على تعشى
Go, go, go!
يكون رزقه. انا اكزو يكون رزقه. انا اكزو الله يسعدو مليح والله.
فيك عافية فيك.
Smart move. Reloading.
Wingman's gonna plant spike.
I'm out of here.
Concussing!
Nice sticky. Thanks for the
Hit the poke.
عندك الله.
One enemy remaining.
أودين الراوند.
Go, go, go!
نربحوا دبل.
Here we go!
أودين.
Alright, homies, chill. We'll go again.
اشرف هكاك
Damn, you love being in here. Way too much.
حدك
Need a drop. سلامات. Thanks.
ما يسكتش سحب
انا سبايك تشحون مابقاش تهزوا لي قلاويه.
أمشي واحد. ليش أول واحد عارفه كيبغي يجي.
It's not over yet.
لا ولا خدمتي اصلا نمشي ندير شحال ونمشي ندير شحال والله.
I'm out of here.
Forever! Enemy spotted B.
Nate danger.
اسمع اومن جاراج سوفا اومن جاراج
Blinding!
Spike planted. Thanks, Wing.
What's your reach?
Up and away.
شوف انت تخلصتي انت. ترى بحالك.
Time to jump.
السوا
Flash out!
One enemy.
We bring in the
Initiators.
body bags. Reload. Just swapping in new fusion cells. Okay, my arms are good. We can go.
وانا ماشي انت 10 تجي 13 14 ليش 14
Need a drop. سلامات. Thanks.
Right there.
انا طالع ما شفت شيء
شفت خشتو.
هاني
ستيج
Begins. Plant the spike, Wing.
Blinding!
اومن جاراج
Blasting! It's you and me.
Thanks, my man.
Ready.
الله كل شيء يرجع الله كل شيء مش قرايبك لو مش قرايبك
بس السيري راه سموكات يا معلم السموكات الملاحة ودي.
Flash out!
ديك السموكه واش اللي ديال
بدا تيدخل اخ بدا يدخل.
ماش قلنا شي سموك دير لهم ماش بيت صافي عندك ماش بي ديالك
Last player standing.
Like how you
One
did.
enemy
Play
remaining.
slow.
Last player standing.
Here we go.
وين العوتشيتيا؟
باش ما تربحش صح
Running low.
واش مشيت تبع شي جوج معولين عليك
That's true.
عندك قريه في عقلك عندك قريه في عقلك
عطانا اكس عطانا اكس
Need a drop.
ماشي هذيك
الناس تقعد
Come on, little homies.
Enemy spotted A.
طيب نعاود وان شوت شحال مرت اصاحبي انتوما 4 واحد فيكم يهرس البلاصه
Omen's gonna plant spike.
عندك علم
Ready. There's my buddy.
كاكل هاد بيوت
Enemy spotted.
لعب تايم ولا بيوت
Last player standing.
120 كضحك على الشعب كلها 120
والله سخنت معايا والله
120 يا سلام
بحال دابا
120 ناقص
Aye, where to?
افي تلقى هذيك تشري تلقى
يلا تدوي بزاف يلا
Can someone buy me,
وراه
please?
عطينا
تلقى السيف
فلوس وصافي على الجيم ماستر
ويلي
ما تشري الفل عاد تشري مش تشري الراس درت بيضاء غادي تقول لي شري لي تقول لي ارى لي سكين تقول لي شري الراس
شوف
كل ما
بس ما تبانش استنى واحد شويه
شوف هادي ولا جد
Nowhere to run!
سلمي
شوف فين يبلاد يلا اشد في ليدر
Sova's dead.
نحاول نسموكي لك اخي حاول
Down you go. Refreshing.
وي سبايك بعيد الساعه
انا بقيت 10
One enemy remaining.
مزيان
ديما بقات بلاتي
I
ديما
worked up an appetite on that
Right
one.
there. Right there.
بغيت نديرها في بلاصه فين كاين بيت
Bye, Jett. We feeling good? Hope so.
مزيان
I need a drop.
الله يحفظك
الله يكثر من
هاني
الله يحفظك
I'm out of
شي
here.
سكين داير على سكين
ولكن انا عندي
هاني
Let's see how it goes.
شري لا
دابا غادي بلاصه
شري
Blasting! Reloading.
دابا جينا واحد شويه
سي شوات
يلا قتلتني انا بالغلط يعني
لا راه ماشي راه سيس راه غادي
بيهايند صافي هرس العوج
ويندو
Get him, wingman.
You will not kill my allies.
The
طار
wingman's
سبيكرز
down. Mosh pit.
واش بيكس
صفر صافي
صافي
I need to be kissed like kick him in the shin.
رجليا.
لا راه شوف
Go, go, go.
راه ليكونومي احسن زيرو معاه.
مرة واجي يبقى
Reloading.
ما فيه سيك.
Right there.
كويس يا
Could have a drop.
20
Careful there.
20 اللي والله ما تعرف شكون
اسكي صافي
صافي
غادي توصل باش نلعب.
Wingman's gonna plant spike.
Enemy spotted C.
Spike down. C.
ويلي ويلي
Planted.
استسمح استسمح.
كاش مشكل هذه
تخافوش عليه ما تخافوش عليه
شي
اوجي
Like I never left.
ماما ماشي
Last player standing.
I'm out of here. Take this.
خويا دير لي سلو دير لي القرعه ديال الشاس.
تيلينا الدراري
بغينا نسيري وصافي نحمي.
انا فين
Match
حطيت
point.
الج ما تصل
ريا شري شي كبيره علاش كتقلق؟
لا لا
ايكونومي زعما
Go, go, go.
بحال شي الكبير بحال شي الصغير اكلني هذا اكلني هذا.
See you on the other side.
دير ريفان دير ريفان.
هذا يربحونات بزاف بلا ربحتو
ناري ناري.
بس خد
Flash out.
الله يسر.
أو
Cutting through.
وين؟ اومن فلانك اومن فلانك تيجي كنت معايا في عد صاحبي ما تفكتوش. اومن ريداز ها هو لونغ اومن لونغ موراك يورو.
أول صاحبي الهيف لا جيكو
Nowhere to run. بريتش عندك.
Last player standing.
ستيليج والله شي ستيليج.
جوازة
ستيليج والله. كيكو اخويا مسكين.
أو زوج راوندات
Defenders win.
ساهلين
على الجهه ان شاء الله. بخيرك اشرف. بخيرك كبيره.
علاش يقوي ما صار ودايا بخرج
ما واش باغي الناس نقرا.
Frederick Douglass. After serving a short sentence in a Brooklyn rehabilitation program for his first offense as a drug dealer, Curtis Jackson returned to the streets virtually back at square one. The money he had earned the previous few years as a corner hustler was all gone, and his once loyal customers had all found other dealers to buy from. A friend, now running a fairly large crack cocaine operation, offered Curtis a job bagging up drugs. He would be paid a daily wage and not a bad one. Curtis desperately needed the money, so he accepted the offer. Perhaps further down the road his friend would cut him in on some of the action and he could reestablish his own business. But from the first day on the job, he realized that this was all a mistake. He was working with a group of other baggers, all former dealers. They were now hired help. They had to show up at a certain time and bow down to the authority of their employers. Curtis had lost not only his money but also his freedom. This new position went against all of the survival lessons he had learned up till then in his short life. Curtis had never known his father, and his mother had been murdered when he was 8 years old. His grandparents had essentially raised him. They were loving and kind, but they had a lot of children to look after and not much time to give individual attention. If he wanted any kind of guidance or advice, There was nobody in his life to turn to. At the same time, if he wanted anything new, such as clothes, he did not feel comfortable asking his grandparents. They did not have much money. What all of this meant was that he was essentially alone in this world. He could not rely on anyone to give him anything. He would have to fend for himself. Then crack cocaine exploded on the streets in the mid-1980s, and everything changed in neighborhoods like his. In the past, large gangs controlled the drug business, and to be involved you had to fit into their structure and spend years moving up the ladder. But crack was so easy to manufacture and the demand was so high that anyone, no matter how young, could get in on the game without any startup capital. You could work on your own and make good money. For those like Curtis who grew up with little parental supervision and a disdain for authority, being a corner dealer was the perfect fit. No political games, no bosses above you. And so he quickly joined the growing pool of hustlers dealing crack on the streets of Southside Queens. As he got further into the game, he learned a fundamental lesson. There were endless problems and dangers confronting the street hustler. Undercover cops, fiends, and rival dealers scheming to rob you. If you were weak, you looked for others to help you or for some crutch to lean on, such as drugs or alcohol. This was the path of doom. Eventually, your friend would not show up as promised, or your mind would be too clouded by drugs to see someone's treachery. The only way to survive was to admit you were on your own, learn to make your own decisions, and trust your judgment. Do not ask for what you need, but take it. Depend only on your wits. It was as if a hustler, born amid squalor and cramped quarters, possessed an empire. This was not something physical, the corner that he worked or the neighborhood he wanted to take over. It was his time, his energy, his creative schemes, his freedom to move where he wanted to. If he kept command of that empire, he would make money and thrive. If he looked for help, if he got caught up in other people's political games, he gave all of that away. In such a case, the negative conditions of the hood would be magnified and he would end up a beggar, a pawn in someone else's game. As he sat there bagging drugs that first day, Curtis realized that this went far beyond a momentary lull in his life in which he needed some quick money. This was a turning point. He looked at the other baggers. They all had suffered downturns in fortune, violence, prison time, etc. They had become scared and tired of the grind. They wanted the comfort and security of a paycheck. And this would become the pattern for the rest of their lives. Afraid of life's challenges, they would come to depend on other people to help them. Perhaps they could go on like this for several years, but the day of reckoning would come when there were no more jobs and they had forgotten how to fend for themselves. It was ludicrous for Curtis to imagine that the man now employing him to bag would someday help him set up shop. Bosses don't do things like that, even if they're your friends. They think of themselves and they use you. He had to get out now, before that empire slipped from his hands and he became yet another former hustler dependent on favors. He quickly went into full hustling mode and figured his way out of the trap. At the end of the first day, he made a deal with the baggers. He would dole out the daily cash he had been paid for the job to all of them. In return, he would teach them how to put less crack in each capsule but make it look full. He had been doing this on the street for years. They were then to give Curtis the extra crack that was left over from each capsule. Within a week, he had accumulated enough drugs to return to hustling on the streets, on his terms. After that, he swore to himself he'd never work for another person ever again. He would rather die. Years later, Curtis, now known as 50 Cent, had managed to segue into a music career, and after a fierce mixtape campaign on the streets of New York in which he became a local celebrity, he gained the attention of Eminem, who helped sign him to a lucrative deal on his own label within Interscope Records. For the launch of his debut album, Get Rich or Die Tryin', there was a lot of work to do. A marketing campaign, videos, artwork, and so he went to Los Angeles to work with Interscope on these projects. But the more time he spent in their cushy offices, the more he had the feeling that he was at yet another turning point in his life. The game these music executives were playing was simple. They owned your music and a lot more. They wanted to package the artist in their way, and this dictated all of the key decisions on the music videos and publicity. In return, they lavished you with money and perks. They created a feeling of dependence. Without their massive machine behind you, you were helpless in the face of a viciously competitive business. In essence, you were exchanging money for freedom. And once you internally succumbed to their logic and their money, you were finished. You were a high-paid bagger doing a job. And so, as before, 50 went into full hustling mode to reclaim his empire. In the short term, he schemed to shoot his own videos with his own money and come up with his own marketing schemes. To Interscope, it seemed like he was saving them time and resources, but to 50, it was a subtle way to regain control over his image. He set up a record label for his own stable of artists from within Interscope, and he used this label to teach himself all aspects of production. He created his own website where he could experiment with new ways to market his music. He turned the dependence dynamic around, using Interscope as a school for teaching him how to run things on his own. All of this was part of the endgame he had in mind. He would run out his contract with Interscope, and instead of renegotiating a new one, he would proclaim his independence and be the first artist to set up his own freestanding record label. From such a position of power, he would have no more executives to please, and he could expand his empire on his own terms. It would be just like the freedom he had experienced on the streets, but on a global scale. The fearless approach. I was born alone and I will die alone. I've got to do what's right for me and not live my life the way anybody else wants it. 50 Cent. You came into this life with the only real possessions that ever matter: your body, the time that you have to live, your energy, the thoughts and ideas unique to you, and your autonomy. But over the years, you tend to give all of this away. You spend years working for others, they own you during that period. You get needlessly caught up in people's games and battles, wasting energy and time that you will never get back. You come to respect your own ideas less and less, listening to experts, conforming to conventional opinions. Without realizing it, you squander your independence, everything that makes you a creative individual. Before it is too late, you must reassess your entire concept of ownership. It is not about possessing things or money or titles. You can have all of that in abundance, but if you are someone who still looks to others for help and guidance, if you depend on your money or resources, then you will eventually lose what you have when people let you down, adversity strikes, or you reach for some foolish scheme out of impatience. True ownership can come only from within. It comes from a disdain for anything or anybody that impinges upon your mobility, from a confidence in your own decisions, and from the use of your time in constant pursuit of education and improvement. Only from this inner position of strength and self-reliance will you be able to truly work for yourself and never turn back. If situations arise in which you must take in partners or fit within another organization, you are mentally preparing yourself for the moment when you will move beyond these momentary entanglements. If you do not own yourself first, you will continually be at the mercy of people and circumstance, looking outward instead of relying on yourself and your wits. Understand, we are living through an entrepreneurial revolution comparable to the one that swept through 50's neighborhood in the 1980s, but on a global scale. The old power centers are breaking up. Individuals everywhere want more control over their destiny and have much less respect for an authority that is not based on merit but on mere power. We have all naturally come to question why someone should rule over us, why our source of information should depend on the mainstream media, and on and on. We do not accept what we accepted in the past. Where we are naturally headed with all of this is the right and capacity to run our own enterprise, in whatever shape or form, to experience that freedom. We are all corner hustlers in a new economic environment, and to thrive in it, we must cultivate the kind of self-reliance that helped push 50 past all of the dangerous dependencies that threatened him along the way. For 50, it was very clear. He was alone in the house he grew up in and on the streets. He lacked the usual supports, and so he was forced to become self-sufficient. The consequences of being dependent on people were so much more severe in his case. It would mean constant disappointment and urgent needs that went unmet. It is harder for us to realize that we are essentially alone in this world and in need of the skills that 50 had to develop for himself on the streets. We have layers of support that seem to prop us up, but these supports are illusions in the end. Everyone in the world is governed by self-interest. People naturally think first of themselves and their agendas. An occasional affectionate or helpful gesture from people you know tends to cloud this reality and make you expect more of this support, until you are disappointed again and again. You are more alone than you imagine. This should not be a source of fear but of freedom. When you prove to yourself that you can get things on your own, then you experience a sense of liberation. You are no longer waiting for people to do this or that for you, a frustrating and infuriating experience. You have confidence that you can manage any adverse situation on your own. Look at a man like Rubin Hurricane Carter, a successful middleweight boxer who found himself arrested in 1966 at the height of his career and charged with a triple murder. The following year, he was convicted and sentenced to 3 consecutive life terms. Through it all, Carter vehemently maintained his innocence, and in 1986 he was finally exonerated of the crimes and set free. But for those 19 years, he had to endure one of the most brutal environments known to man, one designed to break down every last vestige of autonomy. Carter knew he would be freed at some point, but on the day of his release, would he walk the streets with a spirit crushed by years in prison? Would he be the kind of former prisoner who keeps coming back into the system because he can no longer do anything for himself? He decided that he would defeat the system. He would use the years in prison to develop his self-reliance so that when he was freed it would mean something. For this purpose, he devised the following strategy. He would act like a free man while surrounded by walls. He would not wear their uniform or carry an ID badge. He was an individual, not a number. He would not eat with the other prisoners, do the assigned tasks, or go to his parole hearings. He was placed in solitary confinement for these transgressions, but he was not afraid of the punishments, nor of being alone. He was afraid only of losing his dignity and sense of ownership. As part of this strategy, he refused to have the usual entertainments in his cell, television, radio, pornographic magazines. He knew he would grow dependent on these weak pleasures, and this would give the wardens something to take away from him. Also, such diversions were merely attempts to kill time. Instead, he became a voracious reader of books that would help toughen his mind. He wrote an autobiography that gained sympathy for his cause. He taught himself law, determined to get his conviction overturned by himself. He tutored other prisoners in the ideas that he had learned through his reading. In this way, he reclaimed the dead time of prison for his own purposes. When he was eventually freed, he refused to take civil action against the state. That would acknowledge he had been in prison and needed compensation. He needed nothing. He was now a free man with the essential skills to get power in the world. After prison, he became a successful advocate for prisoners' rights and was awarded several honorary law degrees. Think of it this way: dependency is a habit that is so easy to acquire. We live in a culture that offers you all kinds of crutches. Experts to turn to, drugs to cure any psychological unease, mild pleasures to help pass or kill time, jobs to keep you just above water. It is hard to resist, but once you give in, it is like a prison you enter that you cannot ever leave. You continually look outward for help, and this severely limits your options and maneuverability. When the time comes, as it inevitably does, when you must make an important decision, you have nothing inside of yourself to depend on. Before it is too late, you must move in the opposite direction. You cannot get this requisite inner strength from books or a guru or pills of any kind. It can come only from you. It is a kind of exercise you must practice on a daily basis. Weaning yourself from dependencies, listening less to others' voices and more to your own, cultivating new skills. As happened with Carter and with 50, you will find that self-reliance becomes the habit and that anything that smacks of depending on others will horrify you. Keys to fearlessness. I am owner of my might, and I am so when I know myself as unique. Max Stirner. As children, we all faced a similar dilemma. We began life as willful creatures who had yet to be tamed. We wanted and demanded things for ourselves, and we knew how to get them from the adults around us. And yet, at the same time, we were completely dependent on our parents for so many important things: comfort, protection, love, guidance. And so from deep inside, we developed an ambivalence. We wanted the freedom and power to move on our own, but we also craved the comfort and security only others could give us. In adolescence, we rebelled against the dependent part of our character. We wanted to differentiate ourselves from our parents and show that we could fend for ourselves. We struggled to form our own identity and not simply conform to our parents' values. But as we get older, that childhood ambivalence tends to return to the surface. In the face of so many difficulties and competition in the adult world, a part of us yearns to return to that childish position of dependence. We maintain an adult face and work to gain power for ourselves, but deep inside we secretly wish that our spouses, partners, friends, or bosses could take care of us and solve our problems. We must wage a ferocious war against this deeply embedded ambivalence, with a clear understanding of what is at stake. Our task as an adult is to take full possession of that autonomy and individuality we were born with. It is to finally overcome the dependent phase in childhood and stand on our own. We must see the desire for a return to that phase as regressive and dangerous. It comes from fear of being responsible for our success and failure, of having to act on our own and make the hard decisions. We will often package this as the opposite, that by working for others, being dutiful, fitting in, or subsuming our personality to the group, we are being a good person. But that is our fear speaking and deluding us. If we give in to this fear, then we will spend our lives looking outward for salvation and never find it. We will merely move from one dependency to another. For most of us, the critical terrain in this war is the work world. Most of us enter adult life with great ambitions for how we will start our own ventures, but the harshness of life wears us down. We settle into some job and slowly give in to the illusion that our bosses care about us and our future, that they spend time thinking of our welfare. We forget the essential truth that all humans are governed by self-interest. Our bosses keep us around out of need, not affection. They will get rid of us the moment that need is less acute or they find someone younger and less expensive to replace us. If we succumb to the illusion and the comfort of a paycheck, we then neglect to build up self-reliant skills and merely postpone the day of reckoning when we are forced to fend for ourselves. Your life must be a progression towards ownership, first mentally of your independence, and then physically of your work, owning what you produce. Think of the following steps as a kind of blueprint for how to move in this direction. Step 1. Reclaim dead time. When Cornelius Vanderbilt, 1794 to 1877, was 12 years old, he was forced to work for his father in his small shipping business. It was drudge work and he hated it. Cornelius was a willful, ambitious child, and so in his mind he made the following determination. Within a couple of years he was going to start his own shipping enterprise. This simple decision altered everything. Now this job was an urgent apprenticeship. He had to keep his eyes open, learn everything he could about his father's business, including how he could do things better. Instead of dull labor, it was now an exciting challenge. At the age of 16, he borrowed $100 from his mother. He used the money to buy a boat and began ferrying passengers between Manhattan and Staten Island. Within a year, he paid back the loan. By the time he was 21, he had made a small fortune and was on his way to becoming the wealthiest man of his time. From this experience, he established his lifelong motto: never be a minion, always be an owner. Time is the critical factor in our lives, our most precious resource. The problem when we work for others is that so much of this becomes dead time that we want to pass as quickly as possible, time that is not our own. Almost all of us must begin our careers working for others, but it is always within our power to transform this time from something dead to something alive. If we make the same determination as Vanderbilt to be an owner and not a minion, then that time is used to learn as much as we can about what is going on around us. The political games, the nuts and bolts of this particular venture, the larger game going on in the business world, how we could do things better. We have to pay attention and absorb as much information as possible. This helps us endure work that does not seem so rewarding. In this way, we own our time and our ideas before owning a business. Remember, your bosses prefer to keep you in dependent positions. It is in their interest that you do not become self-reliant, and so they will tend to hoard information. You must secretly work against this and seize this information for yourself. Step 2. Create little empires. While still working for others, your goal at some point must be to carve out little areas that you can operate on your own, cultivating entrepreneurial skills. This could mean offering to take over projects that others have left undone or proposing to put into action some new idea of your own, but nothing too grandiose to raise suspicion. What you are doing is cultivating a taste for doing things yourself, making your own decisions, learning from your own mistakes. If your bosses do not allow you to make such a move on any scale, then you are not in the right place. If you fail in this venture, then you have gained a valuable education. But generally, taking on such things on your own initiative forces you to work harder and better. You are more creative and motivated because there is more at stake. You rise to the challenge. Keep in mind the following. What you really value in life is ownership, not money. If ever there is a choice, more money or more responsibility, you must always opt for the latter. A lower-paying position that offers more room to make decisions and carve out little empires is infinitely preferable to something that pays well but constricts your movements. Step 3. Move higher up the food chain. In 1499, Pope Alexander VI managed to carve out a principality for his son, Cesare Borgia, in the Romagna district of Italy. This was not easy. All kinds of rival powers were competing for control of the country. Families that dominated the political scene, foreign kings scheming to take over certain regions, city-states with spheres of influence, and finally the church itself. To secure Romagna for his son, The Pope had to win over one of the two most powerful families in Italy, make an alliance with King Louis XII of France, and hire a mercenary army. Cesare Borgia was a shrewd young man. His goal was to expand beyond Romagna and eventually unify all of Italy, making it a great power. But his position now depended on various outside forces that controlled his destiny, each one above the other. The army beholden to the powerful families and King of France, then the Pope himself who could die any day and be replaced by someone antagonistic to Borgia. These alliances could shift and turn against him. He had to eliminate these dependencies one by one until he could stand on his own with nobody above him. Using bribery, he put himself at the head of the family faction his father had allied him with, then moved to eliminate its main rival. He worked to get rid of the mercenary army and establish his own. He schemed to make alliances that would secure him against the French king who now saw him as a threat. He gobbled up more and more regions. He was on the verge of expanding his base to a point of no return when he suddenly fell gravely ill in 1504. Shortly thereafter, his father died and was soon replaced by a pope determined to stop Cesare Borgia. Who knows how far he could have gotten if his plans had not become unraveled by such unforeseen circumstances. Borgia was a kind of self-reliant entrepreneur before his time. He understood that people are political creatures, continually scheming to secure their own interests. If you form partnerships with them or depend upon them for your advancement and protection, you are asking for trouble. They will either turn against you at some point or use you as a cat's paw to get what they want. Your goal in life must be to always move higher and higher up the food chain, where you alone control the direction of your enterprise and depend on no one. Since this goal is a future ideal, in the present you must strive to keep yourself free of unnecessary entanglements and alliances. And if you cannot avoid having partners, make sure that you are clear as to what function they serve for you and how you will free yourself of them at the right moment. You must remember that when people give you things or do you favors, it is always with strings attached. They want something from you in return, assistance, unquestioned loyalty, and so forth. You want to keep yourself free of as many of these obligations as possible, so get in the habit of taking what you need for yourself instead of expecting others to give it to you. Step 4. Make your enterprise a reflection of your individuality. Your whole life has been an education in developing the skills and self-reliance necessary for creating your own venture, being your own boss. But there is one last impediment to making this work. Your tendency will be to look at what other people have done in your field, how you could possibly repeat or emulate their success. You can gain some power with such a strategy, but it won't go far and it won't last. Understand, you are one of a kind. Your character traits are a kind of chemical mix that will never be repeated in history. There are ideas unique to you, a specific rhythm and perspective that are your strengths, not your weaknesses. You must not be afraid of your uniqueness, and you must care less and less what people think of you. This has been the path of the most powerful people in history. Throughout his life, the great jazz musician Miles Davis was always being pushed into making his sound fit the particular rage of the time. Instead, he kept insisting on putting his own stamp on anything he played. As he got older, this became more and more extreme until he revolutionized the jazz world with his constant innovations in sound. At a certain point, he simply stopped listening to others. John F. Kennedy refused to run a campaign like Franklin Delano Roosevelt or any other American politician in the past. He created his own inimitable style, based on the times he lived in and his own personality. By going his own way, he forever altered the course of political campaigning. This uniqueness that you express is not anything wild or too strange. That is an affectation in itself. People are rarely that different. Rather, you are being yourself as far as you can take that. The world cannot help but respond to such authenticity. Reversal of perspective. We might think of people who are independent and used to being alone as reclusive, prickly, and hard to be around. In our culture, we tend to elevate those who are smooth talkers, seem more gregarious, and fit in better, conforming to certain norms. They smile and seem happier. This is a superficial appraisal of character. If we reverse our perspective and look at this from the fearless point of view, we come to the opposite conclusion. People who are self-sufficient are generally types who are more comfortable with themselves. They do not look for things that they need from other people. Paradoxically, this makes them more attractive and seductive. We wish we could be more like that and want to be around them, hoping that some of their independence might rub off on us. The needy, clingy types, often the most sociable, unconsciously push us away. We feel their need for comfort and validation, and secretly we want to say to them, get it for yourself. Stop being so weak and dependent. Those who are self-reliant turn to people out of strength, a desire for pleasant company or an exchange of ideas. If people do not do what they want or expect, they are not hurt or let down. Their happiness comes from within and is all the more profound for that reason. Finally, do not be taken in by the culture of ease. Self-help books and experts will try to convince you that you can have what you want by following a few simple steps. Things that come easy and fast will leave you just as fast. The only way to gain self-reliance or any power is through great effort and practice. And this effort should not be seen as something ugly or dull. It is the process of gaining power over yourself that is the most satisfying of all, knowing that step by step you are elevating yourself above the dependent masses. There is a time in every man's education when he arrives at the conviction that imitation is suicide, that though the wide universe is full of good, no kernel of nourishing corn can come to him but through his toil bestowed on that plot of ground which is given to him to till. The power which resides in him is new in nature, and none but he knows what that is which he can do, nor do know until he has tried. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Chapter 3. Turn shit into sugar, opportunism. Every negative situation contains the possibility for something positive, an opportunity. It is how you look at it that matters. Your lack of resources can be an advantage, forcing you to be more inventive with the little that you have. Losing a battle can allow you to frame yourself as the sympathetic underdog. Do not let fears make you wait for a better moment or become conservative. If there are circumstances you cannot control, make the best of them. It is the ultimate alchemy to transform all such negatives into advantages and power. Hood alchemy. If one is continually surviving the worst that life can bring, one eventually ceases to be controlled by a fear of what life can bring. James Baldwin. For well over a year 50 Cent had been working on what was meant to be his debut album, Power of the Dollar, and finally in the spring of 2000 it was ready to be released by Columbia Records. It represented to him all the struggles he had been through on the streets, and he had hopes that it would turn his life around for good. In May of that year, however, a few weeks before the launch date, a hired assassin shot 9 bullets into him while he sat in the back of a car, one bullet going through his jaw and nearly killing him. In a flash, all of the momentum he had built up reversed itself. Columbia canceled the release of the record and dropped 50 from his contract. There was too much violence associated with him. It was bad for business. A few inquiries made it clear that other labels felt the same. He was being blackballed from the industry. One executive told him flatly he would have to wait at least 2 years before he could think of resurrecting his career. The assassination attempt was the result of an old drug beef from his days as a dealer. The killers could not afford to let him survive and would try to finish the job. 50 had to keep a low profile. At the same time, he had no money and could not return to street hustling. Even many of his friends, who had hoped to be part of his success as a rapper, started to avoid him. In just a few short weeks, he had gone from being poised for fame and fortune to hitting the bottom, and there seemed no way to move out of the corner he found himself in. Could this be the end of all his efforts? It would have been better to die that day than to feel this powerlessness. But as he lay in bed at his grandparents' house, recovering from the wounds, he listened a lot to the radio, and what he heard gave him an incredible rush of optimism. An idea started, taking shape in his mind that the shooting was in fact a great blessing in disguise, that he had narrowly survived for a reason. The music on the radio was also packaged and produced. Even the tough stuff, the gangsta rap, was fake. The lyrics did not reflect anything from the streets that he knew. The attempt to pass it off as real and urban angered him to a point he could not endure. This was not the time for him to be afraid and depressed, or to sit around and wait a few years while all of the violence around him died down. He had never been a fake studio gangsta, and now he had the 9 bullet wounds to prove it. This was the moment to convert all of his anger and dark emotions into a powerful campaign that would shake the very foundations of hip-hop. As a hustler on the streets, 50 had learned a fundamental lesson. Access to money and resources is severely limited in the hood. A hustler must transform every little event and every trifling object into some gimmick for making money. Even the worst shit that happens to you can be converted into gold if you are clever enough. All of the negative factors now facing him, little money, no connections, the price on his head, could be turned into their opposites, advantages, and opportunities. That is how he would confront the seemingly insurmountable obstacles now in his path. He decided to disappear for a few months and holed up in various friends' houses. He began to recreate himself and his music career. With no executives to have to please or worry about, he could push his lyrics and the hard sounds as far as he wanted. His voice had changed as a result of the pieces of bullets still lodged in his tongue. It now had a hiss. It was still painful for him to move his mouth, so he had to rap more slowly. Instead of trying to normalize and retrain his voice, he determined to turn it into a virtue. His new style of rapping would be more deliberate and menacing. That hiss would remind listeners of the bullet that had gone through his jaw. He would play all of that up. In the summer of 2001, just as people had begun to forget about him, 50 suddenly released his first song to the streets. It was called Fuck You, the title and the lyrics summarizing how he felt about his killers and everyone who wanted him to go away. Just putting out the song was message enough. He was defying his assassins openly and publicly. 50 was back, and to shut him up, they would have to finish the job. The palpable anger in his voice and the hard-driving sound of the song made it a sensation on the streets. It also came with an added punch. Because he seemed to be inviting more violence, the public had to grab up everything he produced before he was killed. The life and death angle made for a compelling spectacle. Now the songs started to pour out of him. He fed off all the anger he felt and the doubts people had had about him. He was also consumed with a sense of urgency. This was his last chance to make it, and so he worked night and day. 50's mixtapes began to hit the street at a furious pace. Soon he realized the greatest advantage he possessed in this campaign, the feeling that he had already hit bottom and had nothing to lose. He could attack the record industry and poke fun at its timidity. He could pirate the most popular songs on the radio and put his own lyrics over them to create wicked parodies. He didn't care about the consequences. And the further he took this, the more his audiences responded. They loved the transgressive edge to it. It was like a crusade against all the fake crap on the radio, and to listen to 50 was to participate in the cause. On and on he went, transforming every conceivable negative into a positive. To compensate for the lack of money to distribute his mixtapes far and wide, he decided to encourage bootleggers to pirate his tracks and spread his music around like a virus. With the price still on his head, he could not give concerts or do any kind of public promotion. But somehow he turned even this into a marketing device. Hearing his music everywhere but not being able to see him only added to the mystique and the attention people paid to him. Rumors and word of mouth helped form a kind of 50 mythology. He made himself even scarcer to feed this process. The momentum now was devastating. You could not go far in New York without hearing his music blasted from some corner. Soon one of his mixtapes reached the ears of Eminem, who decided this was the future of hip-hop and quickly signed 50 in early 2003 to his and Drive Dre's label, Shady Aftermath, completing one of the most rapid and remarkable turnarounds in fortune in modern times. The fearless approach. Every negative is a positive. The bad things that happen to me, I somehow make them good. That means you can't do anything to hurt me. 50 Cent. Events in life are not negative or positive. They are completely neutral. The universe does not care about your fate. It is indifferent to the violence that may hit you or to death itself. Things merely happen to you. It is your mind that chooses to interpret them as negative or positive. And because you have layers of fear that dwell deep within you, your natural tendency is to interpret temporary obstacles in your path as something larger, setbacks and crises. In such a frame of mind, you exaggerate the dangers. If someone attacks and harms you in some way, you focus on the money or position you have lost in the battle, the negative publicity, or the harsh emotions that have been churned up. This causes you to grow cautious, to retreat, hoping to spare yourself more of these negative things. It is a time, you tell yourself, to lay low and wait for things to get better. You need calmness and security. What you do not realize is that you are inadvertently making the situation worse. Your rival only gets stronger as you sit back. The negative publicity becomes firmly associated with you. Being conservative turns into a habit that carries over into less difficult moments. It becomes harder and harder to move to the offensive. In essence, you have chosen to cast life's inevitable twists of fortune as hardships, giving them a weight and endurance they do not deserve. What you need to do, as 50 discovered, is take the opposite approach. Instead of becoming discouraged and depressed by any kind of downturn, You must see this as a wake-up call, a challenge that you will transform into an opportunity for power. Your energy levels rise. You move to the attack, surprising your enemies with boldness. You care less what people think about you, and this paradoxically causes them to admire you. The negative publicity is turned around. You do not wait for things to get better. You seize this chance to prove yourself. Mentally framing a negative event as a blessing in disguise makes it easier for you to move forward. It is a kind of mental alchemy, transforming shit into sugar. Understand, we live in a society of relative prosperity, but in many ways this turns out to be a detriment to our spirit. We come to feel that we naturally deserve good things, that we have certain privileges due to us. When setbacks occur, it is almost a personal affront or punishment. How could this have happened? We ask. We either blame other people or we blame ourselves. In both cases, we lose valuable time and become unnecessarily emotional. In places like the hood or in any kind of materially impoverished environment, the response to hardship is much different. Their bad things happening assume a kind of normality. They are part of daily life. The hustler thinks, I must make the most of what I have, even the bad stuff, because things are not going to get better on their own. It is foolish to wait. Tomorrow may bring even worse shit. If 50 had waited, as he had been counseled, he would be just another rapper who had had a moment of success and then faded quickly away. The hood would have consumed him. This hustler mindset is more realistic and effective. The truth is that life is by nature harsh and competitive. No matter how much money or resources you have accumulated, someone will try to take them from you, or unexpected changes in the world will push you backward. These are not adverse circumstances, but merely life as it is. You have no time to lose to fear and depression, and you do not have the luxury of waiting. All of the most powerful people in history demonstrate in one way or another this fearless attitude towards adversity. Look at George Washington. He was a wealthy landowner, but his attitude towards life had been forged by years fighting for the British in the French and Indian War, amid the harsh environment of frontier America. In 1776, Washington was made Supreme Commander of the American Revolutionary Army. At first glance, this position seemed more like a curse. The army was a semi-organized mob. It had no training, was poorly paid and outfitted, and its morale was low. Most of the soldiers did not really believe they could succeed in defeating the all-powerful British. Throughout 1777, British forces pushed this weak American army around, from Boston to New York, until by the end of the year Washington had been forced to retreat to New Jersey. This was the darkest moment in his career and in the war for independence. Washington's army had dwindled to a few thousand men. They had little food and were poorly clothed during one of the bitterest winters in memory. The American Continental Congress, fearing imminent disaster, fled from Philadelphia to Baltimore. Assessing this situation, a cautious leader would have chosen to wait out the winter, muster more troops, and hope for some change in fortune. But Washington had a different mindset. As he perceived it, his army would be considered by the British as too weak to pose any threat. Being small, his army could move without the enemy's knowledge and launch an attack that was all the more surprising for coming out of nowhere. Moving to the attack would excite the troops and gain some much-needed positive publicity. Thinking in this manner, he decided to lead a raid on an enemy garrison in Trenton, which proved to be a great success. He followed this up with an attack on British supplies at Princeton. These daring victories captivated the American public. Confidence had been restored in Washington as a leader and the American army as a legitimate force. From then on, Washington waged a guerrilla-style war, wearing out the British with the great distances they had to cover. Everything was turned around. Lack of funds and experience led to a more creative way of fighting. The smallness of his forces allowed him to torment the enemy with fluid maneuvering over rough terrain. At no point did he decide to wait for more troops or more money or better circumstances. He went continually on the attack with what he had. It was a campaign of supreme fearlessness, in which all negatives were converted into advantages. This is a common occurrence in history. Almost all great military and political triumphs are preceded by some kind of crisis. That is because a substantial victory can only come out of a moment of danger and attack. Without these moments, leaders are never challenged, never get to prove themselves. If the path is too smooth, they grow arrogant and make a fatal mistake. The fearless types require some kind of adversity against which they can measure themselves. The tenseness of such dark moments brings out their creativity and urgency, making them rise to the occasion and turn the tide of fortune from defeat to a great victory. You must adopt an attitude that is the opposite to how most people think and operate. When things are going well, that is precisely when you must be concerned and vigilant. You know it will not last and you will not be caught unprepared. When things are going badly, that is when you are most encouraged and fearless. Finally, you have material for a powerful reversal, a chance to prove yourself. It is only out of danger and difficulty that you can rise at all. By simply embracing the moment as something positive and necessary, you have already converted it into gold. Keys to fearlessness. And nooks all over the earth sit men who are waiting, scarcely knowing in what way they are waiting, much less that they are waiting in vain. Occasionally the call that awakens, that accident which gives the permission to act, comes too late, when the best youth and strength for action has already been used up by sitting still, and many have found to their horror when they leaped up, that their limbs had gone to sleep and their spirit had become too heavy. It is too late, they said to themselves, having lost their faith in themselves and henceforth forever useless. Friedrich Nietzsche. Our minds possess powers we have not even begun to tap into. These powers come from a mix of heightened concentration, energy, and ingenuity in the face of obstacles. Each of us has the capacity to develop these powers, but first we have to be aware of their existence. This is difficult, however, in a culture that emphasizes material means, technology, money, connections as the answer to everything. We place unnecessary limits on what the mind can accomplish, and that becomes our reality. Look at our concept of opportunity and you will see this in its clearest light. According to conventional wisdom, an opportunity is something that exists out there in the world. If it comes our way and we seize it, it brings us money and power. This could be a particular job, the perfect fit for us. It could be a chance to create or join a new venture. Could be meeting the appropriate person. In any event, it depends on being at the right place at the right time and having the proper skills to take advantage of this propitious moment. We generally believe there are only a few such golden chances in life, and most of us are waiting for them to cross our path. This concept is extremely limited in scope. It makes us dependent on outside forces. It stems from a fearful, passive attitude towards life that is counterproductive. It constrains our minds to a small circle of possibility. The truth is that for the human mind, everything that crosses its path can be a potential tool for power and expansion. Many of us have had the following experience. We find ourselves in an urgent, difficult situation. Perhaps we have to get something done in an impossibly short amount of time, or someone we had counted on for help does not come through, or we are in a foreign land and must suddenly fend for ourselves. In these situations, necessity crowds in on us. We have to get work done and figure out problems quickly, or we suffer immediate consequences. What usually happens is that our minds snap to attention. We find the necessary energy because we have to. We pay attention to details that normally elude us, because they might spell the difference between success and failure, life and death. We are surprised at how inventive we become. It is at such moments that we get a glimpse of that potential mental power within us that generally lies untapped. If only we could have such a spirit and attitude in everyday life. This attitude is what we shall call opportunism. True opportunists do not require urgent, stressful circumstances to become alert and inventive. They operate this way on a daily basis. They channel their aggressive energy into hunting down possibilities for expansion in the most banal and insignificant events. Everything is an instrument in their hands, and with this enlarged notion of opportunity, they create more of it in their lives and gain great power. Perhaps the greatest opportunist in history is Napoleon Bonaparte. Nothing escaped his attention. He focused with supreme intensity on all of the details, finding ways to transform even the most trivial aspects of warfare, how to march and carry supplies, how to organize troops into divisions, into tools of power. He ruthlessly exploited the slightest mistake of his opponents. He was the master at turning the worst moments in battle into material for a devastating counterattack. All of this came out of Napoleon's determination to see everything around him as an opportunity. By looking for these opportunities, he found them. This became a mental skill that he refined to an art. This power is open to each and every one of us if we put into practice the following 4 principles of the art. Make the most of what you have. In 1704, A Scottish sailor named Alexander Selkirk found himself marooned on a deserted island some 400 miles off the coast of Chile. All he had with him was a rifle, some gunpowder, a knife, and some carpenter's tools. In exploring the interior, he saw nothing but a bunch of goats, cats, rats, and some unfamiliar animals that made strange noises at night. It was a shelterless environment. He decided to keep to the shoreline, slept in a cave, found enough to eat by catching fish, and slowly gave way to a deep depression. He knew he would run out of gunpowder, his knife would get rusty, and his clothes would rot on his back. He could not survive on just fish. He did not have enough supplies to get by, and the loneliness was crushing. If only he had brought over more materials from his ship. Then suddenly the shoreline was invaded by sea lions. It was their mating season. Now he was forced to move inland. There, he could not simply harpoon fish and sit in a cave brooding. He quickly discovered that this dark forest contained everything he needed. He built a series of huts out of the native woods. He cultivated various fruit trees. He taught himself to hunt the goats. He domesticated dozens of feral cats. They protected him against the rats and provided him much-needed companionship. He took apart his useless rifle and fashioned tools out of it. Recalling what he learned from his father, who had been a shoemaker, he made his own clothes out of animal hides. It was as if he had suddenly come to life and his depression disappeared. He was finally rescued from the island, but the experience completely altered his way of thinking. Years later, he would recall his time there as the happiest in his life. Most of us are like Selkirk when he first found himself stranded. We look at our material resources and wish we had more. But a different possibility exists for us as well. The realization that more resources are not necessarily coming from the outside and that we must use what we already have to better effect. What we have in hand could be research material for a particular book or people who work within our organization. If we look for more information outside people to help us, it won't necessarily lead to anything better. In fact, the waiting and the dependence makes us less creative. When we go to work with what is there, we find new ways to employ this material. We solve problems, develop skills we can use again and again, and build up our confidence. If we become wealthy and dependent on money and technology, our minds atrophy and that wealth will not last. Turn all obstacles into openings. The great boxer Joe Louis encountered a tremendous obstacle in the racism of the 1930s. Jack Johnson had preceded Louis as the most famous black boxer of his time. Johnson was supremely skilled and he beat his white opponents with ease. But he was an emotional fighter. Encountering hostile crowds that chanted "Kill the nigger" only made him more heated and angry. He found himself in constant trouble and quickly burned out from all the hatred. Louis was equally talented, but as he perceived it, he could not gloat or show emotion in the ring. That would incite the white audiences and feed into the stereotype of the out-of-control black boxer. And yet a fighter thrives off his emotions, his fighting spirit, and uses this to overwhelm his opponent. Instead of rebelling against this state of affairs or giving up, Louis decided to use it to his advantage. He would show no emotions in the ring. After knocking someone out, he would calmly return to his corner. Opponents and the audience would try to bait him into an emotional response, but he resisted. All of his spirit and anger went into forging this cold and intimidating mask. The racists could not rail against this. He became known as the Embalmer. And it was enough to see his grim expression when you entered the ring to feel your legs getting weak. In essence, Louis turned this obstacle into his greatest strength. An opportunist in life sees all hindrances as instruments for power. The reason is simple. Negative energy that comes at you in some form is energy that can be turned around to defeat an opponent and lift you up. When there is no such energy, there is nothing to react or push against. It is harder to motivate yourself. Enemies that hit you have opened themselves up to a counterattack in which you control the timing and the dynamic. If bad publicity comes your way, think of it as a form of negative attention that you can easily reframe for your purposes. You can seem contrite or rebellious, whatever will stir up your base. If you ignore it, you look guilty. If you fight it, you seem defensive. If you go with it and channel it in your direction, you have turned it into an opportunity for positive attention. In general, obstacles force your mind to focus and find ways around them. They heighten your mental powers and should be welcomed. Look for turning points. Opportunities exist in any field of tension. Heated competition, anxiety, chaotic situations. Something important is going on, and if you are able to determine the underlying cause, you can create for yourself a powerful opportunity. Look for any sudden successes or failures in the business world that people find hard to explain. These are often indications of shifts going on under the surface. Perhaps someone has inadvertently hit upon a new model for doing things, and you must analyze this. Examine the greatest anxieties of those on the inside of any business or industry. Deep changes going on usually register as fear to those who do not know how to deal with them. You can be the first to exploit such changes for positive purposes. Keep your eye out for any kind of shifts in tastes or values. People in the media or the establishment will often rail against these changes, seeing them as signs of moral decline and chaos. People fear the new. You can turn this into an opportunity by being the first to give some meaning to this apparent disorder, establishing it as a positive value. You are not looking for fads, but deep-rooted changes in people's tastes. One opportunity you can always bank on is that a younger generation will react against the sacred cows of the older generation. If the older set valued spontaneity and pleasure, you can be sure that the younger set will crave order and orthodoxy. By attacking the values of the older generation before anyone else, you can gain powerful attention. Move before you are ready. Most people wait too long to go into action, generally out of fear. They want more money or better circumstances. You must go the opposite direction and move before you think you are ready. It is as if you are making it a little more difficult for yourself, deliberately creating obstacles in your path. But it is a law of power that your energy will always rise to the appropriate level. When you feel that you must work harder to get to your goal because you are not quite prepared, you are more alert and inventive. This venture has to succeed, and so it will. This has been the way of powerful people from ancient to modern times. When Julius Caesar was faced with the greatest decision of his life, whether to move against Pompey and initiate a civil war or wait for a better moment, he stood at the Rubicon River that separated Gaul from Italy with only the smallest of forces. Although it seemed insanity to his lieutenants, he judged the moment right. He would compensate for the smallness of his troops with their heightened morale and his own strategic wits. He crossed the Rubicon, surprised the enemy, and never looked back. When Barack Obama was contemplating a run for president in 2006, almost everyone advised him to wait his turn. He was too young, too much of an unknown. Hillary Clinton loomed over the scene. He threw away all their conventional wisdom and entered the race. Because everything and everyone was against him, he had to compensate with energy, superior strategy, and organization. He rose to the occasion with a masterful campaign that turned all of its negatives into virtues. His inexperience represented change, etc. Remember, as Napoleon said, the moral is to the physical as 3 to 1, meaning the motivation and energy levels you or your army bring to the encounter have 3 times as much weight as your physical resources. With energy and high morale, a human can overcome almost any obstacle and create opportunity out of nothing. Reversal of perspective. In modern usage, opportunist is generally a derogatory term that refers to people who will do anything for themselves. They have no core values beyond promoting their own needs. They contribute nothing to society. This, however, is a misreading of the phenomenon and stems from an age-old elitism that wants to see opportunities kept as privileges for a powerful few. Those from the bottom who dare to promote themselves in any way are seen as Machiavellian, while those already on the top who practice the same strategies are merely smart and resourceful. Such judgments are a reflection of fear. Opportunism is in fact a great art that was studied and practiced by many ancient cultures. The greatest ancient Greek hero of them all, Odysseus, was a supreme opportunist. In every dangerous moment in his life, he exploited some weakness his enemies left open to trick them and turn the tables. The Greeks venerated him as one who had mastered life's shifting circumstances. In their value system, rigid, ideological people who cannot adapt, who miss all opportunities, are the ones who deserve our scorn. They inhibit progress. Opportunism comes with a belief system that is eminently positive and powerful, one known to the Stoic philosophers of ancient Rome as amor fati, or love of fate. In this philosophy, every event is seen as fated to occur. When you complain and rail against circumstances, you fall out of balance with the natural state of things. You wish things were different. What you must do instead is accept the fact that all events occur for a reason, and that it is within your capacity to see this reason as positive. Marcus Aurelius compared this to a fire that consumes everything in its path. all circumstances become consumed in your mental heat and converted into opportunities. A man or woman who believes this cannot be hurt by anything or anyone. Without doubt, princes become great when they overcome difficulties and hurdles put in their path. When fortune wants to advance a new prince, she creates enemies for him, making them launch campaigns against him so that he is compelled to overcome them and climb higher on the ladder that they have brought him. Therefore, many judge that a wise prince must skillfully fan some enmity whenever the opportunity arises, so that in crushing it he will increase his standing. Niccolò Machiavelli, Chapter 4. Keep moving, calculated momentum. In the present, there is constant change and so much we cannot control. If you try to micromanage it all, you lose even greater control in the long run. The answer is to let go and move with the chaos that presents itself to you. From within it, you will find endless opportunities that elude most people. Don't give others the chance to pin you down. Keep moving and changing your appearances to fit the environment. If you encounter walls or boundaries, slip around them. Do not let anything disrupt your flow. The hustlers flow. The old musicians stay where they are and become like museum pieces under glass. Safe, easy to understand, playing that tired old shit over and over again. Bebop was about change, about evolution. IT wasn't about standing still and becoming safe. If anybody wants to keep creating, they have to be about change. Miles Davis. When Curtis Jackson first started hustling in the late 1980s, it was a chaotic world that he entered. Crack cocaine had hit the streets and turned everything upside down. Now the corner hustler was unleashed. Moving to wherever there was money to be made, this new breed of drug dealer had to contend with hundreds of scheming rivals, the erratic drug addicts, the old-style gang leaders who were trying to muscle their way back into the business, and the police who swarmed over the area. It was like the Wild West out there. Every man for himself, making up his own rules as he went along. Some couldn't stand this. They wanted structure, somebody to tell them when to get up and get to work. They didn't last too long in this new order. Others thrived on all the anarchy and freedom. Curtis was of the latter variety. Then one day everything changed. An old-style gangster nicknamed the Godfather made a play for control over the drug traffic of Southside Queens, and he succeeded. He installed his son Jermaine in Curtis's neighborhood, and the son quickly laid down the law. The family was there to bring order to the business. Jermaine would be selling these purple top capsules for a cheap price. It would be one size fits all, his capsules or nothing. Nobody could compete with his prices, and any hustler that tried to defy him would be intimidated into submission. They were now all working for Jermaine. Curtis found this hard to accept. He did not like any kind of authority. He kept trying to get around Jermaine's tight grip on the area by selling his own stuff on the sly, but Jermaine and his team of enforcers kept catching him. Finally, they inflicted a good beating on him, and he decided it would be wise to surrender. For the time being, Jermaine liked Curtis's independent spirit and decided to take the youth under his wing, schooling him on what he was up to. He had done some time in prison and had studied business and economics there. He was going to run the crack cocaine business according to a model inspired by some of the more successful corporations in America. He aimed for control of the local drug business through cheap prices and a complete monopoly on traffic. That was the evolution of all successful enterprises, even the new ones such as Microsoft. He personally hated all the disorder on the streets. It was bad for business and made him uneasy. One day he drove by in his red Ferrari and invited Curtis to come along for a ride. He drove to the nearby Baisley projects, which were controlled back then by the Pharaohs, a gang that was heavily invested in the crack trade and notorious for its violent ways. Curtis watched, with growing discomfort, as Jermaine explained to its leaders his plan for the neighborhood. He couldn't have freelancers and gangs operating on the margins of his empire. The Pharaohs would have to fall in line as well, but he'd find a way to make it profitable for them. The man's arrogance was increasing by the day. Perhaps he would follow this visit up with some violent act to show the Pharaohs he meant what he said. But Curtis had a real bad feeling from that afternoon. Over the next few days, he did whatever he could to avoid running into Jermaine. Sure enough, a week later Jermaine was shot in the head and killed in one of the back alleyways of the hood. Everyone knew who did it and why. In the months to come, Curtis thought long and hard about what had happened. A part of him had identified with Jermaine. He too had great ambitions and wanted to forge some kind of empire within the hood. With all the competition on the streets, this could never be an easy task. It was natural then for someone like Jermaine to decide that the only way to create this empire was through force and the buildup of a monopoly. But such an effort was futile. Even if he had lasted longer, there were too many people operating on the fringes who resented his takeover and would have done whatever they could to sabotage him. The fiends would have grown tired of his one-size-fits-all approach. They liked variety, even if it was only in the color of the capsules. The police would have taken notice of his large operation and tried to break it up. Jermaine had been living in the past, in ideas cooked up in prison in the 1970s, the grand era of the drug lord. Time had passed him by, and in the ruthless dynamic of the hood, he paid for this with his life. What was needed was a new skill set, a different mentality for handling the chaos. And Curtis would be the hustler to develop these skills to the maximum. For this purpose, he let go of any desire to dominate an area with one large operation. Instead, he started experimenting with 4 or 5 hustles at the same time. Inevitably, one of the angles would work and pay for all the others. He made sure he always had options, room to move in case the police pushed in and cut off one of his access routes. He interacted with the fiends, looking for any changes in their tastes and ways he could appeal to them with some new marketing scheme. He let those who worked for him do things on their own time as long as they produced results. He wanted as little friction as possible. He never stayed tied to one venture, one partner, or one way of doing things for very long. He kept moving. The chaos of the streets was part of his flow, something he learned to exploit by working from within it. Operating this way, he slowly accumulated the kind of hustling empire that could surpass what even Jermaine had attempted. In 2003, Curtis, now known as 50 Cent, found himself thrust into corporate America, working within Interscope Records and dealing with the growing number of businesses that wanted to ally themselves with him. Coming from the streets, with no formal business background, it was natural for him to feel intimidated in this new environment. But within a few months, he saw things differently. The new skills he had developed in the hood were more than adequate. What he noticed about the business executives he dealt with was rather shocking. They operated by these conventions that seemed to have little to do with the incredible changes going on in the business environment. The record industry, for instance, was being destroyed by digital piracy, but the executives could only think of somehow maintaining their monopoly on ownership and distribution. They were incapable of adapting to the changes. They interacted only with themselves, not with their customer base, so their ideas never evolved. They were living in the past when all of the business models were simple and control was easy to come by. They had the Jermaine mentality through and through, and in 50's mind, they would someday suffer a similar fate. 50 would stay true to his street strategies. He would opt for fluid positions and room to move. This meant branching out into ventures that were not at all traditional for a rapper, Vitamin Water, a line of books, an alliance with General Motors and Pontiac. These associations seemed disorderly and random, but it was all tied to his compelling image that he continued to shape. He worked 5 different angles at the same time. If one venture failed, he learned and moved on. The business world was like a laboratory that he would use for constant experimentation and discovery. He would mix and mingle with his employees up and down the line, and with his audience, allowing them to alter his ideas. The centerpiece of this flow strategy would be the internet, a chaotic space with endless opportunity for a hustler like himself. Without knowing exactly where it would lead, he began putting together his own website. At first, it was a place to showcase new videos and get feedback from the public. Soon it began to morph into a social network, bringing together his fans from all over the world. This gave him endless space to market his brand and track the changing moods of his audience. His website would continue to evolve like a living organism. He placed no limits on what it could become. Years later, having moved beyond music into as many varied realms as possible, 50 could look back on all the people he had left far behind. The record executives, fellow rappers, and business leaders who had gone astray amid all the rapid fluctuations in the early part of the century. A whole gallery of Jermaine types who had no flow. No matter the changes to come, he would continue to thrive in this new Wild West environment, just as he had on the streets. The fearless approach. 50 Cent is a person I created. Soon it will be time to destroy him and become somebody else. 50 Cent. As infants, we were surrounded by many things that were unfamiliar and unpredictable. People acting in ways that did not make sense, events that were hard to figure out. This was the source of great anxiety. We wanted the world around us to be more familiar. What was not so predictable became associated in our minds with darkness and chaos, something to dread. Out of this fear, A desire was born deep inside of us to somehow gain greater control over the people and events that eluded our grasp. The only way we knew how to do this was to grab and hold, to push and pull, exerting our will in as direct a manner as possible to get people to do what we wanted. Over the years, this can become a lifelong pattern of behavior, more subtle as an adult but infantile at heart. Every individual we come across in life is unique, with his or her own energy, desires, and history. But wanting more control over people, our first impulse is generally to try to push them into conforming to our moods and ideas, into acting in ways that are familiar and comfortable to us. Every circumstance in life is different, but this elicits that old fear of chaos and the unknown. We cannot physically make events more predictable, but we can internally create a feeling of greater control by holding on to certain ideas and beliefs that give us a sense of consistency and order. This hunger for control, common to all of us, is the root of so many problems in life. Staying true to the same ideas and ways of doing things makes it that much harder for us to adapt to the inevitable changes in life. If we try to dominate a situation with some kind of aggressive action, this becomes our only option. We cannot give in or adapt or bide our time. That would mean letting go of our grip, and we fear that. Having such narrow options makes it hard to solve problems. Forcing people to do what we want makes them resentful. Inevitably, they sabotage us or assert themselves against our will. What we find is that our desire to micromanage the world around us comes with a paradoxical effect. The harder we try to control things in our immediate environment, the more likely we are to lose control in the long run. Most people tend to think of these forms of direct control as power itself, something that shows strength, consistency, or character. But in fact, the opposite is the case. They are forms of power that are infantile and weak, stemming from that deep-rooted fear of change and chaos. Before it is too late, you need to convert to a more sophisticated, fearless concept of power, one that emphasizes fluidity. Life has a particular pace and rhythm, an endless stream of changes that can move slowly or quickly. When you try to stop this flow mentally or physically by holding on to things or people, you fall behind. Your actions become awkward because they are not in relation to present circumstances. It is like moving against a current as opposed to using it to propel you forward. The first and most important step is to let go of this need to control in such a direct manner. This means that you no longer see change and chaotic moments in life as something to fear, but rather as a source of excitement and opportunity. In a social situation in which you want the ability to influence people, your first move is to bend to their different energies. You see what they bring and you adapt to this, then find a way to divert their energy in your direction. You let go of the past way of doing things and adapt your strategies to the ever-flowing present. Often what seems like chaos to us is merely a series of events that are new and hard to figure out. You cannot make sense of this apparent disorder if you are reactive and fearful, trying to make everything conform to patterns that exist only in your mind. By absorbing more of these chaotic moments with an open spirit, you can glimpse a pattern, a reason why they are occurring, and how you can exploit them. As part of this new concept, you are replacing the old stalwart symbols of power, the rock, the oak tree, etc., with that of water, the element that has the greatest potential force in all of nature. Water can adapt to whatever comes its way, moving around or over any obstacle. It wears away rock over time. This form of power does not mean you simply give in to what life brings you and drift. It means that you channel the flow of events in your direction, letting this add to the force of your actions and giving you powerful momentum. In places like the hood, the concept of flow is more developed than elsewhere. In such an environment, obstacles are everywhere. Those who live there cannot move and make a good living beyond the confines of the hood. If they try to control too many things and become aggressive, they tend to make their lives harder and shorter. The violence they initiate only comes back at them with equal force. With so many physical limitations, hustlers have learned to develop mental freedom. They cannot let their minds be bothered by all these hindrances. Their thoughts have to keep moving, creating new ventures, new hustles, new directions in music and clothes. That is why trends change so quickly in the hood, which often serves as the engine for new styles in the culture at large. With people, hustlers have to adapt to all of their differences, wearing the mask that is appropriate for each situation, deflecting people's suspicions. Hustlers are consummate chameleons. If they can maintain this mental and social fluidity, they can feel a degree of freedom beyond all the physical confinements of the hood. You too face a world full of obstacles and limitations. a new environment where the competition is more global, complicated, and intense than ever before. Like the hustler, you must find your freedom through the fluidity of your thoughts and your constant inventiveness. This means having a greater willingness to experiment, trying several ventures without fear of failing here or there. It also means constantly looking to develop new styles, new directions you can take, freeing yourself up from any inertia that comes with age. In a world full of people who are too conventional in their thinking, who respect the past far too much, such flow will inevitably translate into power and more room to move. The fearless types in history all reveal a greater capacity to handle chaos and to use it for their purposes. No greater example of this can be found than Mao Zedong. China in the 1920s was a country on the verge of radical change. The old imperial order that had suffocated China for centuries had finally fallen apart. But fearing the disorder that could be unleashed in such a vast country, the two parties vying for control, the nationalists and the communists, opted to try to contain the situation as best they could. The nationalists offered the old-style imperial order with a new face. The communists decided to impose on China the Lenin model, waging a proletariat revolution, centered in urban areas, controlling key cities in the country and enforcing strict adherence to party dogma among its followers. This had worked well in the Soviet Union, creating order in a short period of time, but it had no relevance to China. By the end of the decade, the strategy was failing miserably. On the verge of annihilation, the communists turned to Mao, who had a totally different concept of what to do. Mao had been raised in a small village among the country's vast peasant population. As part of his upbringing, he was immersed in the ancient belief systems of Taoism, which saw change as the essence of nature and conforming to these changes as the source of all power. In the end, according to Taoism, you are stronger by having a softness that allows you to bend and adapt. Mao was not afraid of the vast size and population of China. The chaos this could represent would simply become part of his strategy. His idea was to enlist the help of the peasantry so that communist soldiers could blend into the countryside like fish in water. He would not attack city centers or try to occupy any single position in the country. Instead, he would move the army around like a vaporous force that would attack and then disappear, the enemy never knowing where it was coming from or what it was up to. This guerrilla force would stay in constant motion, allowing the enemy no breathing space and giving them a sense of chaos. The nationalists epitomized the opposite school of fighting, conventional to the core. When Mao finally unleashed on them his new brand of warfare, they could not adapt. They held on to key positions, while the communists encircled them in the vast spaces of China. The nationalists' control narrowed to the point of a few cities, and soon they crumbled completely in one of the most remarkably swift turnarounds in military history. Understand, it is not only what you do that must have flow, but also how you do things. It is your strategies, your methods of attacking problems, that must constantly be adapted to circumstances. Strategy is the essence of human action, the bridge between an idea and its realization in the world. Too often these strategies become frozen into conventions as people mindlessly imitate what worked before. By keeping your strategies attuned to the moment, you can be an agent of change, the one who breaks up these dead ways of acting, gaining tremendous power in the process. Most people in life are rigid and predictable. That makes them easy targets. Your fluid, unpredictable strategies will drive them insane. They cannot foresee your next move or figure you out. That is often enough to make them give way or fall apart. Keys to fearlessness. Thus one's victories in battle cannot be repeated. They take their form in response to inexhaustibly changing circumstances. It can be likened to water, as water varies its flow according to the fall of the land. Sun Tzu. All of us have experienced at some point in our lives a feeling of momentum. Perhaps we do something that strikes a chord and we get recognized for it. This positive attention fills us with unusual confidence, which in turn attracts people to us. Now brimming with self-belief, we are able to pull off another good action. Even if it is not so perfect, people will now tend to overlook the rough patches. We have the aura of success about us. So many times in life, one good thing seems to follow another. This will go on until inevitably we disrupt the flow. Perhaps we overreach with an action that breaks the spell, or we keep repeating the same things and people grow tired of us and move on to someone else. Just as quickly, the opposite momentum can afflict us. Our own insecurities start to get in the way. The little imperfections that people overlooked before now seem glaring. We enter a run of bad fortune, and feelings of depression render us more and more immobile. On either end of the spectrum, we recognize the phenomenon, but we treat it as if it were something mystical, beyond conscious control and explanation. But it is not as mysterious as we might think. In the midst of any run of momentum, we generally feel more open. We allow ourselves to be carried along. The confidence we have when things are going well makes people get out of our way or join our side, giving our actions added force. Sometimes a feeling of urgency, we have to get something done, pushes us to act in a particularly energetic manner, and this starts a good run. This is often accompanied with a feeling that we have little to lose by trying something bold. Perhaps feeling somewhat desperate, we loosen up and experiment. What ties this all together is that something inside of us opens up and we allow a greater range of motion. Our style becomes freer and bolder, and we move with the current. On the other hand, when a run of momentum ends, it is usually from something we do, a kind of unconscious self-sabotage. We react against this loosening up out of some fear of where it could lead us. We become conservative and the flow of energy stops, slowly reversing itself into stasis and depression. In many ways, we are the ones in control of this phenomenon, but it does not operate on a conscious enough level. Understand, momentum in life comes from increased fluidity, a willingness to try more, to move in a less constricted fashion. On many levels, it remains something hard to put into words, but by understanding the process, becoming more conscious of the elements involved, you can place your mind in a readied position, better able to exploit any positive movement in your life. Call this calculated momentum. For this purpose, you must practice and master the following 4 types of flow. Mental flow. In the time of Leonardo da Vinci's youth, mid-15th century, knowledge had hardened into rigid compartments. In one slot, there was philosophy and scholasticism. In another, the arts, which were considered more like simple crafts. In yet another, science, which was not yet very empirical. On the margins stood all forms of dark knowledge, the arts of the occult. Da Vinci was the illegitimate son of a notary, and because of this murky social position, he was denied the usual formal education, all of which became a great blessing in disguise. His mind was freed from all the prejudices and rigid categories of thinking that prevailed at the time. He went to serve an apprenticeship in the studio of the great artist Verrocchio, and once he began to learn there the craft of drawing and painting, a process was set in motion that led to the forming of one of the most original minds in the history of mankind. Knowledge in one field simply opened up in Da Vinci an insatiable hunger to learn something else in a related field. The study of painting led to that of design in general, which led to an interest in architecture. From there he flowed to studying engineering, making war machines and strategy, observing animals and the mechanics of motion that could be applied to technology, studying birds and aerodynamics, the anatomy of animals and humans, the relationship between emotions and physiology, and on and on. This incredible stream of ideas even overflowed into areas of the occult. His mind would recognize no boundaries. He sought the connections between all natural phenomena. In this sense, he was ahead of his time and the first real Renaissance man. His discoveries in various fields had a momentum, the intensity of one leading to another. Many could not understand him and thought he was eccentric, even erratic. But great patrons such as King François I of France and even Cesare Borgia recognized his genius and sought to exploit it. Today we have regressed to a point that resembles the pre-Renaissance. Knowledge has once again hardened into rigid categories, with intellectuals shut off in various ghettos. Intelligent people are considered serious by virtue of how deeply they immerse themselves in one field of study, their viewpoint becoming more and more myopic. Someone who crosses these rigid demarcations is inevitably considered a dilettante. After college, we are all encouraged to specialize, to learn one thing well and stick to it. We end up strangling ourselves in the narrowness of our interests. With all of these restrictions, knowledge has no flow to it. Life does not have these categories. They are mere conventions that we mindlessly abide by. Da Vinci remains the icon and the inspiration for a new form of knowledge. In this form, what matters are the connections between things, not what separates them. The mind has a particular momentum itself. When it heats up and discovers something new, it tends to find other items to study and illuminate. All of the greatest innovations in history come from an openness to discovery, one idea leading to another, sometimes coming from unrelated fields. You must develop this spirit and the same insatiable hunger for knowledge. This comes from widening your fields of study and observation, letting yourself be carried along by what you discover. You will find that you will come up with unexpected ideas, the kind that will lead to new practices or novel opportunities. If things run dry in your particular line of work, you have developed your mind along other lines that you can now exploit. Having such mental flow will allow you to constantly think around any obstacle and maintain your career momentum. Emotional flow. By nature, we are emotional creatures. It is how we primarily react to events. Only afterwards are we able to see that such emotional responses can be destructive and need to be reined in. You cannot repress this part of human nature, nor should you ever try. It is like a flood that will overwhelm you all the more for your attempts to dam it up. What you want is for these endless emotions that assail you during the day to wash over you, to never hold on to one single emotion for very long. You are able to let go of any kind of obsessive feeling. If someone says something that bothers you, you find a way to move quickly past the feeling, either to excuse what they said, to make it less important, or to forget. Forgetting is a skill that you must develop in order to have emotional flow. If you cannot help but feel anger or disgust in the moment, make it a point to not let it remain the following day. When you hold on to emotions like that, it is as if you put blinders on your eyes. For that amount of time, you see and feel only what this emotion dictates, falling behind events. Your mind stops on feelings of failure, disappointment, and mistrust, giving you that awkwardness of someone out of tune with the moment. Without realizing it, all of your strategies become infected by these feelings, pushing you off course. To combat this, you must learn the art of counterbalance. When you are fearful, force yourself to act in a bolder fashion than usual. When you feel inordinate hate, find some object of love or admiration that you can focus on with intensity. One strong emotion tends to cancel out the other and help you move past it. It might seem that intense feelings of love, hate, or anger can be used to impel you forward on some project, but that is an illusion. Such emotions give you a burst of energy that falls quickly and leaves you as low as you were high. Rather, you want a more balanced emotional life with fewer highs and lows. This not only helps you keep moving and overcoming petty obstacles, but it also affects people's perceptions of you. They come to see you as someone who has grace under pressure, a steady hand, and they will turn to you as a leader. Maintaining such steadiness will keep that positive flow in motion. Social flow. Working with people on any level can be a disorderly affair. They bring their differences and own energy to the project, as well as their own agendas. The natural tendency for a leader is to try to tamp down these differences and get everyone on the same page. This seems like the strong thing to do, but in fact it stems from that infantile fear of the unpredictable. And in the end it becomes counterproductive, as those who work for you bring less and less energy to the task. After an initial burst of enthusiasm in your venture, the discontent of those working for you can quickly stifle any momentum you had developed. Early in his career, the great Swedish director Ingmar Bergman used this more tyrannical approach in dealing with his actors, but he began to be dissatisfied with its results and so decided to experiment with something different. He would sketch out the script for a film, leaving the dialogue mostly open. He would then invite his actors to bring their own energy and experiences into the mix, shaping the dialogue to fit their emotional responses. This would make the screenplay come alive from within, and sometimes it would require rewriting parts of the plot. In working with the actors on this level, Bergman would enter their spirit, mirroring their energy as a way to get them to relax and open up. He allowed for this more and more as his career evolved, and the results were astonishing. The actors came to love this, feeling more involved and engaged. They wanted to work with him, and their enthusiasm carried over into their performances, each one better than the last. His films had the feel of something much more lifelike and engaging than those structured around some rigid script. His work became increasingly popular as he went further with this collaborative process. This should be your model in any venture that involves groups of people. You provide the framework, based on your knowledge and expertise, but you allow room for this project to be shaped by those involved in it. They are motivated and creative, helping to give the project more flow and force. You are not going too far in this process. You set the overall direction and tone. You are simply letting go of that fearful need to make people do exactly as you desire. In the long run, you will find that your ability to gently divert people's energy in your direction gives you a wider range of control over the shape and result of the project. Cultural flow. In the 1940s, The great saxophone player Charlie Parker single-handedly revolutionized the world of jazz with his invention of the style known as bebop. But he watched it soon become the convention in jazz, and within a few years he was no longer the revolutionary figure worshipped by hipsters. Younger artists emerged who took his inventions to other levels. This was immensely disturbing to him, and he spiraled downward, dying at an early age. The trumpeter Miles Davis had been a part of Parker's ensemble, and he personally witnessed this decline. Davis understood the situation at its core. Jazz was an incredibly fluid form of music that underwent tremendous changes in style in short periods of time. Because America did not honor or take care of its black musicians, the ones who found themselves surpassed by a new trend had to suffer a terrible fate, like Parker. His solution was to never settle on one style. Every 4 years or so, he would radically reinvent his sound. His audiences would have to catch up with the changes, and most often they did. It soon became a self-fulfilling prophecy, as he was seen as someone who had his finger on the latest trend, and his new sound would be studied and emulated. As part of this strategy, he would always hire the youngest generation of performers to work with him, harnessing the creativity that comes with youth. In this way, he developed a kind of steady momentum that carried him past the usual decline in a jazz musician's career. He kept this inventiveness up for over 30 years, something unheard of in the genre. Understand, you exist in a particular cultural moment with its own flow and style. When you are young, you are more sensitive to these fluctuations in taste, and so you generally keep up with the present. But as you get older, the tendency is for you to become locked in a style that is dead, one that you associate with your youth and its excitement. If enough time passes, your style lock can become quite ludicrous. You look like a museum piece. Your momentum will grind to a halt as people come to categorize you in a narrow period of time. Instead, you must find a way to periodically reinvent yourself. You are not trying to mimic the latest trend that will make you look equally ludicrous. You are simply rediscovering that youthful attentiveness to what is happening around you and incorporating what you like into a newer spirit. You are taking pleasure in shaping your personality, wearing a new mask. The only thing you really have to fear is becoming a social and cultural relic. Reversal of perspective. In Western culture, we tend to associate strength of character with consistency. People who shift around too much with their ideas and image can be judged as untrustworthy and even demonic. We honor those who are true to the past and certain timeless values. On the other hand, people who challenge and change the prevailing conventions are often viewed as destructive figures, at least while they are alive. The great Florentine writer Niccolò Machiavelli saw these values of consistency and order as products of a fearful culture and something that should be reversed. In his view, it is precisely our fixed nature, our tendency to hold to one line of action or thought, that is the source of human misery and incompetence. A leader can come to power through acts of boldness, but when the times shift and require something more cautious, he generally will continue with his bold approach. He is not strong enough to adapt. He is a prisoner of his fixed nature. What raised him above others then becomes the source of his downfall. True figures of power, as Machiavelli saw it, would be people who could shape their own character, call up the qualities that were necessary for the moment, and know how to bend to circumstance. Those who remain true to some idea or value without self-examination often prove to be the worst tyrants in life. They make others conform to dead concepts. They are negative forces, holding back the change that is necessary for any culture to evolve and prosper. This is how you must operate. You actively work to overcome this fixed nature, deliberately trying a different approach and style than your usual one to get a sense of a different possibility. You come to view periods of stability and order with mistrust. Something isn't moving in your life and in your mind. On the other hand, moments of change and apparent chaos are what you thrive on. They make your mind and spirit jump to life. If you reach such a point, you have tremendous power. You have nothing to fear from moments of transition. You welcome, even create them. Whenever you feel rooted and established in place, that is when you should be truly afraid. People wish to be settled. Only as far as they are unsettled is there any hope for them. Ralph Waldo Emerson, Chapter 5. Know when to be bad. Aggression. You will always find yourself among the aggressive and the passive-aggressive who seek to harm you in some way. You must get over any general fears you have of confronting people, or you will find it extremely difficult to assert yourself in the face of those who are more cunning and ruthless. Before it is too late, you must master the art of knowing when and how to be bad, using deception, manipulation, and outright force at the appropriate moments. Everyone operates with a flexible morality when it comes to their self-interest. You are simply making this more conscious and effective. The hustler's setup. Teehee hustler's every waking hour is lived with both the practical and the subconscious knowledge that if he ever relaxes, if he ever slows down, the other hungry, restless foxes, ferrets, wolves, and vultures out there with him won't hesitate to make him their prey. Malcolm X. In the summer of 1994, Curtis Jackson returned to Southside Queens after having served some time in a rehabilitation program for drug offenders. And to his surprise, in the year he had been away, the hustling game had dramatically changed. The streets were now more crowded than ever with dealers trying to make some money in the crack cocaine trade. Having grown weary over the heated rivalries and violence of the past 8 years, the hustlers had settled into a system where each would have his own corner or two. The drug fiends would come to them for quick transactions. It was easy and predictable for everyone. No need to fight or push people out of the way or even move around. When Curtis spread the word that he was looking to get his old crew together and start back where he had left off before rehab, he was met with suspicion and outright hostility. He could ruin the nice system they had in place with his ambitious hustling schemes. He had the feeling they would kill him before he could do anything, just to preserve this new order. The future suddenly seemed depressing and grim. He had decided months before to find a way out of the drug-dealing racket, but his plans depended on his ability to make some good money and save it so he could segue into a music career. Fitting into this one-corner system would mean he could never earn enough. A few years would go by and he would find it harder and harder to get out. But if he made a play to grab more turf and make some quick money, he would find few allies and many enemies among his fellow hustlers. It was not in their interest that he be allowed to expand his business. The more Curtis pondered the situation, the angrier he became. It seemed to him that everywhere he turned, people were trying to get in his way, restrain his ambitions, or tell him what to do. They pretended they were trying to keep order, when in fact it was just about getting power for themselves and holding on to it. In his experience, whenever he wanted something in life, he couldn't afford to be nice and submissive. He had to get active and forceful. It would be natural for him to feel a little skittish, coming fresh out of jail and trying to get his old life back together. But what he really had to be afraid of was being stuck and settling for the corner hustler's life. Now was exactly the time to get aggressive, to be bad, and to disrupt the system that was designed only to keep people like him down. He thought back to the great hustlers he had known in the neighborhood. One of their most successful strategies was the setup, a variation on the old con game of bait and switch. You distract people with something dramatic and emotional, and while they are not paying attention to you, you grab what you want. He had seen it executed dozens of times, and as he thought about it, he realized he had the material for the perfect distraction. While in rehab, he had befriended the ringleader of a gang of Brooklyn stick-up artists. They were notorious for their efficiency and intimidating presence. For the setup, Curtis would lay low for a few weeks, working a corner like everyone else and appearing to go along with the new system. He would then hire these stick-up artists on the sly to rob all of the neighborhood hustlers, including Curtis himself, of their jewelry, money, and drugs. They would make several sweeps of the area over the course of a few weeks. As part of the deal, they would keep the money and jewelry from the robberies. Curtis would get the drugs. Nobody would suspect his involvement. In the weeks to come, he watched with amusement as the sudden appearance of the stick-up artists in his neighborhood caused panic among the hustlers, some of whom were his friends. He pretended to share their distress. These Brooklyn gangstas were not to be messed with. Almost overnight, the dealers' whole way of life was disrupted. They were forced now to carry guns for protection, but this created a new set of problems. The police were everywhere, making random checks, and to be caught loitering with a gun would mean solid prison time. The hustlers could no longer simply stand on the street corner and wait for the drug fiends to come to them. They had to keep in constant motion to avoid the police. For some, getting called on their beepers was the only way to arrange a deal. Everything became more complicated and business slowed down. The old model, tight and static, had been exploded, and now Curtis moved into the breach with some new colored capsules he packaged and sold to the fiends. Sometimes he included in the sales some free capsules, which happened to be the drugs he had accumulated from the robberies. The fiends began to flock to him, while the other hustlers were too upset to notice the trick that had been played. By the time they had figured it out, it was too late. Curtis had expanded his business and he was well on his way to buying his freedom. Several years later, Curtis, now known as 50 Cent, had carved out a path towards a career as a rapper. He had a deal with Columbia Records and the future looked reasonably bright. But 50 was not one to be duped by the usual dreams. He quickly saw that there was only so much room for the top performers who could bank on a solid career in this business. He, along with everyone else, was fighting for crumbs of attention. The artists might get temporary success with a hit here or there, but it wouldn't last, and they had no power to alter the dynamic. What was worse, 50 had made some enemies in the business. He was an ambitious hustler with talent. There were people who mistrusted and feared him. They worked behind the scenes to make sure he would not get far in the industry. As 50 had learned, talent and good intentions are never enough in this world. You need to be fearless and strategic. When you face people's indifference or outright hostility, you have to get aggressive and push them out of your way by any means necessary, and not worry about some people disliking you. In this case, he looked for any opportunity to make such a bold move, and one evening a chance encounter provided this for him. At a club in Manhattan, 50 was talking with a friend from the neighborhood when he saw the rapper Ja Rule staring in his direction. Several weeks before, 50's friend had robbed Ja Rule of some jewelry in broad daylight. 50 expected Ja to come over and cause some trouble. Instead, he looked away and decided to ignore them. This was rather shocking. Ja Rule was then one of the hottest rappers in the business. He had built his reputation on being a gangsta from Southside Queens, his lyrics reflecting his tough guy image. He and his record label, Murder Incorporated, had allied themselves with Kenneth Supreme McGriff, former head of the Supreme Team, a gang that had dominated the New York drug business in the 1980s with its ruthless tactics. Supreme gave them street credibility, and Murder Incorporated gave Supreme an entree into the music business, something legitimate to distance himself from his dark past. No real hustler or gangsta would ever ignore the man who had robbed him so brazenly. What this meant to 50 was that Ja was fake, his lyrics and image all a show to make money. He was arrogant yet insecure. As he contemplated this, the idea for a masterful setup took shape in his mind, one that would draw attention and help catapult him past all of those who stood in his way. In the weeks to come, 50 began releasing diss tracks that took aim at Ja Rule, painting him as a studio gangsta who rapped about things that he had never experienced. Ja must have been annoyed, but he did not respond to 50's taunts. He was clearly too big to concern himself with small fry. 50's next move, however, could not be ignored. He released a song that detailed the activities of the most notorious gang leaders, including Supreme, in Southside Queens in the 1980s. As the song became popular on the streets, it brought Supreme the kind of attention he was trying to avoid, now that he was going legitimate. This made him angry and suspicious. What might 50 do next? He pressured Ja Rule to go after and destroy this upstart before he went too far. Ja was now forced into going after him. He tried whatever he could to shut 50 up. He spread nasty rumors about 50's past and attempted to block any record deals he might have. At one point, finding 50 in the same recording studio he was